The Saudi Anthem. Good morning, everybody. Salam alaikum. Your Highnesses and Excellencies, honourable guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Kraft, and it is my honour to have once again been asked by CST and ITU to act as Master of Ceremonies for this year's Connecting the World from the Skies Global Forum. The forum is taking place under the patronage of His Excellency Abdullah Al-Swaha, Minister of Communications and Information Technology of Saudi Arabia and Chairman of CST, who I'm delighted to say is joining us here today. Our hosts, CST and ITU, have asked me to start today by extending their sincere gratitude to our strategic partner, Aramco, our futuristic partner, Saudi Space Agency, and our bronze partner, NSG. The support of these organisations has made this event possible, and we're all hugely grateful for this. So we're delighted to have so many of you joining us here for this forum. We have over 800 people here in person in Riyadh, and we're also welcoming more than 2,000 of you who are joining us online via our virtual platform from around the globe. So wherever in the world you are, wherever you're joining us from, once again, a very warm welcome to you all. Before we start, I just wanted to mention two things for those of you who are here in person. First of all, I wanted to mention the Wi-Fi network. So anybody who needs access to Wi-Fi today or tomorrow, there's a dedicated network for this event. You need to access the network NTN, and there's no password required, and that should be able to get you online. Secondly, I also need to make a very quick safety announcement. So the building and auditorium here are equipped with safety and fire protection systems. In the very unlikely case of an emergency, please leave using the emergency doors located at the front right and left, or at the rear of the auditorium. The assembly point is located outside the building in the car park. Please remain there and await further instructions from the safety team. So now, to open the forum, it gives me great pleasure to invite to the stage our first keynote speaker, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi, Governor of CST. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I believe I speak for everyone here when I express our gratitude to you and your team for once again hosting this important event, and of course for making us feel so welcome here in Riyadh. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, here in Riyadh or virtually across the globe, good morning. And we say it in Arabic, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the second edition of Connecting the World from the Sky Global Venue. We have over than 120 leaders from 120 countries with us today. This forum, once again, gathering policymakers, industry leaders, and technical experts gathering today to discuss the evolution and development of non-terrestrial network, or as we called it, NTN. In the first edition of this conference, Connecting the World Through the Skies, in 2022, we agree as a leader that we are facing a problem of connecting the unconnected. 2.6 billion of the populated globe, they are not connected. And we agree, these two slides was presented 2 years ago, that we have to work in two tracks. A, NTN enablers, B, NTN sustainability. For the first track, we have to accelerate standardization, harmonization between technical experts. We have to increase international collaborations. And of course, we have to have well-crafted regulation. It's not enough to have regulation. It should be enforceable, transparent, and fair for each one. The second track about sustainability. Yes, we need to develop NTN network across the globe, but it shouldn't harm the planet. We have to minimize the space debris. We have to increase the preservation of dark sky. And definitely we have to have this policy and regulation about open and fair and safe access to the sky. Over the coming slide, I will show you how we as a global community walking through these 6 pillars and how we are delivering against them, coming back to the main questions about the unconnected people. In a global scale, I think we are doing an amazing job when it comes to standardization and harmonization. In WRC last year, and this conference is one of the prestigious conferences in the ITU, setting the standard and recommendation for spectrum and other technical aspects, held each 4 years. Last year in Dubai 2023, we set as the globe, ITU members, the agenda of WRC-27. And guess what? 73 of the agenda of WRC 2027 space-related. Not only that, historically, the first time we add officially to the agenda of WRC something related to lunar communication. This is a testament for the harmonization important between the global community and also will help us to harmonize between terrestrial network, 3G, 4G, and the like, and non-terrestrial network. When it comes to international collaboration with the help of the ITU, Her Excellency Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the Secretary General of the ITU, and our team, Mario, as well, the co-host of this event, I think we are progressing great in that one. And we tackle it in 4 angles. From governmental perspective, we copy your directions, we copy your agreement that we have to have international collaborations. Last year, in the UN headquarters, we announced a new study called Connecting Humanity, targeting policymakers to raise the awareness of the innovative solution that we have to work on to solve the unconnected. The second one is around private sector. We held multiple roundtables with the private sector, with more emphasis with satellite industry. Why? Because they are less engaged with the ITU community. So we try to make sure that we are hearing from each one. In academia, we are really proud that our number doubled through the competition, and we are great and proud of the partnership with the ITU, and you will see the 3 winners today in this stage after. The third one regarding NGOs. It's not only technical and government discussing this issue, even the WEF, World Economic Forum, they show interest in this one. Saudi Space Agency and WEF announced early this year to establish a pioneering center called Center for Space Future, acknowledgement of the importance of space sector to the broader economy. Yesterday, we have the first board of this meeting, and I think my team, my friend Jeremy and the team from the center will shed light about the objective of this center through one of these panels today. When it comes to well-crafted regulation, I think international experts agree that having a regulation just for the sake of having regulation doesn't cut it. We have to have well-crafted regulation, enforceable, transparent, and we have to have UNOSA and ITU endorsing this regulation. Globally, we notice a great initiative. We have public consultation, already published regulation about direct-to-device, and this is amazing to go walk in the desert by your phone connected to the sky. Also, we have some countries announcing assigning spectrum for HAB, and this is like first in the history. In Saudi Arabia, we're really proud to have the first full documented regulatory framework covering all NTN platforms. This is one. Second, we already held the first spectrum NTN auction globally in 2.16 gigahertz. When it comes to space debris, I think we talk a lot about it a lot. We held a specific conference about space debris influence with the partnership with UNOSA and ITU here in Riyadh. If you scan the literature right now, over the last 2 years, between the first edition of NTN till today, we will find out there is 23,000 publications published about space debris. And aside from these numbers about the amount of space debris we have right now, what's bothered me is how we can track them. It's very complex with this new idea of the orbit of space debris is not static. The moment we have active solar activities hitting the surface of the Earth, this space debris change their course, which is make it very complex to track them. And more importantly, all satellite operators, they have to maneuver their satellite. Imagine if this number of space debris double or triple in exponential way, similarly to the satellite that we are launching 3X satellite in the future, that will be really a bad situation in the future if we are not tackling space debris. Not only removing them, this is very important, but also tracking them. And the only way to tracking them is to share the data between different countries. Among 22 countries received or awarded a certificate, Saudi Arabia last month granted the first ever dark sky park by International Dark Sky Organization. And for the sixth pillar, which is open and regulated sky commitment, we believe that whatever happening right now for the past year is below the expectation. We should do more. And the reason for that, there should be more detailed analysis and study to make sure that we set clear the direction how to tackle it. Today, I'm honored to announce a pioneering study conducted as a start between Saudi Arabia and Brazil, with us, my friend Carlos, the chairman of telecom regulator in Brazil, under the umbrella of the ITU. But that's not enough. We need all of you, all leaders, policymakers, member state, private sector, to put our hands together to make sure that at the end of this study, we have deliverables tackling all the issues that we have in regulated sky. One of the outcomes expected out of this study is sizing orbital capacity of LEO, and this is very important. Okay. So coming back to that number, in 2022, we have 2.7 billion they are not connected. Right now, still the number is high, 2.6 population they are not connected. There should be more to be done as international community to fix these issues. And let me share with you some statistics. We gathered 25 years, starting from 2006 until 2030 as a forecasted. The CAGR, if I could say, the CAGR of connected and the connected has slowed down, dropped from 15% in 2006, 2011, to only 2%. So we as international community, we should understand that we shouldn't rely only on one technology or one NTN platform to fix that one. We have to find out a solution, and that solution not only covering or solving for coverage. Why? 85% of not connected people, not due to coverage. It's due to affordability, technicality, and the skills to access the internet. For the future of NTN, we have to work to find that solution, and that solution should balance between three critical factors. We call them 3C model. That solution should consider coverage, cost, of course, capacity. So it's our mandate as international community to fix this problem, to find solution for it, not focusing only one NTN platform, and more importantly, not ignoring NTN technology. Yes, sometimes we have NTN solution. and NTN platform that's solving for coverage. But that's not enough, as I said. And more importantly, it's not only private sector mandate to solve this one. It's the mandate for government, policymaker, researcher, spectrum manager, ITU, UNOSA, and everyone to put our hand together to solve this problem. So we count in the collaboration of great leaders in this forum to shape the future of NTN and connect the world from the sky. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. And the efforts that you and your team are undertaking in collaboration with the international community truly are inspiring. Thank you for everything that's being done. And now, on behalf of our second event partner, ITU, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Mr. Mario Manovitz, Director of the Radio Communications Bureau. Mario. Welcome, and we're delighted to have you here with us, Mario. And please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to join you and to join CST in this second edition of the event Connecting the World from the Skies. Earlier this year, world leaders convened in New York for the Summit of the Future. They adopted a Pact of the Future, which includes the Global Digital Compact. I wanted to highlight this because the Compact's first objective is to close all digital divides and accelerate progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. We have heard similar goals in the past, but we now stand at a pivotal moment where achieving this objective is finally technically and financially feasible. The Compact recognizes that innovative solutions can help deliver high-speed connectivity to underserved, remote, and rural areas. At ITU, we are actively working to enable these solutions through the work of the World Radio Communication Conferences and the ITUR study groups. Let me begin by sharing some of the key agenda items for the upcoming WRC-27, which are currently under discussion within ITU and that will help bridge the digital divide. The first agenda item I want to highlight addresses direct connectivity between space stations and IMT user equipment, a concept commonly referred to as direct-to-device. The conference will consider possible new frequency allocations to the mobile satellite service in the same frequency bands previously identified for IMT. The aim is to enhance network resilience and expand mobile connectivity by allowing users to access satellite networks with the same device as they are using now for terrestrial IMT services. The second agenda item I wanted to highlight focuses on advancing the Internet of Things through low data rate, non-geostationary mobile satellite systems. These systems are designed for periodic or intermittent data transmission and can maintain services even with packet loss. In addition to the two previous mobile satellite service items, this agenda item considers potential new allocations for the mobile satellite service. This reflects the growing demand for truly global connectivity and the rapid expansion of MSS systems and applications. As humanity looks back to the skies and a new era of space exploration begins, the next WRC will be looking into lunar communications. It will focus on space research service used for scientific or technological purposes, which is the primary kind of communication systems likely to be used around the moon in the near future. This will also define the framework for spectrum management that could be applied in the future in other planetary bodies. Space sustainability is another critical topic. WRC-27 is invited to take appropriate action to ensure equitable access to specific bands of the fixed satellite service, as shown in the slide, and this work recognizes the equal rights of all countries to access radio frequencies and associated satellite orbits. Beyond preparing for the World Radio Communication Conferences, ITU continues to develop international standards. In 2021, we approved the IMT 2020 standard known as 5G. And currently, Working Party 4B is developing a recommendation with detailed specification for the satellite component of 5G. Key milestones already achieved, including finalizing the report that is shown in the slide, evaluates radio frequency technologies for the satellite component. Looking ahead, Working Party 4B is also conducting studies on the future development of the satellite IMT 2030, which will be probably called 6G, following the approval of the IMT 2030 framework. Finally, we are working on 2 handbooks that might be of interest to many of you. We are updating the existing handbook on satellite communications and technologies, and we are developing a new handbook on best practices for the sustainable use of frequencies and associated non-GSO orbits by space radio communication services. Additionally, as you know, we have launched an ITU portal to share information on policy, spectrum regulations, and space environment. For more details, I encourage you to explore the Space Sustainability Gateway, as this portal is called. I wish you a successful event, and I look forward to seeing you in our next ITUR study group meetings, contributing to shaping this additional work that we have until WRC-27. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mario. We really appreciate you joining us here in person and providing such a fantastic overview of the ongoing work being carried out at ITU. And it's definitely going to be a busy few years for you and the team in the build-up to WRC-27. Now, this is the second time that CST and ITU have collaborated to organize this forum, with the inaugural event back in 2022 bringing together innovators and visionaries who discussed bold ideas and introduced groundbreaking NTN technologies. In the 2 years since then, the pace of innovation in the sector has been unprecedented. Over the next 2 days, we are really looking forward to the opportunity to explore how much has changed and to see what possibilities now lie ahead. Let's watch a short video to show us more.
Our world is becoming increasingly reliant on connectivity, from the evolution of 5G and next-generation 6G terrestrial networks on the ground, to the skies where non-terrestrial networks expand coverage to unreachable areas, utilizing atmospheric, outer space, and lunar communications, all in order to shape a future of converged connectivity in land, sea, and air. According to the ITU, 2.6 billion people remain unconnected. ITU is collaborating with CST to promote universal access to affordable and secure telecommunications to empower individuals worldwide to thrive in a digitally inclusive environment. Through the NTN program, Saudi Arabia launched the world's first NTN spectrum auction and partnered with leading NTN technology providers to conduct trials and experiments, and also developed regulations for airborne and spaceborne platforms to attract global investments. Saudi Arabia has also solidified its global leadership, achieving key outcomes at the World Radio Conference 23, and building strategic alliances to address connectivity challenges while prioritizing space sustainability. Moreover, Saudi Arabia continuously supports NTN research and innovation by sponsoring the IEEE Future Networks initiative through a global competition on NTN for 6G to tackle connectivity issues. Reflecting on the first Connecting the World from the Skies Global Forum, co-hosted by the ITU and CST in 2022, where valuable insights have inspired us to advance connectivity, the 2024 forum will continue to explore 8 pivotal NTN themes. Alongside keynote presentations, moderated panel discussions, technology demonstrations, and tutorials, our future is connected, shaped by the dedication of those tackling the connectivity challenge. This is a call to action for policymakers, industry leaders, and technical experts worldwide. Together, Let's make our vision of a connected world a reality, writing a new chapter in the story of our planet.
So as that video has just shown, this truly is a transformative period for NTN connectivity. Now, when ITU and CST jointly launched the inaugural Connecting the World from the Skies Global Forum in 2022, it marked the start of a journey to shape the future of NTN connectivity around the world. This second edition is now a continuation of this, and I'm thrilled to announce that the two organizations have signed a joint declaration that will secure the long-term future of this forum as a biannual event to be held here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So to mark the signing of this declaration, please join me now in welcoming back to the stage Mario Manovitz on behalf of ITU, and representing CST, please welcome Mohammed Al-Janoubi, Deputy Governor of Spectrum. Mario, Mohammed, thank you very much. And we're all very excited to see how this event can grow and develop over coming years, starting with the next edition, which I understand is provisionally scheduled for November 2026. And I'm sure more on that will be following shortly. So it's now time to move on to our first panel of this year's event, which is a keynote discussion focusing on a global vision for the future of NTN connectivity. We have a fantastic lineup of thought leaders from across the sector joining us to provide their visions. And I would like to please now invite all of these to join me here on the stage.
A very good morning to you once again, and it's my privilege to moderate this panel with global leader NTN stakeholders from regulatory, NGOs, service providers, and users. Before we start, I want to extend our warm welcome one more time for viewers in attendance and online as well. I'd like to start off with His Excellency Mr. Carlos. Can you tell us how Brazil is benefiting from NTN today?
Thank you. Good morning, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here today. In this beautiful city of Riyadh, I would like to thank you, my friend, Governor Al-Tamimi, for inviting us to be here with you today. In fact, NTN is a key enabler of connectivity in Brazil. Brazil has a lot of geographical challenges regarding connectivity, and we see that NTN is one of the main ways for us to bring connectivity to our people. In fact, Brazil has a thriving market for geo, non-geo, and Brazil has been really active in the international fora together with Saudi Arabia, promoting the development of this market and all of this technology. And what we see is that there are a lot of challenges for the development of NTN, and together, my friend Al-Tamimi mentioned that we are starting this study to understand the full capacity of the geo and of the non-geo systems to guarantee that all countries have an equitable access to them. What we see today is that a lot of companies are launching their satellites using the orbits that are not from any specific country, but they are a common asset of all humankind. And for that reason, all countries, it doesn't matter if they are rich or poor, big or small, they should have a fair access to this humankind asset. For a long time ago, a similar study was done for the geo orbits, and now and then all this capacity was shared between the countries and between the market. And we understand that together, CST and Anatel, we can make a similar study, and counting with the support of all the other countries, we could make a similar study and understand what's the full capacity of the non-geo orbits and guarantee that all countries have a fair access to it.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Arti, how are the UN missions benefiting from NTN today?
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. It's a pleasure to be here again. Thank you so much for the kind invitation. The United Nations has been a historical and very natural user of satellite communications for many, many years, starting with peacekeeping, but also food security, refugee camps, disaster relief, conflict zones, and so on. Right now, when we look at the use of satellite in the field, it's mostly the legacy C-band. And that is because of the advantages of the global network, but also the fact that we have a minimum quality of service guaranteed through service level agreements. Mobile phones are not recommended, or let's say they're not relied on because of the mission-critical nature of the applications that the UN uses these technologies for. They also bring coverage concerns and resilience concerns, but also cost concerns. The UN really can't operate with roaming as part of the solution. When we think about the C-band, however, the problem is that it's premium bandwidth. That means that it's expensive. And it's also asymmetrical, which was okay in the past, but these days we live in a world where video conferencing is happening a lot more often, so we really need better uplink and downlink speeds. And so it works right now, but it works because the UN imposes tight controls and restrictions on the staff, so that it's used only for work and not after hours and not for leisure. And so that's where the NTNs really come into play. Ku-band has been a backup for the C-band, but it's heavily contended. And now we see that Starlink is being increasingly used by the UN as a backup. Not just as a backup. I mean, the UN has traditionally been a very keen beta tester of new technologies. And if I think of UNHCR, for example, we have at least 29 Starlinks which are being used right now for after-hours connectivity. You can imagine that UN staff work a lot in the field, so it's all about remote, isolated connectivity. Morale is often low, so enabling it in guest houses, enabling it in refugee camps, enabling it for staff for leisure is extremely, extremely important. It's also used for emergencies. Emergency cross-border vehicles where the quality of service criteria is expected to be lower anyway. The problem with these kind of NTNs is, however, that they are expensive. It's provided through service providers like Marlink and Ulticast, but they are not, there's no discounts at all. That's a stark comparison with the United Nations use of satellite imagery, where we are able to negotiate global discounts for development organizations. We can't do that in the satellite communications field, not yet anyway. So thinking about NTNs, as I said, we're always keen to do beta testing of these new technologies. There's three questions which we would ask, which are important for us. First of all, what is the bandwidth? I mentioned that we need to do video conferencing and these kind of higher bandwidth communications. So if we're thinking about the traditional MSS approach with S-band, what we've heard so far is it may be limited to messaging, it may be some time before voice and data comes online, or that will be a problem. Secondly is the price point. At what cost? We can't really deal with a roaming model. So Starlink is typically like an ISP in the sky, and AST Mobile is more like the MNO in the sky. the roaming model just doesn't work for the UN. We need some kind of stability. But the fundamental question behind all of it is the quality of service because of the mission-critical applications. I must say I've heard comments from colleagues in the UN. They're looking forward to OneWeb coming online because that could be interesting. There is great potential for higher bandwidth and possibly even a minimum quality of service. The question, of course, for you, Eva, is at what price? So with that, I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ahmed, we're actually thrilled to know more about how Aramco is leveraging NTN and your broader space strategy.
Great, thank you. It's great to be here. Aramco's been in the satellite or utilization business for many, many years. Since the 1980s, we have been leveraging satellites for several areas of our business. Aramco's unique in, I would say, in its scale. So as a company, we cover a very large geographical area, of course, within the kingdom, but also globally. Our facilities are around the world. So our needs range from very big data, large volumes of data communications, as well as very sparse and remote access areas. So it's actually a very good application for communication, satellite communications. And so we started in the 80s with VSAT. We've expanded over the years to about 500 satellite gateways, VSAT gateways. And it has been, of course, over the years, it's been very limited in its use to very high cost, high value applications, which have been because of the limited bandwidth that we've had. But today, there's this explosion and a great opportunity, and we have been exploring how can we take advantage of the lower costs, the greater capabilities of satellite, both communications, observation, as well as navigation. So in communication alone, just to understand what our business deals with, we deal with about 10 billion data points a day that we have to gather from our facilities, from our drilling rigs, from our operations, refineries, gas plants, everywhere from around the world, and bring them together into basically our cloud, our engineering cloud, where we actually process that data and use it to create value and to actually optimize our facilities and our operations. So the ability to collect more data means better decisions. And so that's our big focus, is how do we expand and are able to leverage the opportunities that are coming with both, of course, the new low Earth orbit satellites, which give us much more data and better latency, as well as many IoT-based type solutions. So as we expand the use of satellites, we can see new utilization opportunities. A lot of new areas open up that we would never have considered in the past. And that's the exciting thing, I think, about the whole space connectivity. Today, we have recently received, for example, the 450 megahertz wireless frequency for terrestrial, of course, industrial use, to be able to leverage and actually utilize the NTN and make that a seamless part of our network unlocks tremendous value, because then we are able to reduce the infrastructure needed in the terrestrial network by utilizing the non-terrestrial network, where for the very remote areas, for the very high cost links. So this is really, it's really a game changer for communications, especially data communications, IoT, and the kind of data we need to make really, really important decisions regarding our drilling, our operations, and in fact, many, many other areas, which we can probably discuss later.
Sure. Thank you very much. Mrs. Eva, can you tell us about your biggest NTN customers globally today, and how are they leveraging NTN?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation, His Excellency. Delighted to be back here, because it is a region that's extremely important for us. We have, as Eutelsat Group, always been in the Middle East as well as in Africa as core regions. And that's also clear with the combination now between Eutelsat and OneWeb into the first GEO and LEO operator in the world. We're focused on the B2B uses, which means that we actually work with a lot of the distributors in the field, whether it's the Marlinks and Speedcast for mobility, whether it's the telco operators for fixed. But the way we look at it is that in each of our core segments, which is government use, mobility, and fixed broadband, we work with the ecosystem of local operators. And a lot of times, we believe that gives us a strength in order to go to market much more effectively, whether it's in the mobility area where we work with the Marlink, Speedcast, or either Panasonic for Aero, whether it's in the fixed where we work with a lot of local and global telco operators who use us for backhaul or who use us actually for covering their white zones in their network, or whether it's with government where we often use work, including in this region, with a lot of the local either satellite or telco operators with very strong government business. We believe that's a combination of that global ambiguous network coverage with both GEO and LEO that can be matched together for resilience, for strong availability, and for relating to some of the SLAs that a lot of these B2B customers are looking for. And then the combination of working with local partners is going to give us an edge.
Okay, same question to Mr. Hamid.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and your attention. EchoStar is a parent of Hughes. And Hughes has a very long history in the industry going back to many decades. We are very diversified in our participation in the industry, so the answer is multifaceted. First, we are a manufacturer, and we have been a manufacturer. We provide Jupiter systems, which is a technology de facto standard in the industry. You find it almost in every satellite system out there. And it's been serving 6 continents just as a manufacturer of satellite systems for every other provider in the world. So that's one aspect. We're seeing great progress there. Our largest customers these days is OneWeb. We provide infrastructure to OneWeb. So that's one of the largest participations. We are also provider to enterprises around the world and governments. We serve governments, we serve militaries, we serve everything from oil and energy to financial systems, to restaurants, to convenience stores. Our VSAT systems are everywhere in the world, and that's a B2B model. And in that regard, we provide both equipment and services. And in fact, we are one of the the only service provider that I know that is on the Gartner's leader quadrant for managed services, and has been going on for years. And there's none other in the industry that provides this level of service. So in that regard, we enable other enterprises to provide services. For instance, even in Brazil and in the Americas, there are tens of thousands of locations where we bring community Wi-Fi to the consumers. We are, bringing connectivity to the backhaul for cell sites. Thousands of cell sites around the world are using our technology for backhaul, where in the remote areas there could be no other way to provide cell coverage. But we also are going directly to the consumer, and we have million and more consumers, households in Americas, whether it be in the United States, Mexico, Brazil, other places where we actually bring direct connectivity. And so I like to say that in the enterprise, going back and saying one of the largest customers we have recently is Delta Airlines, where we are equipping their latest generation of aircrafts for service across Americas and other places with their equipment and technology. We also have Turkish Airlines, AJet, and others that are coming on board. So it's a very diversified business, but we're proud to be here and saying in every which way, our Jupiter system sets the standard for performance, efficiency, interworking, and affordability, and so we participate in many ways.
So it seems businesses and enterprises are benefiting a little bit more than consumers these days from NTN. Okay, now that we've dispensed with the pleasantries, I'd like to get some opinions, starting with Mrs. Arti. In 1 minute, when a single company claims to have 2/3 of the active satellites globally, does that concern you at the United Nations?
Well, look, we're not going to pronounce judgment on things like that, but I will say that this is a time when we're living at a time where every government is repeating the fundamental tenet of the Outer Space Treaty, which is that space cannot be owned or by virtue of use or occupation by any state or any actor, and it is the province of all humankind. That I think we are hearing this more and more from governments. So I think that tells you something. Another thing is that as UNUSA, we run an Access to Space for All program where we have generous contributions, for example, from MBRSC, JAXA, ExoLaunch, who all provide possibilities for developing countries to launch their very first satellites or payloads into space. We are the custodian of space for the Sustainable Development Goals. So to the extent that we are ensuring that space really benefits all of the people who need it the most, we are in favor of that. It doesn't matter who is conducting space activities, it has to be a force for good and it has to be inclusive and for everyone.
So enforcing space for all humanity. Mrs. Eva, when one of your competitors claims to have 2/3 of the active satellites, are you optimistic, pessimistic? How do you feel about that?
I think there are two sides to the story here. I think there is, first of all, and I think we all need to recognize that Musk has done a lot of great things for the space industry. It's moved, it's shaken really an industry into a direction where I think we all get on our toes and recognize that we need to move forward, we need to innovate, we need to invest. And I think bringing the cost down of the access to space and saying it cannot be right that access to space is continued to be a limiting factor for a lot of the projects. That is a benefit to the entire sector. Yes, it's brought somebody a bit on the back foot of saying, okay, we need to do some catching up here. And I think that goes for a lot of the supply chain in this industry. But I think it is actually something that in the very long haul is a true positive for the industry. However, and there I join a little bit, Archie, is that we need to preserve space and make it also sustainable for futures to come. And that doesn't go with a monopoly, and that doesn't go with a total Wild West in terms of how we manage space today. It's not a question of figuring out whether we sometimes in the future can find a new technology that cleans up after us. I think we need to think about how we use space. And I think we need to think about that all governments, or many governments, have a great ambition about leveraging the capabilities that space brings you, but nobody wants to put that into the hands of a monopolist. I don't see any connectivity market where you actually are very comfortable with a full monopoly. You want to see competition develop. And I think that's part of what we need to preserve also in this industry. Access to space and sustainable space also for futures to come, I think is something we need to think about hard. And I know that it's on the agenda of Archie and her folks.
Okay, and I think Mr. Carlos wants to jump in, provide some comments. By all means, please.
Thank you. In fact, what we are talking here basically is about competition and market power. And as Joseph Schumpeter wrote a long time ago, the main reason for a company to make innovation is to get market power. So market power and monopoly is not a problem per se, but if we have to understand if there are market failures that maintain that monopoly and maintain the inefficiencies. So I think that one company having 2/3 of the satellites, and I don't know if that's true or not, that's not a problem. It may be a problem if this company controls access to that market. If they are basically having a lot of market power and a lot of market share because they have the best technology, the best product, congratulations for them, and the rest of the market should run after that. So in the end of the day, it's important for us as regulators to understand how the market is working. And that's why it's fundamental that ITU should be strengthened to have more enforce of their regulation. And at the end of the day, to guarantee that all states have a word in the discussion about how this asset of all humankind is being regulated and shared between the countries and the companies. Because in the end of the day, it's essential that we have a discussion about digital sovereignty in relation to space NTN networks.
And we'll come to that in a minute. Mr. Hamid, how do you feel about this?
I mean, no doubt that what SpaceX has done, as Starlink have done, has been good. I think the SpaceX has managed to lower down the cost of launch. I think it's very beneficial to everybody. I think it's, I have nothing to say other than positive about what they've accomplished. And I think the only way that this should not be a monopoly is that if we work harder to make sure we have a better solution, a competing solution, and we work hard at work doing that, I have no reason to believe it's a good idea to slow down somebody who's making progress. We just have to work harder to make sure we are providing something better, which we are at work in doing that. I think in the area of direct-to-device mobile systems, I think we are significantly ahead in terms of what we can accomplish and bring, and I think that's a differentiator that is even more valuable than what has been accomplished by Starlink to date. I think efficiency of the multi-orbit systems that we are working on, some of those are available to airlines that today we are equipping, and more of those will be available. I think that will be, provides not only the benefits of the low latency LEO, but also the low cost per bit of GEO, so kind of extending the life of GEO systems, because they do have a life here now and in the future. LEO is not the only answer, but I think LEO is a great answer for many things. So the multi-orbit system. So net of it is that, we actually think that, they've energized the industry, and we actually stand to benefit from it by accessing an industry that has become a lot more relevant today than it has been in the past.
So looking at the numbers from perspective. Okay, I want to stick with you, Hamid. 2 months ago, you said D2D is one of the greatest, if not the single greatest opportunity left in space right now, and I think the pun was intended, in terms of impact on consumers, global relevance, financial return. So it seems like you're betting the house on direct-to-device. Can you tell us more about what your approach and strategy is for that?
The direct-to-device, the way it's been, that we're working on, and I think is a standard 5G, Open RAN, the latest generation of technology, standardized technology, we believe is absolutely unique, and it puts us in also a unique position to take advantage of it. Let me talk about why is it unique, and then I'll say a few words about why we think we are in the best position to take advantage of it. The uniqueness of it is that this will be the first ever satellite system, GEO, LEO, or any satellite system in history, that the end user device is not manufactured by the satellite industry. So does not require special terminals, does not require installations, does not require anything uniquely to be built by the satellite industry for the end consumer. It uses the standard devices that are in your pocket, your iPhones, your Android phones, and I think this will be the game changer. That is why it is a game changer. And I think EchoStar happens to be in the best position, and not because of accidental luck, but because many years ago, EchoStar started preparing in the S-band system, and with ITU filing and the rights that we have global access to the spectrum, uniform spectrum, all around the world, whether it be in the United States, as AWS-4 is called, and also around the world, the highest ITU rights for that spectrum. We also are hard at work in terms of engineering to make a system that is very compatible, and I think that is openness of that system is what makes it successful, and is open both in terms of a standard technology, so many manufacturers can participate. Our business model is very open going to market, which means we offer it through the carriers around the world. We're not planning to compete with any telecom carriers around the world, and that pleases the governments and regulators. We want to make it very accessible to every consumer around the world, and I think a standardization and openness is the way this becomes affordable. And Dr. Tamimi's vision, His Excellency's vision of bringing openness and bringing it, removing the unconnectivity is only possible through an open system. So we are in well positioned to do that. That's where we're heading.
Okay. I think Arti, you want to comment?
Can I just ask you, Hamid, when?
We are planning to launch the systems as early as 27 and be in service for 28. But I want to say something about that, because that is very important. Even if I had the satellite today, I would not be launching it today, because the number of devices that are capable of using the satellites is not that many today. There are not many devices. In fact, the latest generation of iOS and Android devices have to come to market, be populated, so the day the satellite goes in orbit, it can support hundreds of millions of customers at the same time. Today, a satellite system up there would not be serving a single user. Now, it is important to have that open 5G system because it's a natural use system. What it means is that the phone will ring in your pocket. If you're sitting in your back pocket, if it's in your purse, as Eva carries one, or a briefcase, it would work. And for that, it's important to design the system that you don't have to have any difference between connecting to the nearest cell site or the nearest satellite. It is exactly the same wideband experience of audio, video, and therefore the soonest it can be beneficial would be about the 27, 28 time frame.
So that's your first customer right there. I'll be happy to broker the deal in the coffee break. Okay, I'd like to ask you to please help me with time because we still have a lot of juicy questions. One of them is Brazil's D2D regulatory sandbox. So, Your Excellency, can you tell us about it in 2 minutes?
Yes, in the beginning of this year, we approved a regulatory sandbox relieving the need of licenses for the use of terrestrial networks, specifically for the experimentation of direct-to-device in Brazil. Unfortunately, we have not seen yet so much of traction in this experimentation, and we expect companies to make these partnerships and try to test this market. As we know, as for Saudi Arabia and for Brazil, D2D is crucial for connecting the unconnected in a country at the size of Brazil with all the geographical challenges that we have as the Amazon region and such difficult geographies. So we are betting a lot of that, and certainly I would talk with Ahmad to understand what they are doing with the 400 megahertz, because this is a spectrum that we tried to use in the recent past in Brazil, and unfortunately we were not successful. Thank you.
Okay, so that's 2 deals and counting. Ahmed, can you tell us about Aramco's approach to innovation and specifically digital innovation? In 2 minutes, please.
Sure. With innovation, I mean, it's a necessary part of our business. Today, we are the lowest cost oil producer in the world, and it doesn't come just from the geology, it comes actually from the technology. And that technology is really about data. And so most of our innovation today is about how do we use our data better to make better decisions in our exploration, our drilling, our production, our refining, and our marketing, actually, even the products. Where do we sell the products? Where's the highest return? That comes from AI. You're able to optimize, actually, the data that you have and use that to optimize your decisions. So for us, innovation is not just in physics and chemistry. It's a lot today in data science and how do we apply AI. And the most important element of AI is good data. So this is where the space comes in. We have always invested in data. Our fiber optic network in the kingdom is 70,000 kilometers. That puts us at pretty much to par with world's biggest telecom operators. That's because we need to collect that data, and we need to collect it timely. And what we see, the role of NTN is actually a continuation, extension of our network, our data network, and basically allowing, we like to see that seamless connectivity, and which is why I'm very interested to hear more about standards that create that seamlessness, that bring that cost down. We cannot utilize customized solutions. We have thousands of devices we have to integrate. Without standards, those devices cannot be integrated seamlessly. It's a much higher cost for users like us, industrial users. And we are going far beyond thousands. Our goal, our vision, is to have what is called the industrial internet. And this is basically leveraging far more devices in the field. If we could have millions of devices in the field, we would, but the cost constraints of that, infrastructure needed to connect them, the costs of data connectivity, all of that makes it impossible. But with space, we see an opportunity in remote areas where we don't have that data to be able to bring that data and create better models. I'll give you an example. We do modeling, for example, our pipeline networks. We also have one of the most extensive pipeline networks in the world. We have to replace those pipelines on a regular basis due to corrosion. We typically do manual measurements of wall thickness on the corrosion every 6 months or so. Why? Because it's too expensive to actually go dig a hole and or put the infrastructure to collect that data. But if we could put remote devices, IoT, on every pipeline in a much more extensive network, we could then have much more data and better quality prediction of what is going to fail and what's not going to fail, what needs to be replaced. So this is the kind of modeling we're talking about. More data means better decisions and lower costs overall for the industry. This we want to extend beyond our own industry. We're already applying this in our own industry, but we want to extend it beyond. With the 450 megahertz industrial frequency, we hope to be able to offer that to all industries in the kingdom. And with space, this will give us a lower cost entry point for Internet of Things.
Fantastic. And can you tell us in 1 minute a little bit more about your partners?
Sure.
And where do you draw the line between partnering and doing it yourself? Yeah. Because you have licensees and you do stuff yourself and you partner as well.
Exactly. So typically, I mean, we are an oil industry and petrochemicals industry. We don't want to do everything ourselves. We never did everything ourselves. We've always relied on our partners. And we work closely with a number of partners. So technology-wise, I mentioned, of course, the VSAT network has been a great partner for many years. Today, we are collaborating, for example, with CST and with STC on OneWeb, for example, where we've installed just recently the 20th ground station for OneWeb in our network. And this has, improved connectivity, data connectivity, 25 times. We're going from 2 megabits per second to 50 megabits per second. Tremendous improvement, which unlocks, again, many, many things we can do in our remote facilities and our equipment around the kingdom. We're working on, for example, IoT. We were a lead investor in OQ Technologies, which does basically a number of satellites that do measurement signal data collection from devices. So this is the idea that we would like to see low-cost Internet of Things enabled by such space networks. We also partner with many others, SES, for example. We have an MOU with them as well. We're always trying to push the boundaries of what's possible with space technology. And we are exploring other options like Earth observation. For example, we work with GHGSat on measuring methane. Methane, of course, as you know, is a greenhouse gas, very important greenhouse gas. And being able to look at all of our facilities using satellites lowers the cost, again, of solving those problems and reducing those emissions. So there's many, many partners. I can't list all of them. We have a lot of partners in the space area, but those are some of the ones that stand out.
Okay, thank you. And we have to give Eva a fair chance because Hamid seems to be closing most of the deals right now. So how are you going to gain some of that business?
It's clear, I think, Ahmed, and thank you for mentioning, I think we are already getting some of that business with the partners. And I think this is a great example of how we can partner and will be partnering in this space, providing some connectivity to some of the good use cases here. And we see that in a lot of places, of course, in the kingdom here, but also around the world. And I agree that some of the innovations that we'll see around IoT are going to be key. Normally, we're talking a lot about connecting people and connecting the devices that are attached to a person. But once you start really thinking about the use cases you can have in collecting data from devices that are not necessarily a human out in the field, I think we actually multiply the use cases we see. We will do this with partners. We need local partners for this who has the knowledge of the business and the problem they're trying to solve, where we'll provide the leg of connectivity from space. And there, the LEO network is extremely powerful, whether it's for the oil and gas sector. We actually see it in the energy sector also for the wind parks, especially in the offshore ones. Same type of questions as we see in your business. We also see it for disaster relief cases, or potentially even from preventing disaster as wildfires and other things which are key to detect early. Again, there, the space segment can be an extremely important one. But we also see that a lot of the innovations come with the close connectivity into the telecom ecosystem at 5 and 6G. I mean, you were talking about, and I think that's one of the key innovations, that we actually start bringing standards into this so we can work on the same platforms in terms of standards. And that's something that we're pushing forward quite heavily in the space.
Fantastic. Now to one of the most anticipated questions of this panel. Mr. Carlos, how is Brazil maintaining its digital sovereignty, and how do you balance that with supporting investments?
Thank you. Basically, when we talk about digital sovereignty, and the discussion here is about the blocking of the X platform recently in Brazil. And I think this shows quite a paradox that we are reaching and we are getting closer every day. Because when we think about, we're talking about connectivity and connectivity to the internet. And basically the internet was conceived as a network in which the states, the countries didn't have any word. So when we look to, for example, to internet governance, the role of the countries as Brazil, as Saudi, and other countries is really small. And as the internet becomes more relevant in our societies and in our economies, it's natural that countries want to have a bigger role. And it's natural that, for example, in Brazil, our institutions, our Supreme Court recently decided that some specific content, in this specific case was the platform X, former Twitter, could not be accessed until they made some things that were defined by the Supreme Court. And as they did not comply, we received the decision to block the access to X in Brazil. And we were able to do that, but when we were trying to do that, as we were doing this block, we saw that we needed to have, support and compliance from non-terrestrial networks connectivity. And this showed how this paradox between the position of the countries is really relevant, because it's completely natural that other countries, because of their culture, because of their institutions, their decisions, whatever, they may decide that they don't want their population to have access to specific content. And if you have companies that do not respect this sovereignty, basically we are saying that the countries don't have any role, they lost the control, they lost their word and their position in this digital economy, in this digital society. That's why I defend the strengthening of ITU as the regulator, as the main agency to define regulation, and not only, as my friend Altamimi, the Governor Altamimi mentioned, not only creating regulation, but creating regulation that's possible to be enforced. Because if we just create regulation and some company decide that they will not comply with this regulation, and you don't have how to enforce that regulation, you don't have how to sanction that company, that's not regulation. That's just wishful thinking. That's just best practice. So we need to have regulation to guarantee the digital sovereignty of our country, of our countries. And that was, we reached that situation in Brazil with the block of the X platform. In some moments, there was really tense. Specifically, in the first moment, a company said that they would not comply because they did not agree with that decision. And what we have to be really strict, saying that this is a Supreme Court decision. This is not something that you agree or do not agree. This is something that you comply. And we will use all our force, our authority to guarantee that this decision, that is a legitimate decision of a Supreme Court, should be enforced. So this showed this paradox that we are every day getting closer.
It's quite the challenge. I have to give Hamid and Eva an opportunity to give some input here in 1 minute. How do you manage all these regulations, all these countries, all these jurisdictions?
I'll be short and then hand over to Hamid. It is a big challenge. It is clear that we are in today around 130 countries, and we are targeting to go towards 180. And each individual country is seeing a vastly increased intensity in terms of understanding what the LEO orbit or what the non-GEO orbit can do. It's a different type of regulation. There's going to be different opportunities. And we see the outliers such as India, some of the African and also Latin American countries who are taking their time to actually really understand the implications of what's happening here. And there are other countries which have been very open very early on and rolled out the red carpet. So it's a very different situation we face in the different geographies, and we're working with each regulator to adapt to the requirements are, sometimes ground stations, sometimes around how traffic is managed out of that country, because we really, again here, need the local partners to work around also the regulatory aspects.
Okay. Hamid?
Look, we're in touch with many regulators around the world, and all I can say is that generally they're all aligned, even though the complexity is there, because there's so many different angles, and historically the industry has been a highly regulated industry. That legacy is still there. But having said that, as they look ahead, I think they're all aligned with the visions of His Excellency that mentioned this earlier today, Dr. El-Tamimi, that they want the coverage, they want the quality and cost to come down. And I think we're all working towards, and I think the key here is a standardization. So more than anything else, when I talk to the regulators, they ask me how soon. How soon? I have not come across a regulator that says, no, we don't need it. Why would we give it? In fact, if anything, I'm always on the defensive saying, we're running as fast as we can. So all we want is a stability. We don't want, because space investments are big and takes time to put them in orbit. It's not like any other industry. So patience has to be there. But the answer is a standardization, 5G, open system, so that the whole world can use the same and also bring down the costs. They're all related. Come down to the point that every person on Earth can afford to not be unconnected.
So as much as I'm enjoying this conversation, we have less than 1 minute left. Last question, single sentence answers. If you had a magic wand and you can solve one problem standing in the way of NTN, what would it be? Mr. Carlos.
Wow, man, I was not ready for that question. I think that creating a framework and a regulation that's able to guarantee equitable access to all countries and guaranteeing direct-to-device to connect the unconnected.
Fantastic. Arti?
Space sustainability for me. I think we are going through a paradigm shift of the way space is being used, and it's really time for cool heads to prevail, to think through the concrete actions that need to happen on active debris removal, on space traffic coordination, but also making sure that everybody can continue to access space.
Absolutely aligned. A global, including the US and China, regulatory framework for equitable access to space.
I would say standardization, so everybody around the world uses the same R&D and systems, so we could make systems that everyone can have access to.
I say get it as fast as you can, please.
Okay. So to wrap it up, everyone wants NTN and they want it now. That's the famous meme. It's very clear that reliable, enforceable regulations are critical, and space and NTN accessibility is critical, and I'm talking accessibility on every dimension. Access to sustainable space, financial accessibility, access to all industries, and access to standardized ecosystems. Thank you very much. It was a true joy. Stay tuned, there's more to come.
Wow, what a fantastic way to set the scene and lay the foundations for the in-depth discussions that are going to be taking place over the course of the next 2 days. So we're just a few minutes now away from our first break. But before we go there, we do have something truly special to do. Because none of the groundbreaking innovations that were being talked about during that discussion and that we're going to be looking at over the course of this event are possible without the brilliant minds of the research and academic communities around the world. So we wanted to now pause for a second and to shine a spotlight on some of the brightest students and rising stars in the field, and to celebrate the talent of these visionaries from across the globe who are going to be driving the next wave of innovation. So to help us do that, the IEEE Future Network Initiative and CST have once again collaborated to organize a competition which has seen students and junior scientists submitting unique ideas relating to the integration of non-terrestrial networks in 6G. To tell us more, please welcome to the stage Dr. Ali Sayed, IEEE Fellow and Dean of Engineering at EPFL in Switzerland.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I'm very happy to be here to be part of this very interesting event and to listen to these very interesting presentations. I will give you a very brief overview. It'll only take 2 minutes of your time, and to give you a short description of the awards that will be presented later today. This is the second edition of this competition. It was run before in 2022. And there is nothing better than running competitions like this to engage the younger generation and the younger researchers, because at the end of the day, space is their frontier. They will be the ones who are going to develop the technology and take care of our space and solve the problems that you have heard about today. So this year, the competition received 60 submissions, which is double the number that it received the previous time, as well as double the number of countries participating in the competition, the number of universities participating in this competition, and so forth. The younger students, and this was open to master's students, PhD students, recently graduated PhD students, and even some undergraduate students, they were asked to contribute their insights and creativity into solving some important problems like the one you see listed on this second slide. They were asked to propose solutions that enable connectivity to reach remote areas, and you heard a lot about that today, especially for widely spread countries that need to connect their different parts. They were also asked to propose solutions to design more robust networks, and these are very important, especially in cases of emergencies and when disasters occur. They were also asked to propose solutions that relate to protecting privacy and confidentiality when you share information over networks of this type. And finally, also, how do you improve satellite interactivity and connectivity through integrated technologies? So these were some of the areas that they were asked to contribute to. And as you can see on this slide, many submissions arrived from many different parts of the world, from North America, South America, Asia, the Middle East, Europe. And here you have a list of the universities that participated, which is a reflection of the reach of this competition. Okay, so that's my brief introduction to what the award was about, and now you take over. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, and I know you're going to be helping us very shortly to announce the winners and to announce the winners of this year's competition. So it is almost now time to do that. And to help, alongside Dr. Ali, announce the winners of this year's competition, I would now like to welcome back to the stage His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi, Governor of CST. So, you can now see on the screen behind me our list of 10 finalists for the awards. And I'm delighted to say that we have representatives from all of these here with us today. By getting this far and being selected as finalists, all of these papers are winners. So I would like to start by please asking everybody to give a round of applause to our IEEE competition finalists. After a rigorous evaluation by a technical committee of experts, the top 3 papers in the competition have been chosen. And now, it is my absolute pleasure to reveal our winners for 2024. So in no particular order, let's make some noise and give a huge round of applause for our top 3. Supplying data for digital twins in green smart cities and non-invasive NTN IoT approach. Next generation air-to-air and air-to-ground integrated networks for 6G grade in-flight connectivity. And secrecy analysis of an irregular RIS-aided UAV wireless system in dynamic environments. And I would like to invite Omar Khalifa, Mana Al-Qahtani, and Mohammed Umar Sahail, representatives from these three teams, to join us here on stage. So, in third place, taking home a prize of $5,000, secrecy analysis of an irregular RIS-aided UAV wireless system in dynamic environments, represented by Mohammed Umar Sahail. So that leaves our top two. So in first place, and the overall winner of the competition, taking home a prize of $15,000, next generation air-to-air and air-to-ground integrated networks for 6G grade in-flight connectivity, represented by Mana Al-Qahtani. Which means that in second place, with a check for $10,000, supplying data for digital twins in green smart cities, a non-invasive NTN IoT approach, represented by Omar Khalifa. So that concludes our award ceremony. I'd like to once again extend a big congratulations to our three winners and to all of our finalists for making it this far in the competition. So once again, let's have a final round of applause for all of our winners and finalists. And also, please help me thank His Excellency and Dr. Ali for helping us make the presentations. So, as you've just seen, our judges have selected their winners from an inspiring lineup of finalists. But now you too have the opportunity to discover more about all the pioneering work from the finalists. I'm delighted to announce that over the next break, we have an interactive poster session running, which is going to be down on B floor, one level down below this auditorium. So we're going to have representatives from all of our finalists there ready to share their research, to answer any questions you have, and bring their groundbreaking ideas to life. So please do make sure you all do go and check that out. For those of you watching online, you too can view the posters from all of our finalists by clicking on the IEEE poster session button on the left of your screen. So we have one final dose of excitement now just before the break. I'm thrilled to make the announcement that we have 3 live technology demonstrations starting now on the mezzanine floor. Amongst these demos, we are hosting the first ever live demonstration of direct-to-device connectivity in the MENA region, right here at our Connecting the World from the Skies Global Forum. So guys, this is your chance to be part of history and amongst the first people in the region to see this groundbreaking technology in action. Now that really is an opportunity not to be missed. So it's been an incredible morning, and there's still much more to come over the next 2 days. But for now, let's take a well-deserved break. For those of you here in person, refreshments are being served outside in the networking area, and as I said, please be sure to check out both the poster session and the live demos. For everyone joining remotely, it's time for you also to refresh and recharge. But please make sure you're all back here with us at 1:15 Saudi time to kick off an exciting afternoon of sessions. Thank you so much, everyone.
cutting-edge technologies.
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how.
Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how.
Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how.
Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
بيض على وجهك.
So welcome back, everybody, and if I could invite everyone to retake your seats, we're going to be starting again very shortly. Thank you very much. So once again, welcome back, everybody. And if I could invite everybody to retake your seats. And for those of you outside, I'm sure you can probably hear me on the speakers downstairs. So for those of you downstairs who are still, I'm sure, exploring the poster sessions that we have, we're about to get restarted, so please do make your way back to the auditorium. Yeah, it's great to have everyone back here, and we had a fantastic start this morning, and I hope you've all enjoyed the refreshments that have been laid on here by our hosts at CST, and delighted to be back here now for our afternoon sessions. So we're going to be starting today, or starting this afternoon, I should say, with our first keynote presentation of this year's forum. Delighted to have with us a representative from a country that's really pushing the way when it comes to kind of space and some of the amazing initiatives that are taking place, and that's from India. So delighted to have with us Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, who's going to be providing a keynote presentation looking at delivering tomorrow's seamless connectivity ecosystem. Anil, delighted to have you here, and if I could invite you to the stage, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So we had a very intensive and very engrossing discussion in the forenoon today, in the morning, and I hope you all enjoyed the refreshment by the hosts in the meantime, and are now again fresh for the next session, again equally engrossing. But my session is going to be lighter. It is very simple, so you can be a little bit relaxed. So at the outset, I would first like to thank CST and also ITU for inviting me to speak at this second international forum on connecting the world from the skies. And I am really happy and excited to be here in the midst of high-profile delegates representing policymakers, regulators, and the industry. I will be presenting the what is the current status of India in terms of connectivity, what we are planning, how we are progressing, and how we are utilizing the combination of our fixed line connectivity as well as wireless connectivity, and how we are planning to use the satellite connectivity to provide coverage to the uncovered areas. So this is the present status of India. As most of us know, India is today the most populous country in the world, with a population of nearly 1.44 billion, out of which nearly 505 million are in the urban area, whereas 937 million are in the rural areas. So we already have a subscriber base of 1.2 billion subscribers, and of these, the predominantly large number is wireless subscribers, that is 1.17 billion. There are few wireline subscribers as well. And there are 970 million broadband subscribers. Again, the broadband subscription is largely, predominantly wireless. Where do we stand in terms of the terrestrial network? So if you see, we have about 68% of our network is presently 4G in terms of number of base stations, and 5G is about 12.71%. Then 16% is 2G, and there is also a small percentage of around 3% 3G. But the 5G rollout has already been done in all the districts of the country, and of course the 5G rollout is more focused, not as distributed as the 4G or the 2G networks. And if we see the teledensity in urban area is like 133%, whereas in rural area it is 60%. So this is the status which we have to address. Now, during last 10 years, the internet subscription has seen a CAGR of over 14%. While we had 251 million internet subscribers in 2014, this has grown to 954 million in 2024. As far as coverage of the terrestrial network is concerned, 98% of the population is covered, and 95% of India's villages also have access to internet services. However, the usage gap exists in the wireless networks, though connectivity is available but unutilized due to socioeconomic and other factors. Now, these include the cost of the devices, the cost of subscription itself, and digital literacy. But that is one dimension. The another dimension is coverage gap. So, in India, almost 20 to 25% area is such where the terrestrial network is not available. These are areas of uninhabited zones, deserts, forests, mountains, etc., where terrestrial network is not yet available. So, number of initiatives have been taken for improving the broadband connectivity. Now, 3 of the important projects that Government of India has taken are BharatNet project, the project for providing connectivity to uncovered villages, and a comprehensive telecom development project. So, I'll briefly tell what these projects are doing and how they are going to improve the connectivity. The BharatNet project is one of the largest rural telecommunication connectivity project in the world, and the target is to connect all the Gram Panchayat what we call Gram Panchayat is actually village clusters with local self-government. So that is called Gram Panchayat, which are nearly 250,000. And it also, one of the objective is, once the fiber is available, it could be utilized for providing backhaul connectivity to various telecom companies. And already $4.72 billion has been invested in this project. And as a result of that, 214,000 Gram Panchayats are connected. Over 692,000 of OFC has been laid, and 1.1 million FTTH connections have been provided under this project. Now, after the BharatNet project, another project that Government of India has taken is amended BharatNet project. While in the BharatNet project, the objective was to provide connectivity to the village clusters. This is aiming further for providing connectivity to all the inhabited villages, that is 640,000 villages in India, and also to provide ring topology to all the 250,000 Gram Panchayats to improve the reliability for the availability of fixed line broadband, and also to target 15 million FTTH connections over a period of 5 years. Also, it intends to provide internet lease lines to more than 7,000 blocks. A block is another administrative level above the Gram Panchayat. That means we have cluster of villages which are called Gram Panchayat. Then we have cluster of Gram Panchayat which are called blocks. So every block should have a internet lease line to provide the various e-government services and other digital access. And an investment of over $16 billion, including OPEX for this project, has been planned and is in progress. Now, another project is to provide connectivity to the uncovered villages. This has been done broadly in two parts. One is Government of India identified 7,287 aspirational villages. So these are the villages in the most underdeveloped districts, and which have the maximum aspiration of development in 5 of the states of India, and at an investment of 440 million, 4G coverage is planned to be provided in all these villages. Another project is saturation of 4G mobile services, where either the 4G services are currently not available or the 2G services are available. So this again covers nearly 24,680 uncovered villages and upgradation in more than 6,000 villages at an investment of over $3 billion. So all these investments are being planned primarily through the Universal Service Obligation Fund. And another dimension of this project is improving broadband connectivity in rural areas through the Comprehensive Telecommunication Development Project. Now, this includes the islands on the eastern coast and the western coast of the country. On the eastern coast, we have the Andaman and Nicobar Island, and their connectivity is being improved by way of laying submarine cables and improving satellite backhaul, and also improving the 4G mobile coverage. Similarly, on the western coast, we have the Lakshadweep Islands, and for the Lakshadweep Island, again, the connectivity is being improved by way of laying submarine OFC and augmentation of the satellite bandwidth, and also upgrading 2G to 4G and more 4G mobile sites. So this is about our fixed line and wireless connectivity, and as we saw, almost 20 to 25% area in India is such where there is no terrestrial coverage available, And the best way to reach those areas now seems to be through the satellite connectivity. However, India's current status of satellite communication is rather at a nascent stage. If we have a look at it, we currently have 5 commercial CUG VSAT service providers. 2 are providing GMPCS, have the license for GMPCS services, though they have yet to start the operation. And there is one global satellite phone service authorization under the sui generis category, who is already providing the services. So if we see the total number of subscribers through commercial VSAT CUG is of the order of 251,000, whereas the sui generis category subscribers, which are mostly either enterprises or business or government, they are of the order of 10,000. And their revenue base in terms of commercial VSAT is about $51 million, whereas the sui generis licensee has a revenue base of about $10 million. So India has taken a very significant step about reforming its telecommunication regulatory landscape by way of enacting a new Telecommunication Act in 2023. Prior to this, we were regulating the telecommunication sector through the legacy acts of Telegraph Acts of 1885 and 1933. So this act is a very forward-looking act, and it consolidates, amends, and reforms the laws regarding the telecommunication services, telecommunication networks, spectrum assignment, and host of other issues which affect the or are to be regulated in the telecommunication landscape. In this act, while the default method for assignment of the spectrum is by way of auction, however, the act provides for certain exceptions where the spectrum is to be assigned administratively. And few of these services for which the spectrum is to be assigned administratively are in-flight and maritime connectivity, very small aperture terminal VSAT, GMPCS, and mobile satellite services in L&S bands as per the Act. Subsequent to the enactment of the Act, the TRAI has taken an exhaustive exercise of complete revamp of the licensing framework in the telecommunication sector. We had nearly 19 type of licenses. All these were thoroughly reviewed and revised with the way of replacing licensing with authorization and integrating similar services, simplifying the entire process, and bringing in ease of doing business. Now, one of the unique points of this new recommendation of authorization framework that TRAI has given to the government is now a provision of one nation, one authorization. Currently, for the wireless networks, the entire country is divided into 22 licensed service areas because of the legacy and the historical background. But now, TRAI has recommended that it is now possible for a service provider to obtain nationwide authorization across services, and the services include the satellite services also, the non-terrestrial network also, and the terrestrial communication. So also a lot of reforms, as I mentioned, have been done for reducing and simplifying the licenses, and a single authorization has been proposed for the commercial VSAT CUG service and the GMPCS services. The entities are permitted to make use of their satellite earth station gateway established in India for providing service in foreign country as well. And then provision for emergency SOS messaging services via satellite is also included in the new authorization framework. So this exhaustive exercise of reforming the licensing regime is expected to simplify the regulatory framework, reduce administrative burdens, enhance the operational efficiency by integrating both MSS and FSS kind of services under a single authorization. So, presently, all the wireless access service providers already have a national footprint. 3GPP has developed the non-terrestrial network standards to provide wireless connectivity beyond the Earth's surface. So, the use of NTN has been permitted in the scope of access services to facilitate the telecommunication companies. This will extend the reach of access services in the remote and far-flung areas utilizing the NTN. Another development which is taking place in India is the research and development of high-altitude platforms, HAP, which is being developed by the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and the National Aerospace Laboratories. The HAPs are ultra-long endurance aircrafts positioned around 20 kilometers altitude. And it has the unique thing is that it has the capability to serve large number of users in dense urban areas, which can be particularly useful in case of a temporary event taking place in a particular area, or in case of disaster relief. This can be of significant use. And this has significantly more capacity than what we can obtain through the satellite systems. In this process, already 5G communication verification test has been conducted by the National Aerospace Laboratories, and they have tested two versions of the HAP flight, and total 47 flights have been run so far with over 37 hours in the air. And the target is, the roadmap is that by December 2025, flight testing and payload integration for the prototype is planned to be completed. So, having talked about the NTN and its role that it can play in connecting the unconnected and serving the unserved areas, now there are certain issues which we have to look at, and also many of these were also discussed in the morning sessions. As we know, numerous satellites are being launched, and global coordination therefore becomes very important. And some of the issues are spectrum sharing. So, satellite systems, especially NGO, are required to share spectrum equitably with the GSO satellites. So, the international regulatory regime becomes very important in this particular thing. Then interference mitigation, and the various technologies which are already being there are adaptive beamforming, antenna orientation adjustment, dynamic power adjustment, exclusion zones, etc., which have to be utilized as per the ITU regulations for mitigation of the interference. Another aspect is the equivalent power flux density, which becomes very important as the number of satellites in the constellation and the number of constellation increases, and particularly if there are new entrants who have to come in, then the existing utilization of the EPFD will become very important. Then in the morning session at details, it has been discussed, regulation of the orbital debris is very important, and And the last but not the least is the issue of having space for the newcomers. So when we are talking of the newcomers, we have to see that they get equitable spectrum allocation and orbital slots. There has to be transparent license processes so that they are not disadvantaged. Collaborative mechanisms have to be there. And particularly, I would also like to mention about the space sustainable rating, which can encourage responsible satellite operations. And capacity building programs are important, where organizations such as UN Office of Outer Space Affairs are playing a significant role and can play a significant role in building capacity among the nations and the operators. So to sum up, I would like to say that space is now a critical domain for connectivity, and challenges like spectrum scarcity and orbital crowding are very important, which have to be dealt by the international community. And collaborative governance framework and increased international dialogue will be crucial for ensuring sustainable and equitable access to space. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Shanil, for that perspective on some of the work that's being conducted in India and also with the international community, and also the difference that non-terrestrial networks can actually make to connectivity in India. So thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. So we've just heard that perspective from Anil on how he sees tomorrow's NTN ecosystem developing. And of course, one event that's set to play a huge part in shaping the future is WRC-27. And as we heard from His Excellency during his keynote speech this morning, more than 70% of the agenda items for this year's WRC-27 are focusing specifically on satellite and on non-terrestrial networks. So we're delighted now to have a panel focusing specifically on this. If I could please invite our moderator, Mario, and our panelists, Gilles, Motibi, Tariq, Jennifer, and Peng, to come and join us here on the stage. So as I said, this panel is going to be focusing specifically on WRC-27 and aligning global NTN visions for WRC-27 and beyond. And whilst our panelists are coming up, one thing I wanted to mention to you all here is so far you've all had it quite easy. You've been able to sit here and watch the presentations, but now we want you, both here in the audience and also those of you at home, to actually take part in the discussions as well. We want to hear from you. We want you to get involved. So for those of you who are here, you can see a QR code just on the right-hand side of the screen. If you scan that QR code, that will enable you to ask questions and make your comments, which will be passed on to our panelists later on in the session. And for those of you at home, you too can get involved in the discussions. On the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see a questions tab. And again, you can submit your questions and comments in the same way. So please do get involved. So that said, delighted now to have our panel with us, and it's my honor to pass the floor back to Mario Manovitz from ITU, who's going to be moderating this morning. Mario, welcome. Over to you.
Thank you, Dan, and good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to see a bit of the regulatory aspects that will shape the NTN ecosystem and converge connectivity in the future. As you've heard so far, the regulatory aspects, both national and international, are key for this to happen. And the international regulations that are then transposed into national regulations are being dealt with at the WRCs, the World Radio Communication Conferences that review and revise the radio regulations within the international framework for the use of spectrum and satellite orbits. So we have a very distinguished set of panelists. We have regulators, we have a representative from the industry, and I think we are going to have a very interesting discussion on how we can work together towards WRC-27 to ensure that we shape a regulatory framework that will be useful for NTN ecosystem to, let's say, flourish. So I will give 5 minutes to each panelist to introduce this topic from their point of view, So let's start with Gilles from the French frequency regulator. Gilles?
Thank you, Mario. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the Communication for Space and Technology Commission for their invitation. And because NTN and global connectivity is a very important issue, especially for a spectrum agency as the French Spectrum Agency, because we see the global spectrum from defense to civilian applications, from space to maritime and so on. So for us, NTN is the first close encounter between two key spectrum stakeholders, which are first the mobile network operators and the satellite constellation operators. Two very strong sectors are going to mitigate and find solutions to provide this connectivity. And France, and besides France, also most CEPT countries do support a stable framework for this NTN connectivity that should not go on in a very specific, very ad hoc situation like the 4.4 regulation in ITU, which is not adequate for something very efficient and very professional. So we support Agenda Point 1.13, and we are very keen to have a close look on these points. France is actually the third, I would say, library of filings in the world after USA and China. And we really want to find a good solution for constellations. But we need to be maybe more precise in what we talk about when we talk about NTN, because we have three kinds of NTN. We have the IMT direct-to-device that is using mobile spectrum for direct-to-device, just as SpaceX and T-Mobile, for instance, are planning to do. Then we have the MSS direct-to-device, which was exemplified by the Apple Global Star service that was issued with iPhone 14 using MSS spectrum. And then the third category is IoT direct-to-device. And we believe a lot in IoT direct-to-device because of the Argos experience, because of the Keynote startup in France with Eutelsat ELO. But as seen this morning with Aramco, there is a lot to be expected from connecting energy infrastructure for having all these things together, and there could be something interesting here in the 868 megahertz band. So in Europe, of course, IMT D2D is not necessarily the key target because there's a good terrestrial coverage. But in Europe, we use planes, we use maritime ships, and we also have overseas territories, as in France. It's very useful to have NTN solutions for French Polynesia, for instance, which is not necessarily a desert, but a very wide place with a very low population and lots of sea. We have also in the European Union a plan to reopen a call for tenders for the MSS 2 gigahertz. This will be open next year, and we're thinking about it. So it's a new start from MSS direct-to-device. And then, of course, in IoT, we see market perspective. So 3 compartments, probably a single set of regulation after 1.13 is achieved in WRC-27. But there's a big challenge here to have something stable, powerful, and effective in the long term for global coverage.
Thank you, Gilles. So now we pass from the European perspective to one of the developing countries. So let's hear from the South African regulator. Mothibai, what is your view regarding this issue?
Thank you very much, Maria, and good afternoon. Let me first acknowledge and thank the invitation to ICASA, to the CST, and His Excellency. I must say that we're talking about something that is very close to our heart, and as a regulator, we recognize the fact that we do have licensees that have already deployed networks on the terrestrial environment, and I think it's going to be important that as we look into the future, how do you then come out with regulation that balances those that have already put investments on the ground, and those that are bringing new innovation, obviously, through non-terrestrial networks. Now, what's going to be important, I think, even beyond WRC-27, is going to be the issue around the cost to conduct business. Because we know that, multiple applications and infrastructure requires a different approach when it comes to service offerings. Now, coming from South Africa, and I grew up in a village, I can attest that, providing connectivity in remote areas, both from a terrestrial or using fiber, or those that are still using copper, if any, it's not easy. Now, we take note that space, obviously non-terrestrial applications, will close that gap. But that gap is not something that is going to be done in isolation with other industries within the environment. I mean, I'm looking at the sector, especially in satellite. There are other auxiliary sectors, like in the mining industry or minerals. It's going to be important that in this journey, when we look at World Radio Conference discussion points, it's how do we pull in the energy sector, the mineral sector, so that in the long term, when we look at the value chain and elements that give rise to cost, how do we then manage that? So that value chain is going to be one of the biggest important issues to note. But most primarily, because, not just to say that Africa is the poorest, but we need to look at the poverty level, because whatever services that we're going to introduce, to what extent can I afford to access those services? And access requires knowledge. So the issue of capacity building, the outreach on who needs to be part of this new wave, it's what is going to be keeping us as regulators busy, so that as and when we permit those that are coming up with new services, we should take care of our citizens and the very same consumers, because at the end of the day, it's about how to protect the consumers. The role of us as regulators is obviously to encourage investments, but what is going to be much more important, it's a political will. Because when we deal with non-terrestrial, I mean, this is something that we're dealing with the world. We've seen it within the United Nations, within the ITU. If you come together in a collaborative manner, harmonizing your messaging, it's what is going to make life easy for a regulator like ICASA. So why I'm saying this, I'll bring humor into this. When you listen to music, the harmony that you hear, it's a beautiful sound. Use that analogy to say, if you bring nations together and you hum from the same hymn book, the best thing that will happen for us as regulators, we'll have less burdens in opening up doors for new development. So I think for us, even as a regulator, it's going to be some of the basic things that we'll use to encourage new investment. But as I said, is to find a balance from our regulatory framework of innovation through terrestrial and non-terrestrial. And for what my colleague has just said earlier on, I think in terms of the agenda, we embrace development, and we cannot shy away that the future requires not just a way of silos, but it's a collaborative future. I'll just give you that for now as my intro. But thank you very much, Mario. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Tariq, you are a regulator from this region, but you have also hosted the WRC-23. So you have a lot of knowledge and experience in WRC's processes. So how do you see our working together towards building a regulatory framework that will shine, let's say, at WRC-27?
Thank you very much, Mario. First of all, good afternoon all. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. It's my pleasure to be here, an honor to be here in this event and to share with you our information, knowledge about coming WRC-27 and, of course, the previous WRC-23. But before going that, this is the important issues we are talking about, non-terrestrial network. when we started the work here in TDRA, say in UAE, so when we gathered with my team talking about non-terrestrial network, so asked them what is it about? So they said anything, any services, any communication other than terrestrial. So space, maritime, other hubs, and that is important for us to work on it, to see it. As I'm going to talk about as ASMG also how we are looking through this non-terrestrial network and preparation for WRC-27. Since the ASMG been established in 2001, our aim that time is to coordinate with each other among 22 countries, Arab countries, for coordination between the different countries about the radio communication services and, of course, for best utilization of spectrum radio frequencies. And since that time, we have been achieved very big milestones. We are now having very advanced technologies in our countries, and you can see it there here. At least in UAE, for example, we have different wireless communication, not only mobile, we have satellite, we have different types of satellite, fixed satellite services, mobile satellite services. In Saudi Arabia also we do have many other services. Now they are doing also for hubs and other technologies, IoTs. Today just we saw it also another trial going on for direct-to-device. So, and these you can see it now in different countries in the region. And how we come up with that one, that is come up by working together as one team in Arab group, in ASMG. And especially we were targeting about WRC. WRC has set process in ITU, and that is always we are saying very good. But among regional group preparation, we are targeting to see which important agenda item that will be benefit for our countries. So for example, in the last WRCs, there were many agenda items talking toward terrestrial networks. But this WRC-27, which is coming, as today we are here, around 70 or more than 70% of agenda item, 14 to 15 out of 19 agenda item, all talking about non-terrestrial network, space or non-terrestrial network. And that is letting us to know how important it is for us as all countries that space services is very important. However, as a regulator also, in order to make success in this non-terrestrial network, from my point of view, we need to focus on 4 important things. One, spectrum management, and that is harmonization, and that has to come through working together all, especially in ITU working parties. And ASMG also focusing on that one, has different working group, putting a plan how to find a harmonized spectrum for non-terrestrial. The coexistence between terrestrial and non-terrestrial. This is a big challenge. And now we have to see how we manage to make this coexistence between those two, terrestrial and non-terrestrial, especially in the same frequency band. And that is required to have a good regulations. The third one, which today, in the previous session, we have seen, talked about the excessive use of the orbital. There is a congested and a lot of orbital slots, space, filing coming there. And we need to work together in order to control global standards for providing more filing orbital for the countries to access to those space science or space services. The fourth one, which is important also, talking about the unified licensing and regulatory approach. Harmonizing not only spectrum, licensing also, and letting us to having a good services for non-terrestrial network in the country. And of course, why we needed this whole non-terrestrial network? This will support the countries to provide services in different remote areas. Today we have heard that around 2.6 billion unconnected. So the best way now to provide that one, it is through this non-terrestrial network. In conclusion, I can say that WRC preparation for WRC-27 is very important this time. We need to work all together, and maybe one of the words that I hear just now is by collaboration between countries in order to achieve that one.
Thank you, Tariq. Now it's your turn, Jennifer. You also come from a very long experience, but in the industry this time, so you look at things from that point of view. Now you are more in the policy development aspect, so how would you be your point of view regarding this issue?
So, and thank you so much, Mario, and I want to thank the organizers and CNTC for inviting me today. I'm very pleased to be here, especially talking on an issue which, as those of you who know me, I'm quite passionate about. I've believed in a long time in non-terrestrial networks being an important part of our telecommunications ecosystem and the benefits that they can bring to people around the globe to really ensure anytime, anywhere communications. And I'd say it's an issue I started working on very early in the early 2000s, back when we were doing something called MSS ATC, for those of you who may remember that. But today I can actually use my iPhone. I meant to bring it up, and I can today. I'm not sure if Saudi Arabia has authorized it, but in the U.S. I can use my iPhone, and I can get access to Apple on my Apple iPhone and get access to Globalstar satellite and send an emergency message. I've also got Skylo's, one of the companies that's offering service through Inmarsat, EchoStar, and others, where you actually today can use an Android and other devices to start really getting the benefits of NTN. So this is very early days. But what this is being driven by, and I go back to what my former CEO, Hamid Akhavan, brought up this morning, was standards. And I think a really important part here is what's been mentioned by my fellow panelists, which is the working of the terrestrial industry and the satellite industry, or the non-terrestrial industry together. And we've seen such great work at 3GPP, first with release 17 and 18, including the MSS bands at LNS, and now we're starting to see work on the KA, KU, and other frequency bands. And I think bringing this all together is really going to bring an ecosystem that makes it commercially viable to have these services. It's not that these services weren't viable maybe even 20 years ago, it's that they weren't available in the device form that was important to use. So standards are important. Mario, I think, mentioned earlier the work that 4B, Working Party 4B is doing. That's critical. And that brings me to WARC. And I'm so excited by the number of satellite items and non-terrestrial items on the WRC agenda. It really makes me smile as a what you might call a space girl. It's something that I'm very excited for. And when we look to NTN, I really focus on 3 agenda items first. 112, which is focused on low data rate MSS. 114, which I have the honor of chairing, which is focused on conventional MSS, and of course 113, which is dealing with supplementary coverage for space. And I think if we want to have a vibrant mobile market for NTN, all of those agenda items are critical to look at and seriously consider where spectrum should be allocated. 113 is where I think most of the attention is going on, because that's seen as direct to device, that's working with the IMT terrestrial operators, and it's very important. And I'm very proud that the United States was a leader in this area with our supplementary coverage by space order. But I'm really happy to see that the international community is embracing this and looking at a way to harmonize the spectrum globally in a way that makes sense to enable this service, because I do think the operators around the world, whether it's SpaceX or Lynx or AST, or I'm sure I'm missing 12 others, it really is exciting, and it'll be interesting to see where they bring technology. I do not expect that we're going to limit it to just low-speed data and voice, but I expect it'll be, as more spectrum's made available, we'll be able to have more capabilities available to us too. And that's why I think you're also seeing NTN issues in other areas. You have 1.2, which is looking at making smaller devices available in the KU band. You've got more spectrum for eSIMs. You've got a lot of all of these things. Now, I would be neglectful if I didn't say when we look at this, we have to look at also ensuring that incumbents are protected. In the bands that are being looked at, there's a number of important services, scientific, commercial, and others. So I do think the studies that are going on are critical, and we must carefully go through those. I also want to touch on a couple of issues that people may not be thinking about, which is affecting NTN. We're talking about them generally, but not within the work process. And I'm going to start with agenda item 1.5. And for those of you who don't know, we call it the unauthorized services agenda item. And it was a very contentious issue, as Tariq knows, at the conference, which was the concern that satellite operators were coming into countries and providing service without authorization. This is an agenda item that I can tell you, after just finishing a month in Geneva, is moving fairly slowly and deliberatively. And I think the outcome of this on where it comes, and the view is that maybe the ITU should have a role in ensuring that satellite services aren't provided in countries where they're not authorized. I've always personally viewed this, and the U.S. views this as a domestic issue, but there's a number of countries who've raised this concern. And I really want to understand, as we go through these discussions, what is it that an ITU overlay of regulation brings? So I think we have a lot of discussions that still need to go on there. Of course, what we've all talked about today is space sustainability. I think of it more as space safety and management. This is a big issue. We've got the orbits, we've got the frequencies, and we've got physical space, which is its own huge issue. But I'm really excited that we're working together. I think that's one thing we've heard from all speakers, the importance of working together here. I want to say in the US, we've just stood up a new system called TRACS, which is tracking space data, and Rich Del Bello, who's the head of our Office of Space Commerce, is here, but he's tucked away in a space sustainability meeting, so certainly please talk to him about that. And we've been advancing with partner countries, the Artemis Accords, but we've also seen other important issues. Sitting next to me is my colleague from GSOA, who they've done some great work on best practices. Artiola was here earlier talking about, she's of course the leader in COPUOS, and we have the World Economic Forum members here too. So there's so many people who are working in this, and of course the work of the ITU on their handbook and the recent workshop. But when you think about this, I would really ask you to keep in mind that we have to find a balance here between innovation and regulation. And I want to say that really comes, I think, by the process we're working with all stakeholders. And I want to leave you with one thought before I give up the mic. I've always been an advocate, as I said, for an integrated satellite terrestrial world, but my vision 20 years ago is so different than it was. And I don't even know, when you ask me what 6G looks like, I don't know. I don't know if you know. So I want you to urge you, as you think through next steps in NTN, to make sure there's adequate spectrum resources so that those innovators have the spectrum they need to do that, because without spectrum, there's no service. But we also, as regulators, must be aware that we have to enable innovation. Therefore, we should look for approaches that don't impose artificial barriers. And I really do believe by taking such an approach that the sky will not be the limit, and NTN will be able to bring great things to people around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Before I pass on to Peng, just let me clarify that what you mentioned about providing services to countries where they are not authorized to, it's already in the radio regulations, and it's not allowed. So there is very little that we can do at the level of the regulatory framework. Then the members have to really enforce this regulation when this is not respected. But it's already in the rules, and it's already not allowed. So in order to provide services on a given territory, you have to have landing rights, you have to have license, you have to have authorization from the country concerned. So Peng, you are coming from the industry, but from the other side of the industry. So after many years as a terrestrial man, you have become now a spaceman in GSOA. So how do you see all this from the new perspective?
Thank you, spaceman. And I will remember that. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much to CST for hosting us here and for the invitation. And I feel really privileged to share this panel with all the policymakers and regulators, and to be here to represent the satellite industry. I think I'm representing GSOA, so the Global Satellite Operator Association. So we have about 70 members, global members. That is, and we try to provide the kind of unified voice for the satellite industry. As you know, the satellite industry has been going through enormous changes over the last few years. And one study we saw last year is that the number of people connected through satellites will double by end of 2030. That is probably bringing about 500 million people connected through the satellite. Yet that is probably bringing about 250 billion of socioeconomic benefits to the world. But that is not enough. I think we believe that the industry one industry is not enough, in isolation to achieve the full connectivity, full universal and inclusive connectivity. We believe the future lies in the convergence of terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks, and typically like satellites. And this future rely on a tightly integrated and multi-access network architecture. So while the terrestrial mobile already utilize a lot of the satellite backhauling, for example, to extend the coverage, we will now see things like the integrated device and satellite can natively access both satellites and alongside with the terrestrial network. So that can provide connectivity really to everybody and everywhere in the world. And realizing this NTN Vision definitely require cross-industry collaborations. And this collaboration is key. I think it is very important that we all contribute to the different platforms and the different international bodies, standardization body, as mentioned before, and working toward the same goal. So in this regard, earlier this year, GSOA, we signed a collaboration agreement with the ESA, European Space Agency, but also with GSMA, the Global Mobile Operator Association, to work on the advancement of the standardization, but also advocate for the policy that enable this rapid innovation cycle and the market growth. So this type of collaboration is really a testament of the industry working together to bridge the digital divide. But of course, when it comes to spectrum, that is definitely one of the biggest enabler of all those collaboration and the industry and any wireless industry. So access to sufficient spectrum is crucial to realize this convergent view and vision. And the WRC-27 has over 70 or 80% of the agenda item looking at spectrum for satellite services. And that will be crucial for the future of this NTN as well. So we already heard mentioning by Mario presentation earlier and also Jennifer just now that agenda item 113 is definitely one of the key agenda items that everybody's looking at. But also 1.12 and 1.14 looking at additional spectrum for MSS. That is also enabling NTN. But also there's many agenda items that is looking to allocate additional FSS bands for either making more efficient use of existing ones or additional FSS bands. That will also improve the capability and capacity of the satellite communication, and that will contribute also to the future of the NTN. So getting supportive spectrum policies and regulatory framework is definitely a must, and that will maximize the benefit of this converged world that we see. And through this kind of continuous cross-industry and policy collaboration, we can align spectrum and also standards, but also commercial strategies to unleash this full potential of the NTN and TN convergence. Thank you. That's my short introduction.
Thank you, Peng. So let's start the Q&A part of our session. So I have some questions that are already starting to come. I have some of my own, so I will mix them to make an interesting discussion, hopefully. So Jill, how do you see the role of the ITU and the Radio Communication Bureau in particular to ensure the success of the NTN?
Well, I think that the ITU has been very successful in managing the geostationary systems, and you've got the Bureau, you've got the RRB, everything works smoothly. But then with NTN, we expect from ITU that first you get rules, and that is the target of WRC-27. And there's already a firm basis for these rules, because in WRC-23 we've found a framework for HIBs, the high altitude IMT base stations, and that could be a sort of a draft for finding solutions for constellations and NTN. So first you should get rules, and then you should enforce these rules. And you should make sure that all the states are abiding to these rules, and that all the difficult points are being managed by decisions, by orientation given by the Bureau, by the RRB. So we expect ITU to have a firm action to enforce these rules, and that means that ITU should actually merge their experience with satellites and their experience with terrestrial networks, because this will go together. So for us, ITU is, will become the police of these systems, because there will be a number of issues to be solved, and we expect from a neutral view that you have in ITU for that. But first, you need rules, and we'll try to do the WRC-27 for that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay. So, Motiba, I've got here a very long question for you, but I think it's interesting, so I will be posing you this one. It says, given the increasing entry of LEO satellite providers like Starlink and OneWeb into the South African market, how does ICASA plan to balance fostering competition and innovation with ensuring fair spectrum allocation and protecting the interest of local operators, particularly in underserved areas?
Sure. Yeah, it's quite loaded. It's quite a loaded question. Yeah, I think maybe to start with, I'll start with the spectrum management, because it seems is the main central point. So it's going to be important, even from us as a regulator, as ICASA, that whilst we embrace competition and embrace new emerging technologies, it's the techniques that are going to be applied to make sure that not only protecting those that have already invested now, but it's how to accommodate this new kind of a platform. That's going to be very important. And secondly, the question that we still have to answer is, what problem are we solving? Because, when you talk about multiplicity of networks, there's navigations, there's maritime, and there's communications. So as a regulator, it's going to be important that in this collaboration that we're going to be engaging, and which I must say that I'm glad that as a country, led by our ministry in the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, we've got a working group that consists of all players that have got something to deal with on spectrum issues. So that actually takes care of us as a regulator to be very independent when it comes to allocation, because as we talk now, I think, Mario, you might hear that focus is on communication. But there are these other services that are provided by non-terrestrial networks. And what's going to be very important, even for us, I don't want to mention specific, potential applicants, it's how do we define NTN? Because, the definition of non-terrestrial networks is going to be very important even for me as ICASA, because we've seen that many regulators, we end up spending most of our time where there's a conflict because of how we define technology that is to be deployed. So our approach from the question that you've asked, as long as the service or the platform that we're going to permit for the underserved and those marginalized communities, the issue of cost and recognition of harmonization requires you to comply. I think it's something that as a regulator will embrace, and that will be the approach, I think, as ICASA, that whoever comes in, the problem statement clearly defined, we already have a model on how we work together, not just on communication, but on other sectors. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mario.
Thank you. Tariq, as you know, frequency harmonization is one of the priorities of the ITU. So we have two priorities in harmonization and standardization. in terms of spectrum and in terms of equipment. If we get both, then we'll get interoperability, we'll get global roaming, we'll get prices to be minimal, both of services and terminals. And you mentioned the harmonization also in your opening remarks. So this is more easily said than done. What strategies do you think that can be implemented to achieve global spectrum harmonization in the particular case of NTNs?
Well, thank you very much, Mario, for this question. Yes, when I said about harmonization, because this is our work as spectrum management, we're always looking for harmonization for spectrum. That will be easier for country, for the regulator, as a regulator, for the customer, for the vendors to have affordable devices and others. And ASMG also, always we are working to have harmonized spectrum in all agenda items. And of course, that is not easy. We saw it in WRCs many times. But before reaching to a WRC, how we have to work? We have to work through the ITU working parties, submitting paper there, contribution, and try to work together, discussing to each other, to have collaboration. And also before that, we have to work together internally. I can share with you one of the experience that we had made in the UAE. When we launched 5G services in the UAE in 2015, we established a committee, and that committee we brought everyone who's involved, all stakeholders, the regulator, operator, vendors, even public, to see and to discuss together to see what's the best way to launch 5G in the UAE. We developed a roadmap. We discussed all together what frequency band also we need to see it. There was three committees, one committee for spectrum, one committee for network, one committee for verticals. And by that, we managed and success to have really launching service 5G in UAE, one of the first countries in the world. And that also one of the things when we come to harmonization. In 2017, we had ASMG meeting in Jordan, and we discussed which frequency that we need to launch or to use for 5G. And as you know, that time was 3 gigahertz, 3.4 to 3.8. The 3.6 to 3.8 in this region, it's secondary. So we agreed together that we would like to use this for mobile as a primary between all 22 countries. And we managed to do that one and agreed. We got, then Arab group of some countries started launching 5G. And of course, we work also together to make this one also reflected in radio regulation. And that's what happened in last WRC. We worked together with different regional groups in the region 1 in order to have this band, 3.6 to 3.8, a harmonized mobile primary in this region. So what I'm saying that the way that we can work together in ITU and working parties, submitting contribution, together discussion, that is will reach to have harmonization.
Thank you, Derek. Jennifer, you said that you were thrilled with the amount of agenda items in the next conference that are dealing with the space. If you had a crystal ball now, what do you think are the issues about NTN that will come up to future WRCs?
So, that's a risky one. Thank you for the question. I think space sustainability will move over in some form, safe space, to questions at the next WRC. It's just my feeling in the room. I don't know if that's the right thing. I think we'll have to narrow it down to an area to make sure that it's within the jurisdiction of the ITU, dealing with frequencies and orbit. So I think that one we'll see. I continue to believe that there's going to need to be, so I'll go out on a limb here. I think the way we manage spectrum is going to change in the future. I think supplementary coverage by space is certainly pushing that. And I don't know if I thought it would be on this agenda, but it wasn't, that there would be an agenda item that starts to look at more ways to share between the services and starting to move away from these hard services, a fixed service, fixed satellite service, mobile satellite service. And I don't know quite what that agenda item looks like, but I do think that's where we're heading over the long term, especially with the development of AI, cognitive radios, devices that are able to do these things. So I think that's something we're going to see more and more. And I do think the supplementary coverage by space is the first step in that regard, and I would expect we'll see another step at the next conference.
Thank you. Thank you. So Peng, I have a question here from the audience that I think it's good for you. It says, what are the main challenges faced by the telecommunication industry in integrating mobile data services with satellite networks, and how can these challenges be overcome to achieve sustainable and cost-effective global coverage?
Yeah, thank you. So if I understand the question correctly, is that how do we integrate satellite and mobile? So I guess the satellite industry is at a kind of a crossroad, more or less like when the 2G and 3G era of the mobile as well. It's like we have many operators who have very specific proprietary system that is not really easy to share and to create the economic, scale of economies of scale that mobile has today. But however, with the existing work that has been mentioned at the 3GPP, the standardization, for example, the release 17 and 18, and etc., that will standardize the interoperability and also the devices. For example, one devices for any kind of operators or any kind of handset can access the different operator who implement such kind of device, such kind of standards. So already on that perspective, it will be easier for the integration. But of course, NTN also look at the kind of the core network as well. So for example, many mobile operators are using already, NTN through the kind of for their backhaul and for their core network, so that the data can flow seamlessly between the satellite system and the mobile system, so for them it's easier to manage the network, assuring the quality of service and et cetera, et cetera. So I think it is taking step towards this convergence, and we believe that standardization is of course the key part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Jill, coming back to you. You know that the more operators we have, the more complex is the coordination among them, the coordination in the ITU sense. So do you foresee many more operators coming into the NTN area, and how do you foresee their coordination efforts?
Yeah, well, thank you, Mario. For the time being, we have about 3 projects around, for the space tier. We have 2 Americans, probably 1 Chinese. That's not enough. We should get more operators in the space for NTN, and there's probably space and spectrum for this, because if you're using, for instance, IMT direct-to-device, well, you don't need so many satellites in the constellation, because the terminal is not able to actually to select the satellite if it sees too many satellites. The terminal is not a SpaceX blade with active antenna capable of targeting one only satellite. So the constellation don't need to be 1,000, 3,000 satellites around. So there's space for extra constellations to provide this, and we think that a score or half a score of constellation could be proposed in the longer term to provide several solutions. And of course, coordination will not be that easy, because there will be coordination between the constellation, and that's mostly an ITU topic, but there must be coordination between the operators, the terrestrial operators, and because we'll have EPFD limits and so on, just to make sure that a country has its own service if the country wants to have the service, but the country which is at the border doesn't want the service and doesn't have the service and doesn't have harmful interference. So there's a need to get also coordination between the terrestrial actors, the operators, to make sure that they have what they want and what they've selected. And of course, just imagine what happens in a place like Europe, where you've got so many small countries and so many borders more or less intricated. So there will be a specific topic about coordinating the countries on the ground with operators to provide these NTN services. Because it's not as easy as in the States to provide, for instance, a block of frequencies across Europe. Europe is not a federation, and it's very difficult for a European country to freeze a block of spectrum just for the space if you're a network operator, because you've paid a high price for that, and it's a very hard decision to actually take away a block of frequency just for the space, just for the the rare blank spaces in Europe, so you don't get revenues from that. So a number of countries won't give away their band just for this extra solution. Some of them have a huge coverage, so they don't need that extra coverage. So there will be, of course, lots of negotiations, for instance, between France and Luxembourg, because maybe Luxembourg won't need that, but France might need it. We shouldn't be jamming Luxembourg with our space service. So yes, there will be a big agenda for terrestrial operators for coordination also.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's interesting. So, Motibai, I have another question from the audience that I think it's good for you. It says, what are the investment priorities for NTNs, and how can public-private partnerships accelerate their adoption? It's for you. Yeah. Motibai.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I think
I know you are working on private-public partnerships in South Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the benefits, obviously, I mean, when you look at the incentives, it's more about establishing an R&D, thesis in terms of focus, and the number of SMMEs, because remember, when you look at these NTNs, it's the question of to what extent are we going to unearth new talent and making sure that we strengthen our SMME sector. And something that is going to be important in this PPP is unearthing women as well. People with disability or persons with disability and the youth. If I look in the audience, the question is for NTN, the youth needs to take over from us as we're talking about WRC agenda as well, because we need to pass the baton. So in my view, as a regulator, I think the issue around a PPP model is what we'll embrace, because it brings not just about partnership from a technology point of view, but it's recognition of even our local empowerment requirements. Because when it comes to partnerships, I've said earlier on that when you do collaboration, there are a number of other entities, academia, from training point of view, because what we are being trained, we need to make sure that there's continuation from a curriculum so that we don't design and have futuristic thinking on things that are not even supported from academia. So it's going to be an important journey in that process. Now, the Africa agenda, because we work with R2, with SADC, we as South Africa, with this collaborative model, it's now to see when you have investors coming into the continent, to what extent then do we partner with the locals? I indicated earlier on that there are other sectors that have got a huge contribution towards what we're discussing, even for the WRC-27 and beyond. Because from a minerals point of view, I'm still of the view that we have not tapped the auxiliary sectors. And it's going to be important that even for the PPP, the consumers of what we are planning for the future needs to be part of the audience. Because, it's becoming quite clearer that regulators, this is what we observe. Most of the private sector policy, we talk to ourselves. Now, the question is, we need to be careful that we shouldn't design the future without listening to the consumer of what they want. Mm-hmm. So this is how, as a regulator, we need now to find an innovative way of finding a balance between what we think needs to be done for the future, but balancing with reality, because the consumer out there is always saying to us as regulators, we embrace technology, we embrace new things, but please make sure that I don't pay more than what I'm paying now because I am poor. So the Africa agenda with South Africa, it's a question of saying we embrace PPP. It's something that needs to happen. We're not working in isolation. It's a collaborative world, but the consumer is going to be somebody central to what we are discussing for WRC-27 and beyond. That will be my response for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Our time is up, but I would like to use a couple of minutes to give a chance also to the other three panelists. Tariq, on the same line, what approaches can regulators take to encourage innovation and accelerate the deployment of NTN technologies?
Well, as I said at the beginning of my speech, that by collaboration. This is the most important thing. In order to make successful of this non-terrestrial network, coexist also with the terrestrial network, required to have work together. We have many examples happen here in this region, and as I mentioned in UAE and other countries in Arab region, by collaboration, together all, we managed to have this, any new technologies, advanced technologies, bring it to our countries. So for non-terrestrial network, and very short, in order to be successful also in this region, and any other country also, collaboration with all stakeholders. When I mean stakeholders, again, regulators, operators, vendors, international organization, and also we have to hear from the public. So what we need also to know what the public need, what they required. And of course, the young generation is very important. So this is what we have to work together in order to have innovative technologies in our countries.
Thank you. Jennifer, do you think that these NTN technologies that are coming into the WRCs, as you said, are going to change the process somehow, or it's going to be the same process as usual with a different topic?
I do think it's going to change the process. I think that a couple of the other things, we have the studies going on in EPFD limits and the FSS bands. I think we're all moving to something, as I said, where I think there's going to be less of a distinction between services, if we can do it. I mean, we have to remember we have important incumbent services, you know, national security services, radio astronomy, scientific services. We just closed the COPE, just closed, you know. So I think that's going to keep putting tension on it.
Thank you. So Peng, we finish with you, and I have a question that I'm sure everybody is thinking about it. When we talk about direct-to-device, we've seen that there are two trends or two possibilities. Using the usual phones that we have and then using the terrestrial frequencies, let's say after WRC-27 has decided upon them, or using the MSS frequencies, for which we would need a more sophisticated phone, but we don't need any regulatory change. So which one of those are the industry leaning towards, if there is a preference for the industry?
No, thank you, Mario. And a very excellent question. But I think at this point, I mean, we as a industry association, we looking at both variants with a kind of equal favor. I mean, we're just excited by the opportunity both variants will bring. And certainly within our membership, we have operators who operate in one model or the other, and we also have members who look at both at the same time and monitoring closely the kind of the development of that. So I think we really at early days of this both kind of technology. The kind of device ecosystem will mature, but also the kind of the business model will have to mature as well. And in the kind of coming years, we will see those kind of the both model develop further, and we certainly don't want to preclude one or the other at this point from the industry perspective. We're just really excited by all the opportunities that can bring. And finally, I think people think that two variant may be kind of competitive. Who knows? I mean, I think the market segment may be quite different, and there may be less overlap than people think. maybe one variant might address mostly, kind of additional coverage for mobile operator, and the other may just looking at the kind of always-on capabilities as well. So, and they may address very two different extremity of the affordability range as well. So I think time will tell, and at this point, the industry, satellite industry, just really excited about both. Thank you.
Thank you. So you wanted to just say a very short thing, to end?
Yeah, thanks, Mario. Yeah, I just wanted to raise just one important thing, that whilst looking for the future, for South Africa, we have square kilometer array. So I think the issue of recognizing and respecting those quiet zones, it's going to be an important aspect in this new journey, because, from an astronomy point of view, we've got a community that is looking at how best they can participate. So the collaboration requires us to be mindful about those kind. I thought it's a very important project to mention, because we're talking space issues. And as I said, the definition of NTN will require us to look at how we take care of those quiet zones areas. Yep. Thanks, Mario.
Yeah, that's an important point, and that's in the agenda of WRC-27. So we ran out of time a while ago. I think it's most interesting. I would like to thank the panelists for a great discussion, and please join me in thanking them with a round of applause for them.
So yes, thank you so much to our panelists, and Mario, thank you very much to you as well. I know we've kept you very busy this morning, so really do appreciate your participation as well. So thank you very much to Mario and to all of our panelists. So we're now going to be moving on to the first of our tech demonstrations that are going to be taking place over the next 2 days. As I mentioned before, we have 3 technical demonstrations running upstairs in the mezzanine area. And we're going to be having some discussions today and tomorrow, both from these 3 demonstrations, but also from others, talking about demos of different NTN technologies, different ways that NTN is connecting communities. So as I mentioned, one of the tech demos that we have running here is the first ever live demonstration of direct-to-device connectivity in the MENA region. So can I start maybe by asking for a show of hands? Who's been up so far to see the demonstrations that's running up there? We have a few. So those of you here, those of you who raised your hands, you're the lucky ones. You're amongst the first in this region to see direct-to-device connectivity in action. So yes. But for those of you who haven't, you really need to. And if I'm not enough to persuade you, hopefully our next speakers will be. Because we're delighted now to have representatives from Viasat, who are running that demonstration with us now, who are going to be talking more about their seamless direct-to-device connectivity solution. So if I could please invite Farhad Al-Ghamdi from CST, who's moderating this session, and Zina Mokodem and Barney Atkinson to please come and join us here on stage.
Welcome to this exciting session of Connecting the World from the Skies. Today we're diving into the connectivity of shaping the future of direct-to-device connectivity as well. And I'm honored to introduce our panelists here, Vice President Ms. Zina Mokodem, Vice President of Regulatory and Affairs, and Barnaby Atkinson, Head of Enterprise at Viasat, and together they'll share insights into Viasat journey, its impact on connectivity, as well as its exciting demonstration for the first time here in the kingdom. So let's start, Zina, with the broad perspective. Tell us more about Viasat and its role in the global communication industry.
شكرا والسلام عليكم. Thank you, Fahad. Thank you so much. I wanted to start by saying a big thanks to our hosts, in particular His Excellency Dr. El-Tamimi, as well as the whole CST team, to be honest. A huge effort has gone into it, and I'm really honored to be part of it, as well as the company. This is the second time we participate. So who is Viasat? We are a global communications company. Now, probably you know, we have been in this industry for many years now. Just in terms of customers, for markets like aviation, government sectors, these are customers that demand, and I say demand, I don't say need or ask, they really demand reliability, resilience, redundancy, global coverage, and most importantly, cybersecurity as well. They come to us because we offer these services end-to-end in a managed form and in a one-stop shop. We have a long-standing history in connecting customers wherever they are working, wherever they are living, wherever they are traveling, and we are traveling quite a bit these days. We also are proud offerers and providers of safety services. In fact, we've been doing it for so many years, starting with our backbone, global mobile distress safety services, GMDSS, as well as for aviation purposes, flight deck communications. We have it, in fact, on over 12,000 aircraft, our AMS-RS, as well as our emergency services in satellite phones. Just before I conclude as well, a major development that has happened over the years. In May 2023, Viasat completed the acquisition of Inmarsat, and with that, we have had a combination of teams, technologies, resources that brought two companies together, that brought as well scale and scope to the offer of services that we can provide to our customers. And we are doing quite a lot of these as well using our globally licensed L-band services. Thank you. I'll stop there. Thanks, Fahad.
Thank you, Zainab, for the comprehensive overview, and remarkable to hear how Viasat have played a major role in the connectivity in the global communication sector. And speaking of that, let's dig deep a little bit, directing the direct-to-device. And it's for you, Barnaby. Viasat has been at front for a direct-to-device ecosystem. Can you walk us through it? Viasat journeys in this space and the advancement made so far.
For sure. Just to reiterate Zainab's thanks to everyone for inviting us here. It seems like a long journey for us. For 3 or 4 years now, we've been testing mobile handsets with our satellite services. They have been working very closely with the chipset manufacturers. And we've got to the state today where we're doing demonstrations. We are now the first direct-to-device provider that offers a global solution. We turned up on Tuesday, we switched to Beam on Monday, and we turned the phone on Wednesday, and it worked. And that probably represents what our consumers should expect as well. But to get there, we've got to manage quite a large ecosystem, and that ecosystem is mobile network operators, OEMs, chipset manufacturers, and vertical solution providers in various markets, automotive, IoT, to bring this all together. And what we have found is that there is huge interest in the market at all levels in this technology and in the use cases and the problems it can solve.
Well, thank you, Barnaby, for that. And clearly, Viasat has taken a leadership role in this direct-to-device ecosystem. And speaking of innovation, Zainab, could you share more about the direct-to-device demonstration that has been conducted in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you. Thanks, Fahad. It's truly, truly exciting. So thanks again for the opportunity. We were able earlier today, I think many of you were there, and thanks, Dan, for the show of hands. I would have liked to see more, but we still have 2 more days, so please do come. It's the first time we have demonstrated direct-to-device messaging, two-way messaging, and SOS messages between a mobile phone and a satellite here in Saudi Arabia, here in the Kingdom, but I think also here in the MENA region. We would like to do more, so please stay tuned. But on the issue of what actually happened, it was really a demonstration that uses a commercial Android smartphone. This is one that utilizes and is enabled with NTN non-terrestrial network connectivity. In this case, Release 17, that has also the bullet over-the-top messaging app. So you need to have that. But again, please do come to check it out. But this is one that has used 2 of our satellites over the kingdom, has that capability, and it's truly transformative. So it's really exciting. And again, thanks, but please do come. I'll leave it at that. I think if you see it, you'll like it more than I do. Share it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Zaina. Thank you, Vaisat, for giving the opportunity for such thing to happen, first in the MENA region and then the kingdom here. And based on these advancements, Barnaby, what are the primary use cases you could envision for the direct-to-device connectivity?
Yes, for sure. So let's just start by kind of defining direct-to-device, because it's quite a broad covering. We split them down into 3 real areas. The first one's consumer, so consumer devices, and that's part of what the demonstration is today. The next one is the automotive and transport arenas, and the third is industrial IoT. And on the basis that 15% of the globe is covered by cellular, the rest doesn't, and the world's becoming far more digitalized, so everything is needed to be connected, measured, monitored, and communicated with. So within the consumer offering, which you'll probably see a lot today, we're looking at essentially messaging services to start off with. We're looking at the positioning, sending social messages, and SOS. In the automotive side of things, we're looking at predictive maintenance, telemetry, e-call, positioning. And then if you're looking, extending that into the farm to fork, as far as multimodal supply chain. And then in the industrial IoT is quite broad. If it can be connected, it will be connected. And we are looking at agriculture, so measuring soil moisture, measuring and gases and things like that come from certain vegetables in storage, to irrigation, switching it on and off. In the utilities market, oil, gas, electricity, water, meter reading, monitoring of pipelines, monitoring of pressure gauges, all of those things in the middle of nowhere. Mining as well, is from a safety perspective and movement. That's piezometers, measuring pressure. Then you look at rail and rail safety, trackside. The use cases go on, and these are just the use cases which we've identified today. The whole principle is that this is a snowball that's, excuse the pun, being in the desert, but a snowball that gradually builds and builds, and the momentum that will be driven with the innovation in the world from all manners of different use cases that I've never even heard of or even thought of. There'll be far more out there.
Oh, thank you, Barnaby. That's quite a large landscape for the type of applications that Viasat has gone through, from IoT to mobile connectivity to defense. That's really transformative. And speaking of successful of the completion of this demonstration here in the kingdom, in your opinion, Zaina, what's the next step for Viasat in the kingdom?
Shukran, Fahd. So obviously, it's a big opportunity. The market is looking at it from all sorts of different angles. We are showcasing, and we did today as well, which is really great. But what's really amazing, and this is something that, again, I'm really excited about, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been a leading nation when it comes to technology and innovation. We've seen it under the leadership of His Excellency Minister Al-Swaha, as well as His Excellency Dr. Al-Tamimi, in a sort of growing scale, as well as part of Saudi Vision 2030. Now, we've done the demo today. We are ready. We would like really to build momentum going forward. And this is one where, with this showcase, that it works, it happens. We would like to continue to work with the ecosystem because it still needs further development, and we will look forward to work with partners in Saudi as well going forward, as well as, of course, the government and the regulator. But thank you, Fahd.
Well, thank you, Zaina. That looks like a bright future for both of us, and in terms of the collaboration that we could have with Viasat, in terms of different aspects, direct-to-device or others. And Going on that momentum, Barnaby, how do you think this direct-to-device connectivity could benefit the customers?
For sure. I mean, if we define customers to us as, firstly, we have the mobile operators, the vertical solution providers, the networks. The benefits for them is that opening up areas and services which they wouldn't have been able to offer before, and we are enabling them to do that. But from a end user's perspective, on the consumer side, there is the ability to stay connected, the safety aspect of that. But when it comes to actually having a handset, if you've got one of the new handsets which will be coming through, if you don't have one today, when you upgrade your phone, chances are they'll be there. In theory, you'll switch it on, you'll buy a plan from your mobile network operator if they haven't already added it in, and you'll be able to use the service as and when you wish. From an automotive perspective, it allows car manufacturers to offer a much better proposition to their end customers. That's better predictive maintenance, preventing issues from happening at the most inconvenient time, safety aspects, positioning, and other mechanisms within that side of things. And in the IoT space, well, it varies from country to country and around the world, but the cost to human involvement in anything not only complicates things, but it adds a significant cost. So if you're able to connect things up in areas where you would normally be sending humans, you are saving a significant amount of money. You're providing much more accurate data without any transcription errors that humans provide. You're becoming more efficient, and you're creating faster decisions within your industry. And with that, you're either saving lives, greater productivity, helping the environment, and solving other challenges which are really important to everybody in this room.
Thank you, Barnaby. I believe you have touched a very important aspect in terms of this enhancing the safety of the connectivities elsewhere where there is no coverage and in certain areas. And considering these benefits, Zaina, what do you think the governments and the regulators' role should be playing in adopting such new technology, especially the direct-to-device?
Thank you, Fahad. So D2D presents, at least the way I see it, I think the market as well sees it, it's a huge, large and compelling market opportunity, but that's for the satellite industry. Now, where does the government sit? Where does the regulator sit? I believe it's a huge role that they can contribute to. And I see it in threefold, to be honest. One would be, of course, they could be customers, right? So these are entities that will be also users of that technology. And we need to be mindful of all of the different angles that they want to address. And we are indeed exploring potential solutions on that front. Number two, and truly a very important one, close to my heart, this being a regulatory one. You say, what's the role of a government or a regulator? But that's exactly it, really. We want to make sure that there is suitable regulation for that purpose. And on that front, we've seen earlier today a couple of discussions on what is the technology, how is it done, and how it's treated. And we have the privilege of having many regulators with us today. So again, a great forum to address that point. But there are two different approaches being discussed today in the industry. One is to use terrestrial cellular frequencies to deliver satellite D2D. The other being augmenting terrestrial connectivity to deliver D2D, but without using terrestrial spectrum. And that is using satellite spectrum. And I'm glad to see many of my friends and colleagues here where we collaborate on that front. But we believe that the second option is a suitable one in the way that we are offering MNOs the opportunity not to use scarce and hard-fought terrestrial spectrum to use satellite D2D. In fact, you can do it by collaborating with MNOs, satellite operators and MNOs, by using existing licensed and allocated satellite spectrum for D2D purposes. And that's the approach that we would advocate for. Now, again, this is where the role of the regulator comes in to play that part at the national level. Now, the third, and again, it's not the last, but there is a big role of enabling. And I think Barnaby, my colleague, as well mentioned it. You need governments to be behind it. You need governments to pick up the pace as well to make it happen. Customers are asking for it. How do you provide it? We have chosen, and there was a discussion earlier today and some interventions on the need for open standards, right? And this is something that is currently happening. We know that there are companies that are advocating a proprietary approach. We believe in open standards. We believe and are confident that that's the right approach to take. And we have, within that spirit as well, been founding members of the Mobile Satellite Services Association. That is a non-profit industry association that is looking for scope and choice, utilizing L-band and S-band to provide D2D device connectivity as well to customers. And this is where we see really the role of governments and regulators to make that happen in the best way possible for users. And we are looking forward to work with governments and regulators in the region and in Saudi, of course, to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Zaina. Thank you, Barnaby, for this insightful talk about Viasat and their future direct-to-device connectivity. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
And let's also say a big thank you to Farhad for leading that discussion. Farhad, thank you very much as well. Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, as I said, and as the guys have said as well, please do make sure you go and check out that demo, along with the other technology demos happening up on the mezzanine level. So we're going to move straight now into our next panel, and we're going to be continuing the focus on direct-to-device and dive in more depth into what needs to be done to unlock the potential of this exciting new technology. So if I could please invite our moderator and panelists up to join me on stage. That's Abdullah Al-Jahani, Philip Marnick, Luciana Camargos, Greg Ewert, Lauren Dreyer, and Guy Christensen to please join us here on stage. And whilst our panel is coming up, a reminder to you all once again, please do add your questions, your comments for our panel. They will be brought into the discussion later on. For those of you here in the room, the QR code just on the right of your screen, if you scan that, that will enable you to add your question. And for everybody watching online, you can use the question area on the right-hand side of your screen to add the questions. I know we did have a lot of questions in that last session, and we managed to get through to a few of them, so please keep those coming in, and I'm sure Abdullah is going to bring in some of those for our panelists later on. But I can see we have our panel here, so my honor now to pass over to Abdullah Al-Jahani, who's going to be moderating this session. Abdullah, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my absolute pleasure to host this panel, which is, I think it is the main theme of this event. And I guess we have a critical intersection of different expertise within this domain, starting from policymakers, industrial experts, as well as the technology makers as well. So before jumping into the panel themes, I'd like to utilize this opportunity to introduce our company. So our company is a new space company. It's a wholly owned PIF company that's been established recently with a bold vision to be the national champion for space activities within the kingdom, and aspiration as well to be a future leader for satellite industry as well. So before diving into the core theme of our session, I'd like to invite our speakers to introduce themselves and their organization, starting with Philippe. So Philippe.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much to Thank you very much to CST for hosting this phenomenal event, discussing what's probably the most interesting new developments in telecoms for quite a while. Space. Thank you. I'm Philip, by the way. I'm the head of the regulator from Bahrain, and we're one of the places where we like to encourage innovation, Innovation is not something regulators do something about, but we facilitate, we help, we encourage. And like everyone else, we've got sandboxes, and we welcome you to come along, test, trial, and do your new things. Thank you.
Yeah, Luciana, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Luciana Camargos. I'm the head of Spectrum at the GSMA. A huge thank you to CST for this invite. This is my second time in Riyadh, and it was a long time coming, so it's very special to be here. For us, at this present, I completely agree with Philip, this presents a huge advance, a huge opportunity. As an engineer, it is very exciting that we're able to connect satellite to phones. We just need to make it happen now, and we're very excited about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Luciana. Greg?
Hi, everyone. Greg Ewart. I'm representing Stratospheric Platforms, SPL. Also want to thank everyone for the hospitality in this great event. Happy to hear it's going to continue on in the next couple of years. Great news this morning. You know, as we talked about this morning, I think end-to-end, generally speaking, is the next frontier of what we're talking about here, to connect the unconnected. As we go through this panel today, I'm going to be excited to talk about the stratosphere, where we see us playing within that ecostructure, how we're working in spectrum, and also how we're working on the technology with the MNOs. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Lauren Dreyer, Vice President at SpaceX, leading the global expansion of Starlink broadband. When I joined SpaceX 18 years ago, we were a small team with a big mission to make life multiplanetary. We're now over 15,000 brilliant minds pushing the bounds of what's possible in space exploration and global connectivity. We're launching Falcon 9 and Starship and landing them. Starship being the largest, most powerful launch vehicle ever developed. And we offer two types of connectivity from the skies. Starlink broadband, which is like internet from space. So thousands of Starlink satellites operating in low Earth orbit, providing high-speed, low-latency connectivity anywhere you have a clear view of the sky and a Starlink user terminal. And then direct to cell, which we work with cellular providers. It's like cell phone towers in space. We work with our partner cellular providers to connect their existing LTE phones to our specialized constellation of direct-to-cell satellites, eliminating dead zones with no modifications to the phones or special apps required. It's an honor to be here today to share my perspective as well as to learn from others.
Hi, my name's Guy Christensen. I'm the satellite regulatory focal at Apple. I started with Apple about 4 years ago, and the main job I had was getting the regulatory structure ready for emergency SOS via satellite, which we now operate in 17 countries. So excited about this opportunity. Apple's we're not a satellite company. Some of you might be familiar with us. But we're really excited with all the opportunities for direct-to-device because we think it could bring some tremendous benefits. We've already seen it with the MSS-based offering we're doing, and we think direct-to-device could really transform the experience for the end users. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's start from the most fundamental block when it comes to this ecosystem, which is having clear regulatory framework. So starting with Philippe. So Philippe, how can we assure that our regulatory framework can make this technology happen?
I think one of the things for all of us is no matter where we go now, we want to be connected. We can't possibly live in a world where you can go places where you're not connected because that's the way things are. And I think, as we heard on the previous panel, there's ITU discussion taking place, people trying to reinvent because new technologies come along. I live in a world of technology neutrality. We shouldn't really think anymore about this technology does this problem, this technology does this problem. It's actually how do you deliver economically for people wherever they happen to be, and how do we have competitive technologies? For an awful long time since satellites have been around, we've already had MSS. And as you've seen from the demonstration we had on the screen before, we have a framework in place in most places that actually enables those sort of things to be deployed. Yes, there's tweaks to be made at the edges, there's ways to be done, The emergency SMS services are there, and people are talking country to country to try and get these things in. But actually, there's a framework for satellites to be able to come along, provide a service across the top of things, and then for devices to be able to use it. What we're looking in the new device-to-device world is actually how do we extend that? How do we make this in a thing that your normal mobile phone not only can just do emergency or small messaging type capabilities, can actually do the sort of things your phone needs to do. And the question we need to ask ourselves then is how do we use the spectrum that's available today for the terrestrial networks in a way that it can be used to enable these applications to work, which is what the WRC is doing. So we've got two ways. The MSS way, which has more dedicated spectrum that's been used for this for a long time. Antennas already exist. It's in most devices. You can use it in some ways. But you then go into the wider bandwidth stuff of how to do that. And I think one of the challenges we face here is actually making sure we don't go round reinventing the wheel because it's a new bit of technology. There are methodologies that people have used to be able to use this. For example, on our borders today, we have rules that say, how do we know when my country ends and someone else's begins? How do I make sure the radio waves don't cause interference to my neighbor? So I can license users in one country, Saudi here can license users in another country, and enable these things to work. And we've got rules that have that. We've got PDF limits that sit on our borders that do these things. When we look at new technologies that come along, as was said, we're now looking at how you use the same bit of spectrum from space. How do we make sure, therefore, that we can use the same set of rules to make those sort of things work? How do we make sure that when we're thinking about it, we're actually thinking about how do we use the framework and the technology to do it? And that's one of the challenges. If you live in this part of the world, we get lifts quite often. And lifts mean actually the radio waves go a lot further than you think, and you get interference from lots of areas. And again, this is why we need to make sure that what we're looking at today is actually looking at things that work here, can work in a way that actually makes sense, and actually use a similar set of rules. I think the other thing for us as we go forward on the framework is we will get it wrong. Technology is new. It will come along and it will promise something, and actually it will start doing something else. So one of the most important things for us, first of all, is actually testing, trialing, sandboxing, playing, see how things work, seeing if there's anything you need to tweak, and then make sure your own national rules fit the environment you're in to make it doing it. And I think we should all come from technology neutral approach, look and see how you can make things work, how do we exploit it, and how do we get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I mean, a follow-up question to this, Philip, which is, do you think that we need to have a global regulatory harmonization within countries?
I think it's quite interesting, and I listened to the previous panel where people were talking about global harmonization. Global harmonization is useful. However, the mobile industry itself has worked for many years on non-global harmonized bands. The global harmonization exists actually at a regional level, and then different bands in different regions in slightly different ways. And devices themselves have been the instrument to enable you to do it. And as long as we're in a reasonable range, the device can handle it. Satellite systems have also worked in a world where actually they've not had global harmonization. You've had some satellite frequencies in region 1, slightly different satellite frequencies in region 2. So we've lived in a world where actually for a long time, different types of frequencies were used. We have to be careful that we don't try and make a way of going for a global harmonized way that might actually take us a long time to get there. It's an ideal thing to go for, but actually the more we can harmonize, the better it is. But actually working with what we've got in the way we've done for quite a long time in the ITU is a way of actually making some of these things work quickly, then tweaking and then moving. So for me, I think global harmonization is ideal, but actually we've worked in a world where both mobile and satellite and lots of other services have not been globally harmonized. They've been regionally harmonized, and I think that ways around have been found to make that work. So I think there's a combination of both ideal, but actually build on what you've got today.
Yeah. So I've seen Luciana's quite noting. So do you think that we need to have a global harmonization GSMA can be pivotal players to achieve or to converge towards global harmonization?
I completely agree with Philip. Global harmonization for every service is ideal. It is incredibly hard to achieve. The reason for that is because different regions have different needs. The incumbent services are different. The pressures in different regions are different. So I don't think it's absolutely necessary. Would it be great? Yes. Is it likely? No, it's very unlikely. And we do have actually some globally harmonized MSS bands already in place that can be used for that. But I think that discussion can detract from the main discussion, which is how to make that service possible, how to make the regulations in place, and how to evolve, how to make the most of the technology.
Yeah. So what's the key spectrum challenges that you see when it comes to the proponents when we talk MSS versus reusing the IMT? What are those main challenges that GSMA is trying to solve at the moment?
So for us, for the GSMA, for the mobile operators, is the coexistence with the terrestrial networks on the ground. The terrestrial networks today serve more than 4 billion people. It's a large percentage of the world population. We would like to be serving even more. That's a different discussion. So no one wants to interfere with those networks. No one wants to make sure that those happen, that these networks would be interfered with. I think that's something that we can all agree. Both proponents of D2D using MSS spectrum and proponents of D2D using IMT spectrum, we see coexistence challenges. Maybe in band, maybe adjacent band, maybe in the same maybe in the same area, maybe in adjacent areas. So for us, the most important thing is to ensure the coexistence with the terrestrial network so they can actually integrate.
Okay, thank you. So we kind of discussed the regulatory and spectrum-related stuff. So, I mean, now we'd like to discuss one of the most important aspects of the technology, which is the commercial viability. And we have two panelists from two big players within this ecosystem, Apple and Starlink. So let's start with Loreen from Starlink. So how can we achieve mass adoption of this technology, given that you're already planning or you've already started doing the services?
So it's an interesting question. Thank you. You know, as we heard in the opening session, 33% of the world remains unconnected to the internet. 90% of the world of the population may have cellular coverage, but the percentage of landmass is much less. And so closing those gaps and increasing the pace at which we do so requires a variety of commercial models along with a variety of technologies, including hybrid and direct-to-device. Our two systems, Starlink Broadband and Direct-to-Cell, have global coverage today. One of the reasons I focus on global expansion is to increase the utilization around the world, to increase then the cost effectiveness, to connect more people and to do more good. On the Starlink broadband side, we started with a direct-to-consumer e-commerce business model. We've since expanded to include retailers, enterprise directly, along with resellers to enterprise, and also serving governments and NGOs. We're now over 4 million subscribers in 110 countries on all continents. And I think it's important to realize, too, the number of users is actually much higher because a single Starlink user terminal can connect either a household, a school, passengers on an airplane, or in the case of hybrid connectivity, cellular backhaul, a whole community. So as an example, one of our customers, Africa Mobile Networks, is using Starlink Broadband as backhaul for 100 towers in rural Nigeria. These communities went from no connectivity, no cellular coverage overnight, to base stations transmitting 25,000 voice minutes per day, which means farmers can check market prices, businesses can expand beyond their own communities, doctors can consult with other doctors. And so I think that's all important from a user adoption perspective and the commercial models and expanding that. On the direct-to-cell side, this is newer technology. We work through cellular partners around the world to reach the most number of people. And we're starting with one provider in each country, but hope ultimately to serve all. So today, that is T-Mobile in the US, Rogers in Canada, Optus in Australia, One New Zealand, Salt in Switzerland, KDDI in Japan, and Intel in Chile and Peru. And so we hope that the end of this year, those partners will begin with tech service by the end of 2024, and then in 2025, expand to voice and data.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up question to this, Loreen. What's the best strategy from your perspective to integrate with the MNOs when it comes to D2D in particular?
Yeah, so our strategy, which I guess I think is the best, is we partner with the telcos. We use telco spectrum and connect existing LTE devices that require no modification, no special apps, which provides seamless coverage for dead zones. And for the customer, right, the LTE phone owner, their relationship stays with the cellular provider, which allows them seamless access to roaming as if they're on any other plan, on roaming onto a terrestrial network.
Okay, thank you. I mean, Guy, as a key player for user terminal manufacturing, how can we achieve mass adoption? I'm just repeating the question that I asked Loreen.
Well, we've heard earlier from speakers. There's two basic approaches to direct-to-device. There's the MSS approach, and there's the direct-to-device using MS spectrum. Both have advantages and disadvantages. So the MSS approach has a clear regulatory regime, and I work for the part of Apple that does certification of the devices. And every year we go through a very intense period where we basically make sure that the phones are legal to be sold in every country where they're offered for sale. And that's a really intense project. And the last thing you want to do is have a regulation come up that's unclear. How do you test to it? How do you know that that you're going to pass the compliance? So Apple made a choice very early on to go the MSS route, not because we're in love with MSS, but just because the regulatory regime was really, really clear. The problem with MSS spectrum is there's not a lot of it. It's very heavily used, and from the standpoint of a terminal manufacturer, we want spectrum that's globally harmonized and that has enough capacities where we could provide some kind of features that work consistently from one country to the other. We're excited and following what's going on with the satellite use of IMT spectrum, mobile spectrum. It's a little unclear what the rules will be as it's being studied in work agenda item 1.13. So we're not sure what the sharing will be and whether that would change certification. And I think generally there's some non-work issues, still regulatory issues that need to be addressed. If you're a consumer and you've got a phone and you go outside of the network and suddenly you're on the satellite network, do you know you're on the satellite network? Because the service is probably not going to be what it's like on your terrestrial network. What happens when you call the emergency number? Where does that call go? What are your expectations regarding privacy? Who can see that information? So I think there's a lot of, these are all solvable issues, but there's some challenges with each approach. And it'll be interesting to see what comes out at the work to advance this exciting new technology. So.
Yeah, follow-up questions. Beyond the 3GPP NTN standardization, what are the critical things that needed to be considered from Apple perspective?
So if any of you have an iPhone 14 or higher phone, it's not NTN. It's we did not implement. Apple does not implement all of the NTN standards. With release 18, the 1.6, 2.4 gigahertz frequency bands are in the standard, but the way that we implement it in the phones is proprietary. So I think standardization is important, and working with the satellite industry is important. We have a little bit of a chicken and the egg problem in that I work for Apple, but I think any phone manufacturer would be the same. Is they don't want to put new frequencies in the phones until customers are able to use them, and it costs a lot of money to put a new radio and a new antenna, and there's not a lot of room on the phone. There's not a lot of extra room there. So designing it to all fit in is very difficult. And likewise, if you're a satellite operator, you're not going to launch a multi-billion dollar constellation unless consumers can buy phones that work on it. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out, but it's something we're working with, and I think Apple and other handset manufacturers are really anxious to see how this comes out because, again, it's something that users will really benefit from.
Thank you, Guy. Let's zoom out a little bit and look to the problem from integration point of view. And now the question for Greg. How do you see the stratospheric platforms, namely hubs, can be part of this ecosystem in general and integrate with the current evolving LEO mainly based ecosystem?
Sure, a great question as well. From what I've just heard here, we started our business model and our technology model basically with one of the largest MNOs, Deutsche Telekom. Deutsche Telekom helped us understand the needs of what they see from an end-to-end standpoint. So when we talk about spectrum, we're utilizing the same spectrum as the MNO. When we talk about cross-border bleed, we have an antenna that can lay down patterns right on the border. So, from that standpoint, we don't see any foul or us running afoul from the regulations that are out. When you start to think about what Guy just said with regard to, what's in the ecostructure from the handset spectrum, et cetera, and bands, again, since we're working with the MNOs from that standpoint, the bands are already in the telephones right now. So, again, we're an extension of the tower infrastructure that they have. I think this morning what I heard a lot of, too, was about economics. And I think, again, when we talk about where we're going with the economics within MNO, we're trying to create an extension of their towers into, their gray areas right now where their density coverage will not, allow them to move in and plow fiber, put up new towers, et cetera. We feel that by, combining a lot of that in a stratospheric platform where the ENOB, the backhaul, the power, et cetera, is all housed in one unit, fundamentally we're developing an economic model where we believe, and I think the MNOs that we're working with believe, that we can provide a like service to a tower service at a cost comparable to what they're getting on the ground, maybe even a little less from that standpoint. Furthermore, I think the spectrum efficiency that we have from 60,000 feet in the air, from a dB standpoint, when you're on the ground and bouncing signals off buildings, et cetera, you're losing some of your spectrum efficiency. We're finding that by being at the stratosphere and looking directly down to devices, handsets, et cetera, that we can provide a better solution from that standpoint because of dB loss also. And to give you just a little idea on performance, et cetera, to a handset, we can come down with about 200 megabits per handset. We can handle simultaneously about 500,000 users under our band. If you work with some of the MNOs, they've come up and said that's effectively 3 to 5 million end users, and at a cost basis, that's about $1.
Okay. I mean, just a follow-up question to this. I mean, hubs also can do another services. However, do you see the technology ready at this moment to be part of this evolving ecosystem?
Sure. You know, if you talk about other services on top, I think as you kind of gravitate over to our MilGov customers, first responders, et cetera, you know, you think about what just happened, you know, in the United States where we had, you know, terrible flooding, et cetera. It took days to get communication services back in and connected. As we talk to FEMA and AT&T Person, et cetera, where we want to take our solution is that's not going to happen anymore. We can actually have a platform sitting, you know, above when a storm comes in. So you get situational awareness, no downtime to your handset that you have in your hand. You get situational awareness from, you know, a camera that can be less than 1 centimeter of optics. So from a first responder standpoint, you know, before, during, and after, there is no difference from what you have during a non-event standpoint. And the added other solutions of sensors and, like I said, camera systems give them the situational awareness so that they know where the damage is. They can get resources in faster from that standpoint. They can help people from that standpoint. So, you know, we see that combination of, you know, not only communications, but some of the other, you know, sensors and payloads that we can put on as well as being, you know, something that's going to be revolutionary in the industry.
Yeah, so we have a couple of questions from the audience. I'll start with Philippe. So can this regulatory uncertainty / fragmentation hinder future D2D opportunities?
I think it's a yes and no. I think, as I said before, if you look at mobile, we looked at a selection of bands in the previous panel about all the mobile bands. Those mobile bands are actually used slightly differently in slightly different regions already today. Take the UHF band. The United States has a different band plan. Canada has a different band plan than Europe has. You take the other bands that people have, there's some slight differences. Even if you take some of the regions in 2.6, there's slight difference between TDD and FDD usage in various things. So I think we've lived in a world of fragmentation. If you take, however, something like was used in the previous demonstration, L-band is firmly harmonized right across the world. It sits there and does it. So for me, is it ideal to have global harmonization? Yes, but I think if we sit and wait for global harmonization, we'll actually delay the deployment of some of these technologies. It's an ideal thing to get to, but I think it will be a reason to delay it. Could we find a band that we could globally harmonize? Yes, we probably could. But then we have to ask ourselves the question, how does it fit with everything else we do?
Thank you, Philip. I mean, question to the rest of the panelists. What is success and what is the winning formula to achieve this success, Luciana?
The success and the?
And what's the winning formula to achieve this success?
Well, I think the success is people who live outside coverage, excuse me, today gets connected by, I don't know, 2030, let's say. I do have a concern whether we talk about connecting the unconnected. There's a lot of unconnected people who live under mobile coverage. Actually, it's the largest number of unconnected live within mobile coverage. We don't think that a satellite flying above their head is going to help. We need governments to look at why these people are unconnected. But there is 4% of the world population that live outside mobile coverage. And these 4% would very much benefit from such solutions. Also, large areas around the world that are not connected today, deserts, forests, oceans, and that would indeed be excellent, especially for businesses. But I think the success, undoubtedly, is that people do get connected.
Greg?
Sure, I echo that. You know, as these numbers have been demonstrating, we've been trying to connect that last, 3 billion, for the last 20 years. And we haven't done a really good job, if you look at the fact that we're only down by a couple 100 million right now. So, I think that a lot of the standardization, 3GPP, Release 17, et cetera, I really believe that that has kind of supercharged or turbocharged, where we're going with respect to, quickly connecting them. I think, again, from our standpoint, from an economic model, again, it does have to be seamless. It's got to be, it can't be more expensive, and the end user, wherever they are around the world, wants to have that experience of, 5G, potentially 6G. And on the note of 6G, I think success is also what we're seeing in talking to a lot of the MNO CTOs is that 6G and millimeter wave spectrum is going to introduce, much more complexity from the standpoint of, coverage and rolling out more towers and rolling out more masts, et cetera. Right now, I don't think that business model necessarily closes. To be able to, 10 or 20 times the amount of towers or masts that you need to put in a given area is a pretty big, lift for any telco. I think they've seen what they've been through on the 5G rollout. So again, success, we're seeing it not only connecting the unconnected, but we see ourselves migrating back into heavy urban industrialization as the technology itself matures.
So simplicity is really key to connecting those who need it. I agree with Luciana that it's a complex problem, right? It's not just about bringing the technology to people, but I think simplicity is really key. Direct to cell for SpaceX, this technology is designed to provide peace of mind when you need it most, and key to peace of mind is something simply working when you need it. Similarly for Starlink broadband, especially in crisis or failover and resiliency situations, you simply want it to work, which is why the Starlink kits are designed to work within minutes of unboxing. Greg, you mentioned the recent hurricanes Helene and Milton that devastated communications in the southeastern United States. We had the opportunity to send thousands of Starlink kits in first to try and help emergency responders and community groups get reconnected. And what wound up happening is, right, a Starlink box winds up in the hands of somebody who's never heard of Starlink before, potentially. And so it was really critical that they be able to unbox that and get operations established and high-speed connectivity. Additionally, we wound up activating, even before we were ready to launch service, the direct-to-cell network. We got authority along with T-Mobile, our partner cellular provider in the United States, temporary emergency authority from the FCC to enable text messaging service. And what we saw was, in the first day, 27,000 mobile devices connected to the network, and in coming days, 250,000 text messages were sent. So it's certainly an extreme situation, but I think demonstrates simplicity is really important and helps people get connected when they need it most. And to your point, Greg, we've been trying to connect people for a very long time, but 2.6 billion people remain unconnected. And so, I think a bias towards speed is really important as we continue forward, and thinking about complementary technologies. No one of us can solve this problem, and so we all need to work together to do that.
Yeah, thank you. Guy? Yeah, the same question.
Just picking up on the last comment Lauren made, my first satellite meeting was in 1996 where we were talking about Iridium and Globalstar launching their big LEO systems. And I spent most of my career in the satellite industry and just recently came to more the mobile side with Apple. And it's interesting making that transition because you see that each side has very different perspectives on the problem of solving connectivity gaps. We have a saying, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you're a terrestrial mobile operator, every solution is terrestrial mobile. If you're in the satellite industry, every connectivity problem can be solved by satellite. And it's been really interesting to see the cooperation between SpaceX and T-Mobile. Apple's been working with Globalstar. if you were to come down from space from some other planet and someone said, I've got this area and I want you to design a totally connected network, you would not do it the way we do, where have some terrestrial company go and take all the populated areas and then just leave it up to satellite people to cover the rest. That's not how you would do it. It doesn't make sense. It's only when you have an integration of the MNOs, the terrestrial people, with the satellites that you come up with the best solution for both sides. So I don't know how we get there. It looks like we're starting to get there, but yeah.
Thank you. Philip, any final thoughts?
I think I would totally agree. To make this sort of thing work, we need people to work together. We need the solutions that find what the problem is and then find a way of getting people to bring different solutions to make that work. And I think if we have a problem, the policy solutions will come out to find a way to enable the technologies to be able to deliver for people so that we can all get unconnected, reconnected. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, at the conclusion of this session, I guess the session highlights the immense complexity and the promises that this technology will deliver. And I guess the one theme that can stand out is the collaboration and cooperation. And with that, I would like to thank all of our panelists and all of the audience. And thank you.
Thank you so much. A huge thank you, as Abdullah says, to our panelists. And Abdullah, thank you very much to you as well for running us through that. Thank you so much. So before our next break, we do have one more opportunity to hear about another one of our technology demonstrations. So we heard earlier from Viasat. Now delighted to have another technology demonstration that's going to be looking at global connectivity through LEO networks. So back at this event in 2022, we had a tech demo actually there from OneWeb, which provided kind of a proof of concept of their solution of delivering connectivity through LEO networks. Delighted now to have OneWeb back with us alongside partners Neom, Autonomous and Keynote to provide an update and to show us how the vision that we saw 2 years ago has now turned into reality. So to explain more, could I please invite up to the stage our moderator for the session, Omar Asalik, and our panelists, Yoha, Mohammed and Sakir.
To our second technology demonstration titled Global Connectivity Through LEO Networks. My name is Omar Salik, and I'm delighted to introduce our esteemed panelists. From left to right, Mr. Yoha Korhanin, VP of Infrastructure at Autonomous, Mr. Mohammed Zahran, Head of Sales at Neom OneWeb Joint Venture, and last but not least, Mr. Sakhr Sharida, VP of MIA Sales at Keynote. To start, let's hear from Yoha, who will set the scene with a presentation in how connectivity is being redefined to bridge the digital divide in Saudi Arabia. Mr. Yoha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Omar. They asked me to do a 2-hour presentation, so we made some slides with a almost working clicker. Oh, it works. So my name is, again, Yoha. I'm from Autonomous Neom. And those who don't know Neom is one of the Kingdom's 2030 vision projects where we are building a new region with new technology set up and so many exciting projects. Autonomous itself is the technology arm of Neom. So we are building the digital infrastructure needed to enable the Neom's very bold and forward-looking vision and needs of the different communities and different industries. What Autonomous does and what we focus on is really connectivity services, computing services. We look at immersive technologies. We also work on AI. And of course, all of that needs to be together with the security that is so critical these days. The reason why we are here today is to really talk about our joint venture with our partner OneWeb, where we as Autonomous have invested to a 50-50 joint venture, and to bring this service to the Saudi Arabian market, but also to the regional market. So let me tell you a little bit more about that. So the journey of OneWeb services and LEO satellite services in the kingdom go way back. So all the way back in 2017, the activities to get the licenses, the different permits, to incorporate the entity itself was started. And back in 2020, the CST license was awarded. And then the year later, 2021, the joint venture together with OneWeb and NEOM was established. And we are so proud and so happy to report that now earlier this year, these services have been built up and running here in the kingdom together with our strategic partners with multiple different use cases. So what our key message and our story here is that it actually does work. And if we go a little bit deeper into what is the joint venture up to and what do they do. So joint venture has two different tasks. One of which is to build and operate the land infrastructure in the kingdom for the region. So right now the company has two satellite ground stations, one in Tabuk, one in Harar, and we are in the process of building the third one in Jizan. There is a point of presence infrastructure built in Jeddah and also being expanded to Oman and other countries in the region. The second part the joint venture is responsible for is that they have exclusive rights to sell and commercialize the services in the region. So this is in line with the vision of the kingdom to not only work inside of the kingdom but become a regional player when it comes to these products and services. So that's what the joint venture is, and later on you will hear more details from the joint venture themselves. But that's our role. So how do we, as a Autonomous, look at the new emerging technologies? So really we are trying to find the sweet spot between emerging technology itself and the commercial readiness of this technology, because one without the other doesn't really work. And those of us who have been working on this industry or telecom industry know that this is a regulated business. And to be able to do any of these services on any country on this planet, that regulation, legislation, and access to the market is so key. And of course, when we have an emerging new technology that doesn't really have that history of how it's being run on the different countries versus the countries' laws and regulations, that can be a very challenging task. So we are very, very happy of the progress and of the leadership that the kingdom has done on this era, and we are obviously hoping that all of our target markets and countries are on the same journey, so we are able to do that. Autonomous doesn't only work on connectivity, so only on satellite connectivity. So we are also looking at this as a full connectivity solution. Like on last panel, you heard our dear esteemed colleagues from Apple saying that, hey, if we would build the networks like of the future, we wouldn't do it the same way they have been built in the past. So we are working at the same time satellite connectivity, subsea cables, mobile connectivity, fiber networks, and we are really using the unique aspect of NEOM as a greenfield to try to put together the future networks and the future technologies that needs to be in place. It's very, very difficult for the same reason why it's difficult everywhere else, because of course the market players, everybody has their own view of things, everybody's trying to monetize their investments, but our role is to try to find that journey forward. And really the key over here is to start to build that digital connectivity hub, create that POC region where we can go and try out new technologies and not only talk about them and make slides about them, but really make them real in the real world, in our countries and our region. That is our role, and that's why we are here. And now please let me pass it on to my colleague Mohammed Zahran and let him tell you more about the joint venture itself.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be with you today. I'm very excited to talk about the journey that started 2 years back My colleague Yoha walked you through the journey from the very early beginning, 2017, when we work on the regulatory part of it. But today I'm going to take you within the journey from the moment, the ceremony. This is a remarkable moment, basically, where our journey started with a mission to connect the world from the sky. And the vision was to connect the unconnected, ensure no one is left behind in the digital world. This moment brought a visionary leader together who shared a common goal, basically, to connect the unconnected, to promise the future, to transform the connectivity in the region, and to deliver a state-of-art network and ground infrastructure for the LEO. This takes us basically to the first critical milestone we achieved in the ground infrastructure. Tabuk, SMB, we call it SMB, Satellite Network Portal. So in Saudi, people who's really living in Saudi, it's very often you get to see shining star. That's usual. Lucky if you see too many, but it's not really common to see a shining star on the ground. So Tabuk SMB, the best in class and the state-of-art ground station, designed, built in collaboration with industry leaders, Nokia, Hughes, Viasat, just to build the state-of-art technology of the LEO, to ensure we have resilience solution, reliable solution that really can deliver high-speed broadband, low latency, fiber-alike connectivity. So this was a critical milestone. It was a cornerstone in building the foundation for the OneWeb NEOM GV in the region, which extended the coverage, large part of the kingdom, and Levant country and few other countries in the GCC. So the next critical milestone for us was Harat, SMB. Not only to expand our coverage, but to expand possibilities to communities and rural areas. And this was a critical for us to stretch and expand the coverage to the neighboring country, rest of GCC, and a few other neighboring countries, the Arabian Sea and the Arabian Gulf as well. So what you see on the screen is a robust ground network infrastructure. Although it was designed by the industry expertise for the industry, but it was built here by a local companies, by a local skill set, Saudi company on a Saudi land. This is something to be proud of. So today, we would like to show our commitment to innovation with full transparency. And we are thrilled that we have set up a live demo experience just for you all to test the user experience, to see the power of LEO connectivity. Just do whatever you want. You can do streaming video, uninterrupted calls, data transfer. So it's your opportunity. It's not really quite often you get a chance to witness and test a cutting-edge technology. So don't miss the opportunity. So I encourage everyone to go and see the demo out there, and my colleague Dan will guide you there. On our booth, you can see on the screen here, you will get the chance to connect to a user terminal. The user terminal will encrypt your data and send it to the satellite fleet passing over, which beams back the data back to Earth in the nearest SMB, which will be carried over to the bearing point we have in Jeddah. My colleague will be available at the booth to guide you and explain to you the setup, and feel free to ask any question you may have. So no architecture is complete. There is no demo is complete without the access part, which is the role of the user terminal and the technology on the user terminal. In today's live demo, we're collaborating with our strategic partner, Chimera, and my colleague, Sakhr, of course, will deep dive into the technology advancement of Chimera. But in today's video, we're using the state-of-art, the Hawk U8, the one you can see in the screen, to extend our reach. Not only the Hawk, but also a few other products which was recently released as well, which is the multi-orbit, designed for a military grade, or designed as well for a government lately, which is support the LEO GEO, which will continue to extend our reach on the ground and at the sea. So in order just to feel the experience, we just have a very few second video that show you the simulation of the demo that you are going to witness. So enjoy watching.
Today at CST headquarters in Riyadh, you will have the unique opportunity to test the user experience for OneWeb's LEO connectivity live. Your device will connect to Keynote user terminal right here, encrypting your data and sending it at lightning speed to our LEO satellite fleet orbiting above. From space, your data beams back to Earth, reaching our satellite ground station in Tabuk or Harad, then traveling through our Jeddah gateway to re-enter the web, all in just 1/10 of a second. With OneWeb, you're always connected, seamlessly bridging Riyadh to the world.
So thank you all. I'll hand the floor to my colleague, Sakhr. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me bring you to the discussion, Sakhr. So could you share with us the latest advancement in user terminal technology, and what sets Keynote apart from others?
Certainly. First of all, thank you, Omar and CST, for hosting us in this great event. And thank you for our esteemed guests for staying with us. We understand this is, a later part of the day and everybody is a bit, but we promise to keep it light and insightful. Chimera has always been on the forefront of electronically steered antennas technology, starting with the first generation Chimera years back, utilizing metamaterials technology to track satellites while on the move. Our specialty is really mobility applications. We've taken, the knowledge learned from that and launched our second generation of user terminals, which, for the purpose of this illustration, LEO networks, we've collaborated with the OneWeb network team to bring LEO capability into that technology. How should I put this? In a way that's we really are able to capture the full benefit of the LEO networks, the lower latency, the higher throughput, the higher speeds, while we still do it on the move, because that's what we've been doing all along, all these years. And the metamaterial technology enable, faster switching speeds between the satellites, where you do it either on the pause, fixed, or on the move. That's with the Hawk. Of course, the Hawk U8 OneWeb terminal that you will see outside, as my colleague Mohammed has pointed out. And then we've taken that product and expanded it over the OneWeb network into a maritime capable product as well. But the biggest leap really to capture the full essence of enabling NTN networks over unconnected territories is to
really connect both existing geo infrastructure with the additional benefit of the OneWeb network they can bring, as well as LTE connectivity, that's terrestrial networks that are already in place on the ground, which we have put together into a single solution. That's a multi-orbit terminal that we've launched this year. That is a defense terminal that we call the Osprey U8, which is a GEO, LEO, LTE terminal that connects all three layers of the network for the user. And by the way, this terminal was debuted globally, first time here in Saudi Arabia. We've debuted it in the World Defense Show in Riyadh this February because of the strategic importance we see in the kingdom here in Saudi Arabia. We really do recognize the excitement that is being developed here, and Saudi Arabia becoming a hub really for a global hub for technological innovations, adoptions, and furtherment into the future. And hence the decision to debut this, for us as Chimera, the first of a kind multi-orbit terminal. We took the decision to debut it here. Immediately after, of course, after that, we have continued to develop the multi-orbit realm with Chimera and the multi-orbit and OneWeb. And just 2-3 weeks ago, we have announced a second Chimera multi-orbit terminal. That's also a GEO, LEO, LTE terminal. That's a government user target type of a terminal that's not mil-grade, however, still capable of multi-orbit operations and reaping the benefits of existing infrastructure and adding the benefits of LEO infrastructure into the end users' use cases. What sets Chimera apart, so these are the latest products that we've been working on and launching, and hopefully we'll continue to develop and create more exciting products into our multi-X product line. What separates Chimera really from others is as I brought up at the beginning of my answer, is the utilization of metamaterial technology into the multi-orbit capabilities. This technology really sets you apart from conventional ESAs. And the way it does it is it uses uses the holographic beamforming technology, again, faster switching speeds, but it uses a lot less power doing so. Using a lot less power enables installation on multiple platforms that are, power sensitive or, power constraint. The other advantage you would get from this technology is really enabling full duplex on the entire broadside of the terminal. So you would be able to transmit and receive using the entire aperture size of the terminal, which translates into higher gain. I don't want to get too technical here, but higher gain really is what we're after at the end of the day, because it translates to a more efficient use of your platform, your space segment, which is really capacity at a prime. Higher throughputs using the same aperture size or terminal size for your application. And I believe another maybe worth mention, another benefit worth mentioning here is when you run this technology at a lower power consumption, it means your terminal runs cooler, which in turn translates into ability to operate in higher ambient temperature, which is critical in this in this region specifically. And I believe these are the major points that wrap around using Chimera user terminals for these applications.
Thank you, Sakhar. Thank you very much. So let me turn it to Mohammed. How can non-terrestrial network, LEO satellite in particular, can help to close the digital divide, especially in rural and remote areas?
Of course. The LEO is becoming a real game changer, right? Globally. It's not only a new technology. So traditional terrestrial network often suffer, whether due to disaster, man-made or even natural disaster, or sometimes during a conflict zone. Even sometimes it's very hard to reach remote area or communities or underserved due to safety concern, sometimes cost concern, or even the time to market or time to deploy. This is where the LEO can provide the connectivity for a mission-critical application. So in OneWeb, our solution, our network is designed based on a B2B. So we provide the carrier-grade service to ensure you are always connected, anywhere, in the air, on the ground, at the sea, with the same quality of service, same speed, low latency. It's just like fiber in the sky. So, like what you can today, inshallah, what you're gonna see on the demo is just a real example how easy and efficient it is to deploy the LEO technology. It's just a terminal, you just plug it, and here you go. And perhaps today we're using Chimera in our demo, but we as a solution, we're a vendor agnostic. So we're using Chimera today, but we're dealing with a variety of other strategic partners like Hughes, Intellian, Enister, and Stellar Blue as well. Each and every one for a specific use case and specific customer needs, just to fulfill the requirement and bridge the digital divide.
Thank you, Mohammed. So let me bring Yoha here. So in terms of technology and commercial readiness, what's next for autonomous?
So it's important to recognize the fact that we are in a situation where the technology is ready. It's up there, up and running. It's proven in the kingdom. We had even earlier speakers today who were mentioning our solution. It's very important to understand it's ready now. We're not talking about the future. So what is really important right now is to start to make it real. We need to start to not only talk about the promises, but show the value, show the use cases. And really, as a region and as a kingdom, to start to build on the leadership that we have built over here and start to create that regional ecosystem for us. As for new technologies, we are constantly looking for what else. And like I was mentioning, the vision of the NEOM is we are building a greenfield. We are building something from the scratch. We shouldn't build the network of our grandfathers based on the laws and the regulations and the limitations of 1970s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, right? So when we look at 5G, when we look at 6G, when we look at fiber, when we look at satellite, when we look at HABs, the goal is to build it as a unified layer that then can enable that digital ecosystem that on top of which then the NEOM and any other visionary can build the needed services and products. And that's our role. That's what we see, what we need to invest, what we need to push, what we need to make happen. And then we go from there, right? That's the whole point. And that's what we are trying to accomplish here.
Thank you. Thank you all. It's really great to see how innovation and partnership can really help to close the digital divide. And thank you all for your insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to our panel, and Omar, thank you so much to you as well for guiding us through that discussion. Thank you. So once again, don't forget to check out the demo these guys have been talking about, along with our other tech demos, which are available. You need to basically leave the area here, head up the stairs, past the Aramco area, and you'll find people there to guide you out to our 3 technology demonstrations that are taking place. So please Do remember to go and check those out. And you now have the perfect time to do that because we're moving to a break. So please go and check those out. We're going to, if possible, try and be back in here in 20 minutes or so at about 25 to 5. And after the break, just so that everybody know, we have the main plenary happening in here. We also have the first of our tutorial sessions, which are happening down in the B floor, which is one level down from here. So we have a tutorial starting that's going to be looking at satellite communications, current trends, and key challenges. So if you want to attend that, that'll be starting at around about 4:30 downstairs. Otherwise, looking forward to seeing you all back here in around about 20 minutes for the start of our next session. Thank you very much, everyone.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
So, welcome back everyone, and if I could invite everybody to return to the room and to retake your seats, and we're going to be starting again very shortly. And actually, maybe I could invite our panelists to come and join us up here on the stage now as well, and then we'll be starting very shortly. So once again, everybody, welcome back. And I hope everyone has again enjoyed the refreshments that have been laid on for us by our hosts here at CST. Just before we get started here, just to remind everybody that as well as what's happening here in the plenary room, we do have the first of our tutorial sessions that's just started. We have some parallel tutorial sessions running both today and tomorrow. And the first of those is starting now just down on the B floor, which is one floor down from here. So if you did want to go and watch that, then that is on satellite communications, current trends and key challenges. But otherwise, if you're here, definitely you're in the right place for what I'm sure is going to be a fascinating discussion. And if you did want to stay and watch this session here, all the tutorials will be available to watch back later in any case. So here in the main auditorium, our next session now is going to explore the future of the space economy. So this session is being hosted by the newly launched Centre for Space Futures, which His Excellency announced in his opening keynote presentation at the start of the day. So the Centre is an exciting collaboration between the Saudi Space Agency and the World Economic Forum, and aims to build a thriving, sustainable and inclusive global space economy. Now, all of our participants here on the stage in the session are directly involved in the leadership team at the Centre. Our panellists are all board members, and I'm delighted now to pass over to our moderator for the session, Michal Ashamimri, who is the Managing Director. Michal, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody, Your Excellencies and esteemed guests. I have the pleasure to have my board members on stage, and we will be addressing a really exciting topic about essentially space technologies, emerging markets, and the promise to transform the space economy in the next decade. So what we're going to address is emerging space technologies, non-terrestrial networks, the economic impact of satellite constellations, and the creation of space-based internet. We are also going to look at new markets and investment opportunities in space, as well as some of the challenges that are facing the space economy. With me today, we have Jeremy Jurgens, the Managing Director at the World Economic Forum, as well as Susmita Mohanty, Founder and Director General for Spaceport, Sarabahi. Cam, I think many of you know Cam. He has, if I count the companies, I think the session will be over. But he's the founder and executive chairman of Axiom, Intuitive Machines, and Quantum Space, and Martin Blinken, the CEO of NSG. Thank you for for being with us today, and we're looking forward to what we're going to address. I'll give each of you an opportunity to introduce yourself and give the audience a little flavor for what you do on a day-to-day basis. Jeremy?
Great. Thank you. So Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director at the World Economic Forum. I have the privilege of having responsibility for our Center on Fourth Industrial Revolution, where we focus on emerging technologies, which includes both space, but as well the quantum economy, biotech, advanced energy solutions, and AI, among other areas. And so very excited to be back here in Riyadh, and also to have kicked off the Center for Space Futures with the team yesterday.
Thank you.
Unlike Jeremy, this is my first trip to Riyadh, to Saudi Arabia. I've been in the space world for more than 25 years, and I've sort of worn very many hats. I've spent about 15 years designing things for living in outer space. Worked with NASA and Boeing briefly, and then I set up 3 small companies, one in San Francisco, one in Vienna, and one in India. I now run a space think tank, which is called Spaceport Sarabai. The idea is to provide policy guidance to the government to liberalize the Indian space economy and to make sure that India has a powerful voice in all international fora, especially when it comes to matters of consequence, like space debris, STM, and whatnot. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cam Gafarian. I run my family office called IBX. IBX stands for Imagine, Believe, Execute. Imagine a certain future, believe in it, and go do it. And the vision for IBX is to protect our home and find new home in stars. And as a result, I've been involved in creating companies that helps protecting our civilization, and also space companies that basically ultimately find our way to become an interstellar species.
And my name is Martin Blanken. I started 7 months ago as the CEO of the NEO Space Group. I'm new to space in a way. I've been a telecom boy most of my life, so I go from terrestrial networks and even submarine networks to space. But I think there are quite a few learnings that can be drawn from the telecom sector and be applied here in space. And Dr. Al-Tamimi this morning alluded to it, that the Kingdom has decided to set up a national champion in space, which is the NEO Space Group. And very excited to make a small but hopefully meaningful contribution, not only to the space economy here in the Kingdom, but also in the region and potentially beyond.
Thank you. So my first question goes to you, Jeremy. So as a leader at the World Economic Forum, can you identify top 3 economic sectors that are currently being transformed by space innovation, and how do these transformations potentially reshape global economic priorities?
Okay, thank you for the question there, Michelle. So let me focus on top 3, and then maybe if we have time, I'll tease one additional one as well where I'm quite interested. So we did some research this last year trying to identify what's the size of the space economy today. And as we were discussing yesterday, there's a lot of debate what gets included or doesn't get included. Our estimate is actually we see the space economy growing about twice the speed of the regular economy. So, moving quite quickly. And we expect it to reach around $1.8 trillion by 2035. Now, within that, the largest component that we saw was actually in logistics, supply chains, and transport. And this is driven by, global navigation and positioning systems. So the kind of efficiency gains you get out of being able to understand where your vehicle is, where your products are, and where they are in the supply chain is actually extremely valuable. And so, a lot of us are familiar with using apps on the phone to navigate, but now we actually see organizations bring this kind of knowledge down to individual product level across their entire supply chain and actually getting efficiency improvements out of that. So with that, the size of that sector looks at about $200 billion today and is growing at around 12% rate. I think the second area that we identified is actually agriculture. Now, while relatively small, it's only around $5 billion today if you look at it directly, it's growing at 17%. And if you look at the indirect contributions, we actually estimate this closer to $400 billion. So this is everything from crop management, utilization in irrigation, chemical reduction, even pest identification in crops. And what's kind of counterintuitive is it's not necessarily the richest countries that can benefit from this. It's actually countries that actually have smallholder farmers, and if you give them the tools and capabilities they actually can get much more gains out of this because they haven't necessarily optimized their production systems until now. And the third area, and I think Martin would agree, is actually in the digital communication space. This continues to be important. It's growing area. But if I look at these top 3, kind of logistics, transport, agriculture supported by Earth observation, and then communications, these are what we've seen as the top 3 sectors. A fourth one, if I may add, and I think that we're actually, quite curious and interested in, is actually space manufacturing. So the ability to actually manufacture products in microgravity, low gravity conditions that are actually possible to do here. And so we can imagine that new capabilities becoming present in health, medical devices, but also, for example, in fiber optics and telecommunications. So a lot of opportunities. It's still a small area, but I think it gives a sense of the potential for space over the longer term.
Thank you. So it looks to me that the number that you shared in the beginning, the 1.8 trillion, might be a lot higher in 2035 than that number. So would you say that number is conservative?
It's definitely conservative, and I think when we were going through the process of debating it, what do you include? Do you include satellite TV under that? Do you include navigation maps on your mobile phone? So we were on the conservative side, and I do think that as long as we continue the investment, we'll actually surprise on the upside.
Thank you. So my next question goes to you, Susmita. How are the Asian space powers, China, India, and Japan, promoting space entrepreneurship, and how is their effort leading to the creation of new markets and investment opportunities?
I think that's a very good question, because if you look at countries like India and Japan, for example, our space programs were an outcome of this ambition to use space as an enabler, for societal development. We didn't start off with a military intention in mind. And we've come a long way. For those of you who keep track of space things, India landed near the lunar South Pole, which is quite the accomplishment. So for the last 60 odd years, so India did its first sounding rocket launch in the early 60s, just to give you a sense of our vintage. For the last 60 or 6 decades, it's really been the government space agency that's been the primary driver of our space program. And it's only in recent years, in 2020, the government announced space reforms. So I moved back to India. I've lived around the world, worked with the Americans, the Japanese, the Europeans. I moved back in 2008. And a handful of us had been pushing for liberalizing the space economy to give the private sector the right kind of regulatory and, sort of technological support to go out and thrive and become competitive. So now we have a regulatory body which was set up after the reforms were announced. And we've seen a steep rise in the number of startups in the country. There are some 250 startups that are incorporated as of today, and easily 4 dozen of them, so roughly 50 of them, are doing exciting work. And let me give you a few examples, just to give you a sense of what are the kind of products and services that are on offer. We have a company called Pixel that's building a constellation of hyperspectral satellites. We have 2 rocket companies that are 3D printing rocket engines, making fairings out of carbon composites. We have a company called Nopo that makes the world's finest single-wall carbon nanotubes. We have companies like Bellatrix doing green propulsion. We have a lot of downstream application companies as well, working on, say, insurance products, working with financial markets, agriculture, resource planning, oil and gas, what have you. So I think the spectrum of markets that these companies are now addressing, earlier the focus was really Earth applications. Now we are looking at companies that can offer you space situational awareness services, companies that can offer you, things like Earth observation, Earth imaging. That's been part of the Indian DNA for a long time. But I think low Earth economy that's opening up, the Indian startups are also looking at that, right? Now let's take Japan, for example. Some of the very well-known Japanese startups you might have heard. I mean, one is Astroscale. It's almost a decade old now. It's, as far as I'm concerned, the leading company in the world that is trying to offer services for satellite owners and operators to watch out, to track debris, to inspect debris up close, and to rendezvous, grab, and do a controlled re-entry and burn. In fact, they did launch a spacecraft earlier this year, which went very close up to a leftover shard from a H-2A rocket, some 50 meters, and I think that's sort of a precursor to the next grab and re-enter kind of thing. Another very well-known Japanese startup is iSpace. They attempted a lunar landing last year. It wasn't successful, but they've already raised another $69 million as a loan from 2 different banks, and they're working on their next mission. They are hoping to provide, in their words, they want to prospect, extract lunar ice and offer it to customers, as they say, in cislunar orbit. I mean, it's exciting to see sort of the entire gamut of offerings from Earth applications all the way to a lunar economy. China, I don't have a very deep understanding of how it works, but I do know, for example, China has more than 10 startups just working on rockets. And 2 of them have been fairly successful in the test launches. I would also like to sort of sum it up by saying that this March, the Japan cabinet, they approved, I think about 1 million yen, which is like 6.5 billion US dollars, which will be dispersed over a 10-year period, sort of targeted investments in areas that JAXA thinks are of consequence for their space ambitions.
That's very interesting. I think a lot of these technologies we're also seeing in different countries, so it'll be really exciting to see who's going to get it done first, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely think, Michelle, this is going to be the Asian century, the 21st century. Things are shaping up that way.
Could I just jump in on that? I think another thing that's interesting with some of these companies coming out is they have very young teams. So, I've met with the team at Pixel, and I think, they're just like the Saudi astronauts here providing inspiration to so many people. These young startup founders also are providing inspiration because here you see basically kids coming out of the university starting up a 3D printed rocket company or a hyperspectral imaging company and providing services to global corporations. And they provide a role model within their own countries, but I think also globally around this combination of entrepreneurial talent with technology to provide critical services for society and the economy.
Absolutely. Thank you. So my next question goes to Cam. This is in regards to space infrastructure. What are the main engineering and logistical challenges Axiom Space faces in constructing the world's first commercial space station? And how is your company planning to overcome these challenges to ensure long-term sustainability of space?
Sure. First of all, I just wanted to echo what Jeremy said, that I think the $1.8 trillion is, in my opinion, way too conservative. I think I would not be surprised if it's 3 to 4 times that. And the main reason I say that is with the advent of AI, quantum computing, robotics, and other technologies, I think these are all accelerator forces that it's going to increase the space economy and is going to grow it dramatically. In terms of the question you asked, in fact, all the commercial space companies that I've created, in one way or the other, they really are more of a space infrastructure, right? They're more enablers for other things to do. In terms of Axiom Space, also Jeremy talked about space manufacturing. I think we are at the verge of a new economy, if you will, a new ecosystem, like maybe early days of internet. I call it LEO economy, low Earth orbit economy, where there are things we can do in low Earth orbit that we cannot do on Earth. And many of these are going to be force multipliers for improving life on Earth. And I just want to give a few examples of that. Bioprinting is a new technology that's growing by leaps and bounds. With the current International Space Station, we have the ability today to print corneas or retinas, if you will, in space. And all these technologies for the last 26 years that's been played with and experimented with in International Space Station, none of them have been commercialized. And our intention at Axiom Space is enable all these technologies to really be commercialized. So imagine a day where we can actually maybe print hearts and lungs, and for the people who need it, can drop it to the certain clinic in the future. Just on that one area. Jeremy also mentioned, fiber optics called Z-bands, where the current fiber optics on Earth today cannot carry infrared signals, right? In microgravity, we'll be able to do that. And by the way, the reason for microgravity is because of the lack of gravity, molecules can go exactly where they need to go, right? In fact, in 2025, we're working on 3 areas where we're trying to advance in low Earth orbit. One is orbital data center. This is another area that's growing, and actually we're working with some companies to do that. The other one is semiconductors. You can do semiconductors in microgravity space. You know, and third area is pharmaceuticals. You know, one other example I can give you is when you go to space, aging gets accelerated very, very slightly. In fact, two brothers, Kellys, experimented with this. We believe that there is something to do with our T cells in our body. So if we know what causes maybe the aging to get slightly accelerated, then maybe we can figure out a way to either slow it down or reverse it. Okay, so that would be quite interesting. We also know that cancer has something to do with T cells. So if we can find out relationships, maybe we can come up with a cure with cancer in microgravity environments. So these are things that I think sort of like hidden today, but as this new economy is growing, and I can give you another 10 different areas of things that you can do in microgravity that you cannot do on Earth. So doing that, now in terms of the question you asked, one of the main challenges has been cost of transportation, obviously. I'll just give you an example. When Space Shuttle was going to space, the cost per kilogram was about $47,000 a kilogram, okay, US dollars. This is cost, right? With SpaceX, today the cost is about $15,000 a kilogram. That's not what they charge, but that's roughly the cost. So we brought it down an order of magnitude less. With the Starship, that might come down to about $150 a kilogram. Again, another order of magnitude less. And then maybe in the future, it will be like $10 a kilogram. So now can you imagine with the cost of transportation going down, all the things we're going to be able to do in economy. And then, of course, going further, you know, my other company, Intuitive Machine, we were the first company in the history of humankind, a private company in the history of humankind, successfully landing on the surface of the moon this past February. Our second moon lander is scheduled to go first quarter next year. And we're going to be doing something really cool stuff. We actually have a joint venture with Nokia to install a 4G network on the surface of the moon. We're carrying a drill and a drone and a hopper that hops on the surface of the moon. So I can see a day where we can also have a habitat on the surface of the moon. So all these economies are growing. And as a result of it, there are these challenges with infrastructure and supply chain that is going to grow. I'm also really happy to report that this is really exciting. The last, about a month ago, we were given a contract at the Intuitive Machine for $4.8 billion to provide all the lunar communication for Artemis, for all the countries that are participants in Artemis. So it's a series of satellites. Just like on Earth you have GPS and all of that, we're going to have that ability on the surface of the moon. And of course, the other company, Quantum Space, we're dealing with this new generation of satellites that are multi-purpose, can stay in orbit much longer, and can work with precision orbit, can work even maybe fueling other satellites and other activities. So what I want to say is that fasten your seatbelt because the space economy is coming, and it's coming quite fast.
Thank you so much. So as a summary, there's some challenges, but really the opportunities outweigh those challenges.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So my next question goes to Martin. Can you explain how breakthrough technologies such as AI-powered satellite coordination and miniaturized components are revolutionizing satellite deployment and operation? And what are the implications for global communication networks?
Thank you, Michelle. Look, I think it is important to start with the observation that technology is a means to an end, not an end in itself. One thing that strikes me coming from the telecoms industry, which, if I dare to say, in some aspects is a bit more mature than the space industry, is that technology plays a very important role in day-to-day conversations. And that's not unimportant. There's a time and a space to discuss it, but ultimately it has to serve a higher purpose. And when you talk about, sort of, for example, communications network, it's either you provide a better customer experience, you bring the costs down, it helps you to facilitate new revenue streams, or you enable things that are not possible. For instance, Cam and Jeremy spoke about microgravity applications. And what is a very common thing for sort of a decade and a half in the telecoms industry is software-defined networks. Whereas the decoupling of the data plane and the control plane, the hardware and the software are no longer intrinsically linked, they're completely separate. And allowing to operate satellites remotely through software and algorithms, or call it artificial intelligence, you can dynamically and reliably and predictably reallocate the resources, the capacity, the power, within a satellite or within a group of, within a constellation, or even in multiple networks, multi-orbits, multi-frequency, all with the aim to deliver a better end-user experience or bring the cost down. Another good example would be collision avoidance, with the space getting busier and busier, not only with more and more satellites, but there's also more and more debris. It's going to be very, very difficult to manage that manually, so you need to have a database of known objects that fly in space, and you need to predict where they're going to go so that you can course correct the orbit of certain satellites to avoid these collisions. All these technologies serve a purpose, and I think it is super important you start with the problem that you're trying to solve and then work your way backwards. That's not always true. Some people would say, hey, Google started by a bunch of people who developed a browser and had no idea how to monetize it, and there's an element of truth to that, but I think in the vast majority of the cases, you'll have to start with the problem that you're trying to solve. And there are many, many problems that we're facing today on Earth that can be solved by applying technologies in space, because it's more difficult to do it here on Earth.
Thank you. So we can actually use that for our session today with the space debris situation. We can use the AI to make decisions for the satellites. So my next question goes to you, Jeremy, and it's related to policy and impact. Why is it important for all countries to develop their own programs, and what needs to be done to ensure that actors are able to reap the maximum benefit that space has to offer for their economies and societies?
Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, I think it goes back to the benefits that we've been hearing from the panel here. There's so many benefits that the space economy unlocks. Why would we want to limit that to a few countries that have the full space technology stack? Actually, with the falling costs that we've seen in launch costs, but also falling costs for 3D printing, we have a lot of satellite companies here as well, so Earth observation, your kind of cost per pixel observed, is also falling dramatically. Wouldn't we want to open up those benefits to everybody on the planet? And I think that's also what we aim to do with the Center for Space Futures that we just formally kicked off yesterday, is actually make sure that we can extend the benefits of space to the entire global population and not limit it to people that have the kind of full stack of technology capabilities and space there. I believe there's something today, over 80 countries have established national space agencies. You have over 100 that participate in the UN discussions on space, and there's some other ones that we want to bring in. So I think the more that we can bring them in, then we can actually unlock those opportunities there. I think just some concrete examples. We've all been watching very dramatic weather events in the last couple of years. So, having earlier prediction of those events using AI algorithms, but also advanced monitoring, the kind of, hyper-localized monitoring of the events, then using satellite communications to get the messaging to people. We can actually mitigate some of the damages that are coming out of, extreme weather events and other natural disasters. We talked earlier about benefits to agriculture and other domains. So I think it's really important for all of us collectively, whether in institutional roles or whether you're in corporate sectors, to actively think around using the space benefits, the space solutions, and unlocking for as large a population as possible.
So, but how do you go to a country that has no interest currently in space and convince them to be like, hey, capitalize on what space has to offer you, and they're like, okay, well, we don't have a fund for that. How do you think we should tackle that?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of us maybe got into space initially because we think, oh, it's cool or it's engineering technical challenge. I think actually, build on Martin's point, is actually shifting to focus on solutions rather than on technology. So when you can see that actually you can address current challenges with a lower cost from space than you can terrestrially, that already there is a big wake-up call. Second thing that we're actively doing at the World Economic Forum is actually building a national space policy toolkit. So it actually can help companies look at what stage they are in their kind of space journey, what capabilities they already have present, and then where there's other gaps. And in those cases, they may partner with other countries to fulfill those needs, or look to the private sector also to go into that space. So I think these kinds of tools that we bring forward, space will speak for itself. It's just we need to make sure that people are sufficiently aware of both the opportunities and the benefits that space can provide, and then it'll follow naturally. And I think that's also what will drive this higher growth rate in the space economy quickly, because people will shift terrestrial activities into the space economy because it's actually more effective and creates more value.
Thank you. That's very clear. We have a plan and we need to execute it soon. Susmita, my next question is on regulatory. What kind of regulatory landscape is necessary to foster emerging LEO economy and future of non-terrestrial resource utilization while ensuring long-term sustainability in space?
Right, so I think I'll have to break it up into two parts. We're looking at what kind of a regulatory landscape would we want in low Earth orbit, given that the LEO economy is now expanding at an enormous pace. I think for everybody in the room here, I'll just quickly introduce you to the concept of space debris, because it's important that you understand why space debris is dangerous and how dangerous is the low Earth orbit right now. So anything that's orbiting the Earth, it could be at 400 kilometers, it could be higher, is orbiting at enormous speeds. It could be the size of an aspirin tablet, it could be the size of a satellite. It's moving at about 28,000 kilometers per hour. If you're thinking in miles, it's about 17,000 miles per hour, and that packs a punch. So just take a look at the numbers here. I looked up the European Space Agency debris figures. The latest numbers tell us we have about 40,000 debris objects orbiting the Earth, which are larger than 10 centimeters in size, right? We have about 1.1 million objects between 1 centimeter and 10 centimeter. And believe it or not, we have 130 million man-made debris objects, which are between 1 millimeter to 1 centimeter. Now, this is a lot of debris, right? And if you talk to any space agency, or if you talk to the space station partners, we have to constantly monitor debris and move it, dodge your spacecraft, whatever that might be, out of the path of debris. So in terms of regulations, we have what's called the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which is sort of the pivot around which current space governance rests. But in my view, that's completely outdated. It was good for the time when it was crafted, because the idea was to sort of address this sort of the military space race and make sure that we don't sort of take nuclear weapons into outer space. But if you look at the debris issue, which has become more real and is, let me give you numbers, we roughly have 9,000 satellites, active satellites in orbit. About a decade and a half ago, we had about 1,200 satellites, right? And in the very first session right here in this room, I think the moderator had a very good question for the panelists, where I must admit all of them dodged the question, was if 2/3 of active 9,000 satellites are owned by a single company, does that worry you? If I were here for that panel, I would say it absolutely does worry me and should worry everybody, because not only is monopoly the issue, there are many problems. It gets in the way of ground-based astronomy. Your great-grandkids will probably see more machines in the skies than stars, which is not a very exciting proposition if you ask me. And I think it's a question of orbital occupation and a kind of a land grab. On one hand, we are talking about space being a resource which belongs to all of us. And here we have a single company that's planning to put up 42,000 satellites. So I think we do need regulations to make sure that access to this limited resource, whether it's spectrum or orbital space, is more equitable and cannot be in the hands of any one country or one company. It's a very difficult regulation to bring in, to put together, because I think we now live in a geopolitically volatile world, and multilateralism is starting to become less fashionable, let's put it that way. But we do need that regulation, I think, in the long term. The other question, the other part of your question, when it comes to resource utilization, if you look at recent laws, I'll refer to a couple of them. In November of 2015, when President Obama was in office, the US Congress passed a bill which allows American companies to go out to asteroids, to other celestial objects, and bring back material and own it. And this is unilateral legislation. And I'm going to read a couple of sentences from an executive order that President Trump passed. He came after Obama, if you remember. So President Trump signed an executive order, 13914, which was accompanied by an official statement. And I want all of you to listen to this because it is, if you ask me, of great concern. He said, as America prepares to return humans to the moon and journey on to Mars, this executive order establishes US policy towards the recovery and use of space resources, such as water and certain minerals, in order to encourage the commercial development of space. It's good until this point. Now listen to this. He said, the order reaffirms US's support for the 1967 Outer Space Treaty while continuing to reject the 1979 Moon Agreement. The order further clarifies that the United States does not view outer space as a global commons. I can read on, but I think that this kind of wording and this kind of legislation should be something that should be on every country's radar in terms of what the consequences can be. It could lead to appropriation of resources, militarization of space. So I think we need to, as a collective of nations, of people, start thinking of new laws, and we do need laws. We cannot just say that everything can be made possible by, encouraging responsible behavior, because we are now moving towards unilateralism and minilateralism, and that's worrisome.
Absolutely. I mean, we see the pace of technology and the pace of commercialization tremendously outpacing space policy and laws. And a lot of the space policies and laws are not fully developed to capture that commercialization aspect.
In fact, there's a lot of pushback from large corporations and even nations. So everybody is trying to promote the idea of responsible behavior, but voluntarily. And we know that that's not how it's going to happen.
Yep, we definitely need a change. Thank you so much for that insight. My next question goes to you, Cam, regarding commercial partnerships. So what roles do strategic partnerships with governments and other private companies play in achieving the vision for your companies like Axiom Space, Intuitive Machines, and Quantum Space? And how do these collaborations drive technological innovation and commercial viability?
Yes, the governments play really a huge role, definitely in my companies. We were just talking about SpaceX. There wouldn't be a SpaceX if it wasn't because of the government COTS contracts that really enabled SpaceX to be successful and many other companies. But let me more specifically talk about my companies, right? In case of Intuitive Machines, we received a contract for $118 million. And with $118 million, we were able to conceive, design, build, operate, and successfully land on the surface of the moon in a period of 4 years. Now imagine that. If this was supposed to be done with the government, it would have taken a lot more money and much longer. But it was a huge enabler for us to create this new ecosystem. And in our first mission, we had commercial payloads. And now we have 4 missions. We're building series of moon landers, and each one, the number of commercial payloads increasing and the government payloads decreasing. So I think the government can be a huge force multiplier, an anchor to create these space technologies to grow. Also, we just received this contract I mentioned in terms of lunar communication for Artemis, the same thing. It's going to be another enabler, and we're creating our own commercial network rather than using NASA network, if you will, for being able to navigate in space. In case of Axiom Space, we were the recipient of the contract to be the first organization that can connect to International Space Station while we're launching ours and operate jointly. By the way, I just want to say we're just so incredibly proud since I'm in Riyadh that we had the honor of being able to take 2 incredible Saudi astronauts, Rihanna and Ali, in 2022 to space. And I saw them earlier here today, and it was such an incredible thing. And one of the things that we sometimes forget is that one of the key things about space is it unifies humanity. It brings us together. It also inspires the next generation. I think more than 1 million youngsters in Saudi Arabia tuned into that mission. The same thing happened in United Arab Emirates, where for 6 months we took an astronaut to space, and a lot of other young kids were tuned into that mission. And really proud to be able to take our next astronaut, one from India, one from Hungary, and one from Poland. And with a number of people in India, you can imagine how many people we can inspire there. And with Turkey was the first astronaut ever. So this is another one that is big. But anyway, with going back to the question, with Axiom Space, I think the government played another huge role in terms of helping us and continues to help in us being the first private company building the replacement, if you will, for International Space Station with collaboration, not only with the United States, but many other governments. I mean, we've now worked with 12 other governments, taken astronaut to International Space Station and collaborating with them. So I think it's a huge role. And the same thing is true with quantum space, again, working with the government to be able to do that. So I sort of look at the governments as an enablers, if you will, as something that sort of get us started to be able to go forward. And my encouragement is that more governments get involved. And as more governments get involved, and all of us have more interest in space, some of the things that she was talking about, I think, become more of gets more of an urgency situation, like space policy, and at the end, space belongs to everyone, sort of the concept.
Thank you so much. So while governments can be slow and not very cost effective, they can capitalize on the private partnerships to accelerate the innovation and push it forward cost effectively.
I tell you, there's nothing like the power of entrepreneurship and the power of competition, where you feel like you need to create. And I think I've heard this expression that the scarcity is the mother of innovation. And when you have competition and you don't have enough money, you come up with incredible amount of invention and innovations that never existed. And as a result, you accelerate. And if you sort of look at the companies in the United States, other parts of the world, in India and China and other places, this power of innovation as a result of entrepreneurship with some support, to kickstart these programs is the way to go.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Michelle, can I just add on just one thing? So Cam just mentioned the lunar mission for intuitive machines was what, 130 million US?
118 million.
So just to give you a sense, I think, when I started off in '98 with Boeing, I think there are three things that have happened in the last quarter of a century: agility, efficiency, and cross-pollination between all frontier tech, whether it's clean tech, nanotech, agri-tech, space tech, infotech. Earlier, all of these were in their own silos, and now they've sort of come together, which sort of exponentially increases the possibilities of doing things. But coming to the numbers, so every time India launches a moon mission or a Mars mission, is always compared to a Hollywood film, right? I think that's a very bad analogy. The reason I want to sort of tag on to the 118 million thing is, so India, even the government space agency, manages to get done, pull together a planetary mission between 18 to 30 months. It's a very compressed cycle compared to, say, a NASA, which takes 6 to 7 years for a planetary mission, which is why our price tag is much lower. And in a way, the space agency in India works like a startup. It has that agility, organizational agility, to bring together the team from the day the budget is approved, from the day to the day you launch, in a very, very compressed time scale. And I think private companies, new space companies, do exactly that. The other thing I want to add is what Cam was talking about, microgravity utilization. I remember in 1998, when I started working for the space station program, Johnson & Johnson was trying to do things, wanted to, on the space station with Boeing. I think the other big change is red tape has come down. The bureaucracy of launching things or getting things to outer space, I think it's much less now. The other day, I had a guy from Bangalore walk up to me and say, I want to bioprint tissue in outer space. And I told him to reach out to Axiom and to NanoRacks. These things were not possible, I think a lot of things have accelerated, compressed, and that's the exciting part.
Thank you. My last question is for Martin. As the demand for satellite networks grows, what are the primary challenges NeoSpace Group faces in scaling operation to maintain service quality and coverage? And what strategies are being implemented to address these challenges efficiently?
Thank you. Look, if you talk about scaling operations, it depends a little bit on what role you play in the value chain. The NeoSpace Group plays two. One, it's an owner and an operator of assets, and it evolves around the capacity usage ratio. It's an asset in space. It's quite expensive. You're making sure that you have the highest possible utilization. The fact, however, is that demand is quite variable and is aperiodic. Even, for instance, if you take the city of Riyadh, most aircraft's departure sort of after midnight until early morning. At that point in time, there is a high demand for capacity to facilitate the in-flight connectivity, but after that, the demand dips. So you need to come up with ways to dynamically allocate bandwidth to various parts around the world to get the highest possible utilization. Because one thing that I haven't heard too much of today, that clearly governments play a very important role in stimulating innovation in the space industry, but ultimately the private sector needs to make money, right? It's all good and well, but at the end of the day, investors want to see a return of their investments, even governments. That may not necessarily be a monetary return, but it will have to be a return, so that focus needs to be there. The second sort of role that we play is that of a service provider, where you manage complexity. If you scale things and things get more and more complex. If you look at the geospatial world, many users of geospatial data, remote sensing and Earth observation data, use a combination of high-resolution opticals, synthetic aperture radar, hyperspectral, multispectral, for a particular area of interest. Well, one thing is to make sure that the data is managed and aligned properly. The second part is to provide meaningful insights, because the data in itself doesn't do much. And that is a challenge that we're trying to address by using software. It is a software challenge. It's not a hardware. You need to write very specific algorithms that serves use cases to provide meaningful insights that help customers to make better informed decisions, respond quicker to events that either have already happened or are likely to happen, so that they can avoid it. So it depends a little bit on what the role you play, but I do want to, just like I said earlier, technology is a means to an end, not an end in itself. The second part is sort of we like to place. Ultimately, we need to return on investment as well, and so it sometimes is important to add to the conversation.
Thank you so much for the insight. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you for listening. I think we can wrap up the discussion. I hope you got to see some opportunities in space, some of the challenges that are being faced, and how we can actually move forward, because the opportunities outweigh the challenges. And if you combine government and private sector, you can actually move forward and drive innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and of course to Michal as well. And you talked there at the end, Michal, about how we drive forward or move forward and drive innovation. And I think we're all really looking forward to seeing how that is done through the centre. And thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate that session. So we've been talking a lot so far about the exciting innovations that is being seen in the sector and the huge potential that NTN technologies have. But with progress comes responsibility, and making sure that the growth is delivered in a way that is responsible and sustainable, and really, I suppose, improves and enriches lives and protects future generations. So for the final two sessions of the day, we're going to shift the focus and move specifically on to look at this. So our last session, in about 25 minutes' time, is going to be looking at delivering sustainability in and from space. But before that, we have a fireside chat that's going to be focusing on balancing innovation with responsibility. So if I could invite now, please, our moderator, Tom Isherwood, and our two panelists for this session, Abdulaziz from CST and Fahad from Aramco, to come and join us here on the stage. Welcome, gentlemen. And Tom, I will pass over to you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for joining us. I think the last panel established that there is a lot of exciting progress in the space economy. We also know that NTNs can play a really important role in connecting unconnected communities, in eventually, hopefully, eliminating the digital divide. But that also creates challenges when it comes to sustainability, creates challenges when it comes to mental well-being. And that's what we'll be talking about today. Very glad to be joined here by Abdulaziz and by Dr. Fahad. Abdulaziz, I'd love to kick off with you. And maybe from the perspective of the regulator, from the CST perspective, how do you define responsible connectivity? What are the main topics that you look at?
Well, thank you so much, Tom, for having me today. It's a great honor to be part of this panel to discuss a very interesting topic about balancing innovation and sustainability. So let me shed the light on the global landscape before I start, the regulatory landscape. So if you go and seek the commercial space regulation globally, you will see this mandate assigned to national agencies. While in Case A in 2022, this mandate has been assigned to CST. So CST become the first regulator to regulate space, telecom, and tech sectors in the same time, which give us the opportunity from the convergence between the three sectors to innovate. And of course, when there is innovation, there is a responsibility. The responsibility that we are highlighting here is related to economical responsibility, environmental responsibility, as well as culture responsibility. So it's not about connecting the nation. It is about what is the impact that will happen after this connectivity. Of course, there is a specific sides that we should be careful about. We should, be ready to account for before spreading the connectivity. So at CST, we sensed this urgency, and we tried to, be proactive. Thus, we initiated a lot of initiatives in this regard, and also we tried to, bridge the gap when it comes to the private sector initiatives as well as policy and policymaker and regulator within KSA.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. Fahad, you helped found and lead this program related to digital well-being. Can you say a bit more about that? What is the impact of connectivity on digital well-being, and what should be done about it?
Well, thank you, Tom. It's a great pleasure really to be here. Talking about the digital well-being, that's really different conversation today from all the topics that we have discussed since this morning. And digital well-being is, when we talk about digital well-being, it's how we can help individuals, general communities, in improving their relationship with technology, mainly with their smartphone, with their computers, and the screens across all the board. So talking about the connectivity, I can give a very short brief about the Global Digital Index, which is one of the products of SYNC, the Global Digital Wellbeing Program established by ITHRA, King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture. The index is a very interesting tool that measure how countries, governments put in place the building blocks of digital well-being and how to tackle and mitigate the risk of the digital technology and maximize the benefits of digital technology, but also minimize the risk. And it has a very holistic and robust framework that has two indices or sub-indices, one tackling the negative impact of technology, and the other one which is capturing the opportunities, where connectivity is one of these pillars, is capturing the opportunities. So from connectivity, we measure three factors, which is accessibility, affordability, and penetration rate. And from our findings that connectivity correlates with many of the digital well-being pillars and other domains. For example, connectivity is the powerful fundamental instruments that help participating in e-education or e-learning, e-commerce, services, remote work, and much, much more. So in this, I would say from this perspective that connectivity is very important really for helping us to connect with each other, building our relationship and interpersonal relationship. So when we, for example, just to give some insights from the index, what we found that high-income countries, they have better connectivity. They have, for example, Saudi Arabia, Emirates scored the highest on the connectivity with 100%. And all the high-income countries, they score about 95% as an average, compared to the upper middle countries. They scored 79%, where the low-income countries scored 53%, which really show the disparities and maybe market challenge with the low-income countries. Same thing with the affordability. The cost of the internet for the high-income countries is 0.1 of the gross national income, where the low-income countries is 5.4%, which is also, there is an issue of cost, there is an issue of accessibility, there is issue of internet speed, which all of these is a catalyst for innovation and growth. I mean, economical growth.
Very good. So the I mean, essentially what you're saying is the digital divide is still very real, and it lines up very much, wealthier countries obviously experience it less, but still some. Poorer countries experience it much more heavily, and that getting connectivity is a big way of enabling well-being.
Absolutely, yes.
Very good. Maybe Abdulaziz, one of the other angles when we think about responsible connectivity is around sustainability. And I know one angle has been talked about already a bit when we think about space debris. I know that CST has also done some work when it comes to the debris that's left on the Earth. Can you talk a bit about that?
Well, thank you for your question, Tom. Before I shed the light on CST initiative regarding the e-waste, I wanted to, highlight some numbers or facts about, the amount or the challenge that we are facing today. Today, the amount of e-waste that we have globally is around 62 billion kilograms, with an approximate growth of 2.3 billion kilogram yearly. This will account for around 80 billion kilograms of e-waste by 2030. So we can sense the challenge that we are facing in the near future, but in the same time, I think we should, transform this challenge to an opportunity by, acting together to, have the opportunity to recycle the devices. So CST sensed this urgency and started by launching Recycle Your Device initiatives back to 2022, and we recycled around 100K electronic device. If we should act now. So there is an opportunity to grow the amount of global recycling from 20% to around 60% by 2030 by launching the same initiative globally and across the different nations. So we should act now. We should act proactively to address the gap that we are facing and to minimize the challenge on the environment scale and in the economic scale, and to utilize this opportunity in the economic aspect.
Thanks, Abdulaziz. Maybe just one more question before we tee up the next panel, which I think will deep dive a bit more on the sustainability question. When you look forward, and this is a question to both of you, this is a forum today about NTNs, it's a forum today about expanding the space economy. Clearly, there's a lot of opportunities. Clearly, this is progress that needs to continue. What would be your thought about the most important thing when it comes to the responsibility side of this that we all need to keep in mind as all of this progress continues? And maybe Fahad, you could start, and then Abdulaziz.
Yeah, my pleasure. I think that I can find the link between the initiatives that Abdulaziz mentioned and digital well-being. Environment is one of the domains, one of the most important domains, to me when it's talking about digital well-being. And for example, helping people and educating people on the responsible use and responsible consumption of the digital tools and also digital activities, sending emails, taking photos, recording videos, posting.
Social media.
Exactly. It's really, it's part of the really impacting the environment, impacting ourselves, as these also can create and cause and aggravate our stress. And our disorganized, for example, smartphone or desktop, that's really causing stress and might lead really to some of the confusion and might really impact the mental health. But just to mention, one of the things that we are trying really to help people and educate people is to shift from digital maximalism, which is driven by novelty, fascinating, and hedonic treadmill, to look for a new release, new device, new tools, to more of digital minimalism, where they think of a very limited but focused activities and very limited also tools that meets their needs. So it's driven by value, driven by needs, and also driven by paying more attention to.
Okay, so as this continues, we need to think also about the mental health implications of all of this.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And Abdulaziz, what about you? What would you say is the most important thing to keep in mind as we think about responsible connectivity going forward?
Well, I think with the rapid, growth with the connected devices, it is expected the impact on the environment to be, increased from, a challenge point of view, and the negative impact will be increased. So every regulator, and from regularity point of view, in collaboration with the private sector, of course, should act from today to address, the regularity gaps when it comes to the recycling and how to recycle. Thus, I think we had the opportunity to work with the ITU in developing an initiative that is related to developing a regulation for recycling or recycling economy. So this initiative should address the regularity gap in 3 countries and draw the role model for other countries who would love to apply the same regulation in their nation. So I think it will be like, the BOC that every country could adopt and move forward with their agenda in sustainability. And it should be like, a first action that every regulator should take as a first step, moving forward towards addressing the huge impact on the global scale, and when it comes to the global opportunities that we should at least, utilize as a global nation.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. I think just to recap, I think, Fahad, you pointed out that, from all the research you all have done on your Digital Wellbeing Index, connectivity is a key enabler for people's overall well-being. At the same time, we also need to be aware of the challenges it can create when it comes to mental health, also the challenges that it can create when it comes to sustainability. And I think our next panel will dive a bit deeper into the sustainability topic, but thank you both for joining us for this fireside chat, and I wish everybody a pleasant rest of their forum.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you so much to Tom, and of course to Abdulaziz and Fahad as well for that fascinating discussion. And as Tom said, I think that has teed us up really nicely for the final session of today. So it's hard to believe that we're at the final session of today already, because today really has rushed past. But I think we have saved one of the hottest topics until last, because I think I've lost count of the number of times that space sustainability has been mentioned in the discussion so far. So what better way to finish our first day than a panel that's going to focus specifically on that issue, delivering sustainability in and from space. So if I could invite, please, our panelists and our moderator to come and join us on stage. So that's Val Mansami from Saudi Space Agency, Sharif Sedki, Salam Almari, Kalpak Gude, Michael Cheng, and John Janka. So I will pass over to Dr. Val in a second. Before I do, just to remind everyone, both here and watching virtually, please do continue to send through your questions, your comments. Everyone here, there's a QR code on the screen. Scan that QR code, and that will enable you to post your questions. And everyone watching online, you can use the area on the right-hand side of your screen. There's an area that says questions. Please do post your questions there, and I'm sure Val will bring some of those into the discussion later on. That said, delighted now to pass over to Val, who's going to be introducing the topic, and of course our speakers. Val, welcome. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So we're down to the very last session of the day, but I think it's probably the most critical and most topical aspect we've been talking about the whole day, which is around sustainability. And my name is Val Mansami, and we have a esteemed panel of experts with us to delve deeper into the issue of sustainability. So just to introduce them briefly to you, and then we'll do a brief introduction thereafter. Dr. Sharif Sedki, he's the CEO of the Egyptian Space Agency. Salam Al-Meri, Director General for the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. It's been a while. We have Kalpak Gude from Kuiper, which is part of Amazon. We have Michael Cheng, who's the Director for Earth Space Sustainability, and John Janker, the Chief Officer for Global Affairs and Regulations. Welcome, gentlemen. If we can start maybe from my immediate left, Sharif, and just go down the row. Just from your perspective, how do you view sustainability? And then maybe from an institutional perspective in terms of how you're dealing with sustainability, and maybe also preparing for the issue of sustainability in terms of what to come. We heard numbers upward of 30,000 satellites by 2030. So that's going to be an incredible undertaking. Sharif.
Thank you, Val. Thank you, Val, very much. And first, I would like to thank the Saudi Space Agency for the invitation and for the welcome here. And if we talk about the sustainability of space, and we go back to history, we'll see that space have played a pivotal role in the development of human life on Earth. So this have been done since more than 7,000 years ago, where ancient Egyptians used space just to know and to do their essentials, like starting the agriculture season, the harvest season, knowing the rain seasons. So it's very important for them, the information that they collected from Earth to space. And as technology developed, we noticed a huge development. Maybe today we are talking about communication. So there is a huge development in the communication system starting from the analog era in early 70s up to the digital economy, where everything is mixed together, the agriculture, the health, the education, the automotive, all the different aspects of the IoT that required the use of space. And space was the enabler for those technologies, and it will remain to be the enabler for such technologies, which means that we need to ensure that we have the equitable access to space. We need to ensure that space can be used not only for current generations and for current technologies, but it should be sustained for future generations to ensure that it's fully utilized and it can help the development on Earth, which means that we have to have lots of legal regulations and technology developments, and both should go hand in hand to have a responsible use of space. And that's sustainability in my own point of view. So it's institutional, it's organizational, it's a global issue that everyone across the globe should work on having such issue to be realized and sustained. So that's how I envision space sustainability.
Thank you, Sharif. Salim?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Definitely, I think, Sharif, you had a full definition of that. From my perspective, I try to simplify it when I speak to individuals in our entity, and it's really to make sure that space will be accessible over the next 20 years or 30 years. So today, when we look at the number of satellites being launched, we are really mainly focused on low Earth orbit, so as a space center, and maybe around the moon, around Mars. So we are not in the geostationary orbit. So in our focus area, when we look at LEO and we look at the number of satellites being launched, and then how countries are dealing with elements such as deorbit and the way they build their satellites, if we are not talking to each other, if we are not thinking about how to make sure that this resource is finite, and if we misuse it, then it won't be available for the next generations, then there will be an issue in the next 20 years. So that's the way we look at it. When we design our missions, we make sure that we have, of course, we follow regulations. So as a country, the United Arab Emirates is a signatory of the UN treaties. There is a policy in the country that any entity, whether it's government or private, builds missions, of course, with sustainability, with deorbit mechanisms in place. We will launch a satellite next month. It's called MBZsat. It's a 1-ton system. Within that satellite is a deorbit mechanism, so that we have enough fuel that we are then able, after the 5 to 6, 7, 8 years lifetime, whatever it is, that we deorbit that. When we build those systems, we try to build them in a robust way that their elements are not breaking up. The satellite will not produce more space debris. And of course, there are other elements that we can look at. But really, that's the way we look at it as a space center. Thank you.
Thanks, Kalbeck.
It's a great opening question. I think from our perspective, I think my colleagues have said exactly what's right in terms of sustainability and safety is all about the protection and the opportunity in the future to ensure that future generations have the right and the capability of using space. In terms of Project Kuiper at Amazon, we designed and we looked at our program with space safety in mind from day one. Our design of our constellation, our selection of orbits, our design of our satellites, our design of our operational plans, our design of our deorbit plans were all with that in mind. We understood we were launching and we were going to launch a large number of satellites. We had to do it responsibly. So we picked from the beginning a low orbit, understanding that it will be easier to deorbit from a low orbit than taking greater risk in going higher up. We designed a system that had maneuverability in mind, that had protection in terms of shielding of key components, that had a design and an intention to deorbit quickly if there were challenges on the spacecraft, and deorbit quickly at the end of useful life. I think those are the key components that we look at when we think of space sustainability. But I will also make a broader point that I think the industry has been extremely responsible. I'm not saying everyone everywhere, but I think it is important to remember. The space industry has been incredibly responsible with their operations in space. Most of the debris that is in orbit today is government-generated debris. I'm not blaming governments. There was a time in a place a number of years ago when space sustainability, space safety wasn't front of mind. A lot of this debris continues to be an accumulation of past events. So I think from an industry perspective, I think more work needs to be done, but work is being done. We are developing best practices, we are developing coordination, we are sharing information to ensure that future generations can also get the benefits of space.
Great, thanks, Carl. Michael.
Yeah, I like to think of space as sustainability as basically sustainability here on the ground, but in 3 dimensions. Right? I think that's something that I like to think about because there are so many lessons from sustainability in the past that we can learn from and sort of avoid making mistakes into the future, right? Now, everything from the manufacture and design to launch emissions to rendezvous and proximity operations in space to end of life, all of that matters when it comes to space sustainability, and there's so many different layers of it, right? Fundamentally, sustainability is an accounting exercise. It's an exercise of ensuring that the decision maker who's in a position to benefit from a decision is not insulated from the risks or the costs associated from that decision. It's what we call the moral hazard, right? And it is a truism of any industrial development that one stakeholder or one domain will have unequal benefit and unequal costs, right? And it's up to us as a community and international community to properly understand and allocate those costs, risk and costs effectively, right? And I think the understanding part is where we are now, right? No one really understands with respect to all those dimensions, all those sort of notches on the z-axis, no one really understands the cost of going to space, and so that's where we are now, and that's where we have work to do.
Thanks, Michael. John.
So I agree with the other panelists that at its core, this is about ensuring that the entire world can benefit from access to space and all it brings to our lives here on Earth. But I also think it's about doing so within acceptable limits of risk and damage. And we need to be mindful of that. And we need to think carefully about what we're doing so that we can achieve that goal of maximizing the benefits for the entire world. Not just a couple countries, not just a couple systems, but for the entire world for the foreseeable future. And when we think about the elements of sustainability, it may be helpful to just briefly recap what I see, because I think we've talked about a lot of them, most of them, if not all of them, during the course of the day, but there are multiple prongs. And I think the most critical element right now for our collective futures is the continued availability of spectrum in orbits in order to ensure competition, innovation, and meet the sovereign nations, the needs of sovereign nations around the world. I think we are at tremendous risk of losing access to spectrum in orbits. And I do think this should be a wake-up call to influencers to really start to study this before it's too late. Because if space is populated by one or two systems gobbling up 50 gigahertz of spectrum operating across 500 kilometers of orbits, there won't be room for anyone else. And the time to think about that is now. We've talked a lot about debris. I think debris is important, but I think the issue is bigger than debris. The issue is about acceptable levels of collision risk in space. And the way we're beginning to populate space, the number and the size of the spacecraft that are being deployed by some are raising that risk. And it's not just a matter of there being debris and there being a mess created by others before, it's a matter of the systems we're introducing and how they interact with that debris and the level of risk they create, and questions about why insurers are leaving the satellite insurance market and what that means for startups who need insurance in order to bring competition and innovation to the marketplace. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that one of the acceptable risks we have to determine is human casualty risk. We already have men and women in space who are at increasing risk from debris and the results of collisions of spacecraft. And I imagine that our occupation of low Earth orbits by humans is only going to increase. We've talked today about levels of impact on the dark skies, which is not only cultural impact, but also impact on astronomy and asteroid defense systems. And last, but certainly not least, defining an acceptable level of impact on our environment, whether that means our atmosphere, our oceans, or nature more broadly. So I just encourage folks, when we think about sustainability, there are those 5 prongs I've identified. They're connected, but each of them is different and each of them is important. But I will say, if we don't handle the spectrum availability issue now, the rest of it won't matter.
Thank you for that, John. I think there's 3 aspects that is common thread: the spectrum issues, the space debris, and I think lastly you touched on the dark skies. There's a controversial issue because I think some of us spoke about deorbiting satellites. There's a concern about atmospheric ablation, that when you burn these satellites in the atmosphere, you're discharging all of these atoms and ions in the environment. So that's another cause for concern that's going to come up on sustainability issues. But let me start with you, Michael. If we fast forward to 2030, the estimates is that we're going to have upwards of 30, maybe up to 60,000 satellites in orbit. So from your perspective, Earth space sustainability, what are the key concerns in terms of that growing number of constellations and existing debris and what that would mean going forward?
Well, I think as John mentioned, everyone would benefit from choice and competition, right? And there is growing challenges to choice and competition. The first of which I think is, as John mentioned, sort of the uninsurability of LEO, right? So at the Earth Space Sustainability Initiative, we're focused on creating objective standards and regulations to de-risk LEO for insurers and working directly with banks to do that, right? And so I think first and foremost, I think a lot of these constellations have to get funded and off the ground for there to be multiple constellations, right? I think that's critical. I think the second part of that is, we're working with another organization called the Outer Net Council, which envisions a diverse network of satellites provisioned by multiple operators from multiple countries. Right? One of the things that we think will contribute to sustainability is the need to launch fewer satellites, right? Which can be solved in the same way that there is a need to build fewer mobile towers terrestrially when networks are able to connect with each other, right? So the Outer Net Council is promoting a concept, a protocol, a standard protocol called Federation, which provides very basic elements of allowing networks to share capacity and spectrum. And that will enable countries, small and large, to launch parts of network and be able to interoperate with other networks, reducing the need for everyone to have their own LEO just for sort of sovereignty reasons, right? And so we see the industry as very nascent and that there needs to be like a viable, in order for us to have choice and in order for us to have competition, there needs to be a viable economic business case first. And building that is important.
Thanks, Michael. Salim, I'm going to come to you. You did mention a few interventions from the regulatory deorbiting perspective, and you've got quite a large portfolio in terms of lunar Mars exploration, and you have an astronaut corps. Obviously, this is of huge concern to you. But are there any technological interventions that you can take in terms of how you're designing missions and new technologies that you can bring into play to reduce the space debris?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, there are generic ones, but what we do in the center really is mainly focusing on deorbit. We're also looking at ways where you can deorbit, especially the smaller satellites. So, I see Arti here, and we are doing a joint mission with the United Nations, which is called PHI. And that's also part of space sustainability because it's giving access to space. And through that mission, we are giving access to countries like Nepal, Bahrain, in the future, other countries as well, Moldova, etc., to go together with us in a responsible way with the United Nations to space. So that's one way of doing it. But technologies that we are looking at in our next PHI are, ways to deorbit such a small satellite. And, maybe you can release elements from your satellite that will slow it down and then start to bring it down faster than it would. So these are things that we are planning to launch on probably PHI 2 or PHI 3. So these are things that we are constantly looking at that do exist, that we think at the center could be useful in a cost-effective and in a way to do it on smaller missions. Now, the bigger missions, we focus really on propulsion and trying to use materials that will not break up apart in orbit. When we look at Mars, so when we did the Emirates Mars mission, and we launched that in 2020, the objective there, of course, was to get to Mars, but to get there in a safe way. So now we're looking at planetary protection. Our mission, first of all, the way it was designed in the labs, etc., has all planetary protection elements. It's developed with all planetary protection element precautions. But, so we don't want to get near the planet, of course, as well. But if, for some reason, something goes wrong and that mission starts going towards the orbit of Mars and going in there, it's designed in a way that it will burn up. But our objective is that after the completion of the cycle of the mission, we will then do it's a little bit of a different deorbit, that you are sending the mission outside of Mars's orbit in a way that it will never collide with the planet. So these elements, I think, are important, and we should be implementing them also around Earth. So that's what we're looking at. Moon is another element. I mean, you brought up that topic as well, and I think it's quite well known that, you know, today so many countries are looking at getting to the moon. The UAE is part of the Artemis program. We are developing a big part of the Gateway Airlock. So that is, of course, a sustainable way of sending humans to orbit the moon and to live and work around the moon. But today you've got other countries going, you've got private companies going, and if we don't talk and we don't regulate this quite well and at least follow the norms that are set in the outer space treaties, then I think we'll start facing problems going forward. So that's the way we're doing it at the center.
Thank you, Salim. Sharif, you hold a very important position as chair of the United Nations Committee of the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. So we have the treaties and conventions. Are those still relevant? Do they need to be reformed? And if we're reforming them, how do we make sure that we bring all of the actors to the table? Because you know, UN COPIUS is member state driven, but you have non-state actors, which are mainly the key drivers coming forward. So how do you juggle all of this?
Thank you very much for this important question, and which highlights the role of COPUS as the global platform for developing space governance. And this has been in place since the inception of the committee in 1959, and started by the Space Treaty, and then recently with the development of the long-term sustainability guidelines that have been approved, and then recently during the Summit for the Future that have been held in September, the member states requested COPUS for three specific governance to start working on developing them, which is the debris removal, it's the space resource management, and the most important part is the space traffic coordination. So this means that COPUS is well aware that we need to act, and to act urgently and fastly. You have the development of technology, and you need also to have the proper development of the legal and governance, and both should go hand in hand. And also you can highlight the summit for the Space Summit that will be held in June 2027, and the preparations that are on way now that will help in fostering the role of COPUS, and also the role of UNOSA as facilitating the communication and getting all the different parties all together. It's worth mentioning now the event that happened last month in New York, where we had a very important meeting during the Space Bridge meeting. And during this meeting, actually, we discussed the importance of the interaction between the public sector and the private sector. What would be the needs of the private sector that need to be taken into consideration when we do the governance. So it's very important to have this type of dialogue. And actually how to get the engagement of the member states to understand the extent of the problem, for instance, of the space traffic management. So I would mention here the events that will happen in January for the just before the Scientific Technical Subcommittee of COPUS, where UNOSA is preparing for a workshop for simulating the impact of the space debris, and if you have some congestion, how are you going to interact, and what's the role of the space situation awareness, and how the different parties can work on. So that's a very interesting simulation that's going to be there. So getting back to your point and to your question, what would be the role of the government and the private sector, and how both can go hand in hand? Decision making should be kept with the government, with the state members. However, the involvement of the industry and the private sector is very, very important. So having them feeding back to the state members and to understand their needs, this is very, very important. Why should it be kept with the government, the decision making? Normally, if you need to enforce the space traffic management governments, the government is the one who will enforce it. Accordingly, the decision should be there. However, this should be fully guided by the needs of the private sector and the industry. And there are lots of different examples where we started from the private sector, and then this developed to the strong involvement of the public sector. So we have the Space Data Association, for instance. They started as a private entity, and now you have a very significant public contribution from NASA and NOAA and other. So to conclude this part, having a common platform like Scopus and UNOSA for getting everything delivered to the general globe, it's very, very important. If you need the space data awareness, space situation awareness data to be spread all over the globe with the standardization, with the proper format, it should go through a United Nations system that will just transfer it there. This doesn't exclude the private sector, but both should go hand in hand.
Thank you, Sharif. I'm going to jump to you, John. You've worked very closely with the ITU in the past. And we know that the ITU is also looking at this from a sustainability point of view. But do you believe from the regulatory, the spectrum perspective, do we have the right mix of regulations? And again, how do we bring the industry into the picture?
Those are great questions. Let me start with the ITU. I think the ITU does a remarkable job. And I think that, as we heard from Mario today, the ITU leadership has really used its bully pulpit to raise awareness to the issues that we're starting to see. I think they're terrific at doing that, and we know there are some initiatives at the ITU to start to address some of these issues. I think there are two challenges, which is the ITU process, by definition, takes a long time. I'm not being critical, I'm just observing that it takes a long time, and I'm not sure we have a long time, because before the next WRC, the skies are populated with tens of thousands of satellites that are operating without a new framework for how we deal with non-geo. It's going to be very hard to put the proverbial horse back in the barn. And I think it's even more challenging than that, because we are seeing today there is a system that not only seeks to operate 10,000 satellites across hundreds of kilometers of orbits in the next few years, they're also intending to operate without regard to certain critical ITU limits. They're currently seeking licenses from their national licensing authority to operate without regard to the tables of allocations and without regard to the power limits that effectively define the communication lanes in space between different types of satellite systems. There's nothing the ITU can do about that. And just as there are challenges with certain operators providing service in countries where they haven't been invited to provide service through the issuance of a national authorization, there's nothing the ITU can do about that. So I think the regulation in the near term, and by the near term I mean the next 1 to 3 years, really rests at the market access level with national regulators. And I think it's a practical matter. It's the local telecom regulators and others in nations around the world who are the only ones who are going to be able to look out for their own interests. As to the industry, there has been a lot of discussion within industry. I believe that we are seeing consensus develop that we need to get on top of these issues, that we need to have quantitative analyses done to enable us to determine the best course of action. And in my parlance, I would say I think people are coming to the realization that we need to measure and not guess. I think that's a good thing. I also believe there is a recognition that we can't rely entirely on market forces because we are dealing with the commons, and because it only takes one actor to ruin things for everyone else. So there is an increasing recognition that we are going to need regulation. And again, I think that falls on national regulators, and who are in many cases appropriately thinking about their own national frameworks for regulating non-geos on a going forward basis.
Thank you, John. So, Kalpak, when you started off, you talked about government being the main culprit. So let's take it off from there. I mean, we have Kuiper. You're looking at more than 3,000 satellites to come online. How are you looking at it in terms of the governance from the Kuiper perspective? And what do you want to see improve from a sustainability point of view from a Kuiper perspective?
From a governance perspective, I think we are really regulated today by the FCC, who licenses our space station operations. And the FCC is, again, today, the most aggressive when it comes to space safety and sustainability. They have the most forward-leading, the most robust set of regulations. I don't think anyone believes necessarily that they're capturing everything all the time, but today's regulations, they are the most robust that are out there. And we are subject to them and living to them. On a going forward basis, I think our view, and I think John said this before, a broader global perspective on regulation is very slow in developing. That is how the international process works. You can call it success or failure, but it moves slowly. We think from our perspective, one of the things that we have been doing is aggressively working with industry organizations to develop best practices. We think that is being done quickly. Maybe not as quickly as we'd like, but the direction is certain. Industry is coming together. Players who have LEO satellites, LEO systems, who are developing LEO systems are coming together because we all recognize that there is a shared interest in driving towards space safety and sustainability. I think it's really important to understand these factors of space safety and sustainability are not exogenous costs to us. Exogenous costs being costs that you put on somebody else, but you don't have to live with yourself. For us, we're building, in Kuiper's case, a $10 billion plus system in low Earth orbit for the long term. Our desire and our need to have space sustainability, space safety, not just for us, but for others, for the long term is essential. We would never be building this kind of constellation if we thought it was a short-term value and that the environment would be one that couldn't support long-term operations. So that's not just us, but much of industry is feeling the same way. Now, there are players, small players, and again, I'll not meant to criticize them, but if you're building a smaller number of spacecraft for academic purposes or other purposes, maybe some of these costs can be exogenous, maybe some of these costs can be pushed off to others, but I think that's exactly where the best practices efforts that industry is taking is being done to put pressure on all of our colleagues. And I will tell you, having worked at both large satellite operators to small startups, the environment of industry working together, the peer pressure that creates for better behavior, better design, better operations, I think is significant. And I'm really proud of the work of industry in moving that forward. And I think that is the direction that we see in the space sustainability front. That's how we get to progress sooner.
Yeah. Can I tease you on the last point?
Sure.
Has Kuiper spoken to Starlink, spoken to OneWeb?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
We coordinate our activities with them. We have regular coordination meetings, both on the spectrum side as well as the physical operations side. So for a variety of reasons, we're still in discussions. We haven't closed coordination agreements with them. We've closed coordination agreements with a large number of other operators. But with them, we continue to discuss. I will tell you, on the space safety and operations side, everybody takes this very seriously. We're not operating with either constellation in the same orbital arc, but we do move through them. We will orbit raise through them. OneWeb will orbit raise through us and descend through us. So coordination is incredibly important.
Okay, thank you. John, I'm going to jump to you. Are we dealing with a regulatory issue or a technical issue? How do we balance the two?
I think it depends on the question we're talking about. If we focus for the moment on the spectrum issue, I think it's absolutely a regulatory issue. And it's a regulatory issue in the sense that, again, if someone puts up tens of thousands of satellites operating with wide orbital tolerances across 450 kilometers of orbits with multiple beams on the satellite, and they also happen to have a lot of market power when it comes to the provision of heavy launch services, they have an awful lot of ability to block the ability of other non-geo systems to share those orbits. We're already seeing instances where in the United States, the FCC is drawing a line of demarcation between two different non-geo systems, saying you stay below here and you go above there. And the obvious question is, where does the rest of the world fit in? I don't think that question's been answered. And if you think it's going to be easy to coordinate with someone operating 30,000 satellites across 450 kilometers of orbits, I think you got another thing coming to you. We're seeing blocking impacts on smaller systems that seek to share the same spectrum. We're seeing blocking impacts on others who want to operate in the same mobile satellite spectrum or NTN bands. And we're seeing blocking impacts on geosatellite systems that either want to share the same spectrum or want to bring innovation competition by providing terminals to the mass market that can be as small as 15 centimeters. And how does that blocking happen? Because there are power limits that effectively define the communications lanes in space. And those power limits provide the certainty that allows different technologies to deploy different types of antennas and innovate. Non-geo systems are able to operate with no restrictions on the size of the terminals that they can operate. And they're currently planning to deploy 15-centimeter terminals. Bravo. I applaud that. However, at the same time, those same interests are seeking to raise the amount of interference they can generate into the geostationary arc, which means the geos would be precluded from using the same types of terminals. What impact does that have on competition? Can that be solved with technology? Will that be solved in the marketplace? I say no. That's why we need regulation. We need regulation to provide the balance out there to ensure that the entire world can benefit from the use of space on a going forward basis. All nations, all operators, and not just one or two companies from one nation.
Thanks, John. Salim, from the MBRSC point of view, obviously you work with the private sector in terms of your supply chain and so on. So how do you lock your supply chain in terms of the sustainability issue?
That's a good question. I mean, of course, when we are looking at all of the components that we are ordering, everything that we are working with, we are, of course, always putting sustainability as part of our equation. The way we play it is quite simple. We look at what our government regulations are, which are typically in line with what's happening internationally, and then we make sure that those companies are complying with that. And What's happening recently is a little bit different. You know, that's easy to say when you're buying components or elements or parts from European or US industry, because, you know, they would be complying in certain ways. However, what's happened recently is that UAE industry now is developing a lot of our satellite systems and subsystems. So then this is where our government, the UAE Space Agency as the regulator, comes and plays a role to ensure that those companies, for them to have an operating license in the UAE to be able to provide space services or space components or subsystems, then they have to comply with certain regulations. So that's the way it's playing in the UAE level.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sharif, you obviously heading up the Egyptian Space Agency. On the same campus, you have the African Space Agency coming up, and you're also a very active player in the Arab Space League. So from an international cooperation point of view, how can you strengthen your, the collaboration, to address the whole issue of sustainability across these global regions?
Yes. As you know, space is a common property for all of us. And accordingly, the collaboration at all levels, whether we talk at the bilateral level or the multilateral level, it's very, very crucial. And when we talk about collaboration here, we talk about collaboration where we can have the proper data exchange, where we have the proper knowledge exchange, where we have all the different expertise and the capacity building and knowledge transferred between spacefaring nations and developing nations. And let's take the example of the African continent and how the Egyptian Space Agency interact with the different agencies within the continent, and now with the African Space Agency, which is on the verge of inauguration now, and how we can get all the different stakeholders work together in a sustainable, responsible way, where we can exchange our experience and knowledge, and also not be limited to the activity within the continent, but having the international dimension, either through the Middle East activities or through the global activities, which ensures that we have the best practices and we are sharing all the resources. Sustainability means that we need to have a limited number of resources, but fully utilized among the different nations. So having this type of international collaboration is really, really important to be guided towards the ultimate utilization of resources, exchange of knowledge, exchange of expertise, getting everything done according to the best practices, and learning from the experiences of who precedes us. And this all should be done in a win-win situation where every stakeholder should benefit out of this type of collaboration.
Thanks for that, Sharif. I just want to touch on an earlier conversation we had this morning, which I found very interesting. So earlier this year, we had a major solar storm, and there were 5,000 satellites moved in one day. You launched a satellite in February. Can you tell us what happened?
Yes. Actually, the satellite that we launched in February, we are very proud in Egypt about this satellite because it has a 40% of a local component. So the design is fully done in Egypt, and all the programming and the significant part of the tests have been done in Egypt. And actually, this system was the satellite after the launch. So it was launched in February, and then in May there was the solar storm. And the solar storm significantly affected the satellite. And actually, based on this resilient design that we have in our satellite, we managed to recover completely. And to tell you, this mission was planned for 6 months only. So it started in February, and by August it should have been finished. Up till now, it's fully operational, and it's fully operational by the full Egyptian system. So it survived this storm. And this is how you learn from the experience of others, and how you use the international collaboration, and you follow the standards, and you have a responsible design that can really stand such a harsh environment.
Thank you for that lesson learned. Michael, on the issue of transparency, how important is data sharing when it comes to addressing this issue of environmental sustainability?
Yeah, if we look at the counterparts, our counterparts in the terrestrial world, right? Whether it's like air traffic control or anything having to do with public safety, the amount of data that operators share terrestrially, is orders of magnitude greater than what operators are sharing in the non-terrestrial space, right? But that's not something that, so to answer your question very directly, it is very, very important. But any issue of data sharing, transparency, intellectual property is always a balance, right? It's a balance between enabling a private actor to reap the benefits of their investment versus the public good, right? There's always that balance between the two. It's basically what every intellectual property office does, and so on and so forth, right? I'm not that worried about this. I think this is a problem that will ultimately solve itself, given the scale involved in LEO. In a previous life, I was head of open source and standards at Facebook, and at that scale, we had lots of suppliers trying to drive differentiation and cost between like a 19-inch rack in a data center and a 21-inch rack in a data center, right? From the perspective of Facebook and the large tech companies, from Amazon's perspective, we don't care. Right? All we care are about the scale and cost savings at scale, right? And so I think that the scale of LEO and also the requirements of public safety will necessitate that operators open up that data in a more meaningful way, right? And that, of course, fundamentally, of course, requires that there be a business case for doing so. Right now, there is, by a large part, lots of operators regard the data as sensitive to their competitive advantage, to their proprietary advantage. Unless regulators, the first most obvious way is in this new dynamic world where there are way more assets, is to paint a road for operators to make more money, right? Because space as it is already not a incredibly high margin business, right? And then if that doesn't work, then to apply from that perspective what is like narrowly tailored necessary for public safety.
Okay, thank you. John, I think in our earlier conversation, you said we probably run out of spectrum before we really embrace the space debris issue. Can you maybe elaborate on that from a regulatory point of view?
Yeah, I believe that at the pace at which we are occupying low Earth orbit, that the consumption of spectrum and physical orbits is going to be a problem before the space debris issue becomes a real problem. That's not to say that the debris and collision risk issues aren't real. They are real, but I think there's so much discussion on collision risk and debris that we're losing sight of what's happening with spectrum and orbits. And that would be my one call to the influencers in the audience is take a look at the issues and don't be surprised by what you see.
Thanks, John. Kalpak, I'm going to come back to you. There was an earlier conversation during the course of today around monopolies in terms of maybe one operator owning 2/3 of the space assets. Is this a social or ethical issue? I mean, there might be an issue like from developing countries saying the access to space is an issue for us and we're not the creators of the problem. But maybe from a private sector point of view and one of the mega constellations coming online, how do you view this?
I think that's a great question. I will say it from the perspective of an operator who's coming to the party late. We are the competitor. We may be Amazon, but we are not there yet. Others, there is another operator who has many, many thousands of satellites, and we're playing catch-up. We believe there is still a very strong opportunity, not just for us, but for others. If you look in the LEO world, there are a number of operators who have gotten funding, who are close to getting funding, who are moving forward with strong business plans to deploy and compete. We think the opportunity to do so is one that governments need to absolutely protect, whether that's in the physical space of orbits or in the spectral space as well. Touching on the spectral space, I think it's worth noting that in the US, the Federal Communications Commission just a month ago or so passed a new report and order about spectrum sharing between NGSOs. It really was a monumental order because it, for the first time, moved the satellite industry from one that focused entirely on priority, who filed first, to one of expectations of sharing. It set up thresholds for sharing between earlier round systems and later filed systems to ensure that future systems, if you met a certain threshold for protection, you could be up and operational, and previously filed systems should be designing their system with that expectation in mind. We think it is one of the most forward-looking items in terms of for spectrum sharing to create exactly what you are talking about, which is the opportunity for future systems to be up, operational, and compete. So we're very excited about that. We think the same holds true on the physical side. We think there are today opportunities to share physical assets, physical orbits moving forward. There's still ample opportunity to do so. And we think this environment, this industry is going to move forward aggressively. I think the future is so positive. We do have to shepherd and husband the resources that we're talking about from a sustainability perspective. But the future for this industry is incredibly bright in a way that we have never seen it before. And I think everybody who is involved in the space industry is, in fact, excited about that.
Thanks, Kalpa. Michael, in a lot of the conversations is around state versus non-state actors. But how important is it to engage the general public, educate about the importance of space sustainability? And what can we hope to achieve from that?
I think there has been a lot of folks have commented that space has not captured the imagination in the same way that it used to. Of course, it used to capture the imagination in the context of the space race, which was not exactly the most positive circumstance to do so. I do think it is hard for the electorate to understand how concrete something is without it affecting their daily life, right? And so I think the proper, contextual examples of how space affects daily life, right? We talked earlier about particles deorbiting, potentially, there was a study recently done that provided a potential linkage with the hole in the ozone layer, right? There is the connection to everyday life is very, very critical, but even then, I don't think that the electorate is on a trajectory to care much more about space than it is today, right? A lot of it, unfortunately, has to be framed in the context of, real life implications. And so that's, I think we'll have to wait for the next sort of hopefully not the next cataclysmic event or, a rallying event like Starship or something like that, which hopefully will bring people together.
Thanks, Michael. We just got under a minute left. So maybe just very quickly, starting with you, Sharif, and running down the order. If we fast forward a decade, maybe 2 decades from now, what would have changed?
I think by that time we have the proper governance in space that support the vast developments of technology from one side, and this can help also in the long-term sustainability of space. In addition, I think all the different systems for the debris removal and the reuse of the space resources, this has been developed significantly. So I think we'll see lots of developments and lots of solutions to the challenges that we are facing today. So as long as we recognize the problems now, I expect that within the next decade or two, lots of challenges will be solved, and we'll have other challenges also generated.
Thanks, Sharif. Salim.
Thank you very much. We say in this region, Allahu A'lam, so only God knows what's going to happen in the next 20 years. But I think I agree with Sharif that maybe active debris removal is something that we will see that is more commonplace. Today, there's one or two companies that have started it, and they're looking at different elements. I feel that that will be a viable service, that entities such as ours, if we've launched something that doesn't have a way to deorbit and is going to be up there for 100 years, I will go and actively procure a service from a company that provides that at a reasonable cost. I think that'll be much more commonplace.
Thanks, Salim. Kalpak.
Space is going to be a much more important part of people's daily lives in the future ahead, and that is going to be a wonderful thing.
Thank you, Kalpak. Michael.
Yeah, I think space will develop along the lines of every other major technological innovation, where like electricity or construction of major infrastructure, right? You'll have one or two players wipe the floor with everyone else as a start, right? And then there will be a tipping point when that one player starts to, the cost-benefit analysis starts to tip in favor of that one big player or those two big players doing more harm than good, and then public regulation will come in. But sustainability is probably not likely to, we're not likely to make substantial progress until that happens.
John.
So I would say that the future Kalpak described can occur if we start to actively ensure the continued availability of spectrum in orbits. But that requires regulators to act to ensure that. If we don't, I don't believe that future will develop.
So thank you to the panelists. I really enjoyed moderating the session. It was very rich and insightful. I also want to thank the audience for being with us this late, and I'm quite looking for what's in store tomorrow. And I hope you take the time to enjoy Riyadh this evening while you're here. So thank you, and good evening, everybody. Thank you.
So, as Dr. Val says, thank you so much to our panel, and Val, thank you very much for guiding us through that discussion. That was a fantastic way to finish our first day, and what a first day it's been. We've had 5 panel discussions, 3 keynotes, a fireside chat, an awards ceremony, 2 tech demo panels here, and obviously our tech demos upstairs, and we've had 42 speakers in total participating. So thanks so much for that to everybody here. Thank you to everyone who's been watching, both online and here in person. As Val says, enjoy the evening, everybody, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow for day 2, starting at 11 o'clock. Thank you.